September 1939. As Warsaw falls to Hitler's Wehrmacht, Captain Alexander de Milla is recruited by the intelligence service of the Polish underground. In a world without rules, a world of danger, treachery, and betrayal, his mission is to transport the National Gold Reserve to safety, hidden on a refugee train to Bucharest. And now, the Polish officer.
The Pilawa Local. In Poland, on the night of 11 September 1939, Wehrmacht scout and commando units, elements of Kuchler's Third Army Corps, moved silently around the defences of Nowy Dwor, crossed the Vistula over the partly demolished Jablonka Bridge, and attempted to capture the Warsaw Telephone Exchange at the northern edge of the city. Meeting unexpected and stubborn resistance, they retreated along Sawatsky Street and established positions on the roof and in the lobby of the Hotel Franconia, called for dive-bomber attacks on the Exchange building, and settled in to wait for the light of dawn. Mr. Felix Malek, proprietor of the Franconia, put on his best blue suit, and accompanied by a room service waiter, personally served cognac to the German soldiers at their mortar and machine-gun positions. He then descended to the wine cellar, opened the concealed door to an underground passage originally dug during the Prussian attack of 1795, hurried down Sawatsky Street to the telephone exchange, and asked to see the gentleman in charge. He was taken up a marble staircase to the director's office on the 5th floor, and there, beneath a sombre portrait of the director, pince-nez and brushed whiskers, presented to the officer in command a captain. The captain was an excellent listener, and the questions he asked inspired Mr. Malek to talk for a long time. Arms, unit size, insignia, the location of positions. He was surprised at how much he knew. When he was done, they gave him tea. He asked if he might remain at the exchange. It would be an honor to fight the Germans. No, they said, perhaps another day. So Mr. Malek made his way through the night to his sister's apartment in the Ochota district. "And what," she asked, "were they like?" Mr. Malek thought a moment. "Educated," he said. "Quite the better class of people." Mr. Malek had not been 30 years an innkeeper for nothing. The defenders of the Warsaw Telephone Exchange, hastily recruited amidst the chaos of the German invasion, were officers of Polish military intelligence, known, in imitation of the French custom, as the Deuxième Bureau. The Breda machine gun at the casement window was served by a lieutenant from the cryptographic service, a pair of spectacles folded carefully in his breast pocket. The spidery fellow, reloading ammunition belts, was, in vocational life, a connoisseur of the senior civil service of the USSR, while the commander of the machine gun, feet propped on the tripod, was Lieutenant Karlinski, heavy and pink, who in normal times concerned himself with the analysis of Baltic shipping. The officer in charge, Captain Alexander de Milla, was professionally a cartographer, first a map-maker, later assistant director of the Bureau's geographical section. But Poland was at war. No, Poland had lost her war, and it was clear to the captain that nobody was going to be assistant director of anything for a long time to come. Still, you couldn't just stop fighting. Captain de Milla stood at the open window. The night air, cool and damp, felt especially good on his hands. Idiot. He'd grabbed the overheated barrel of the machine gun to change it during the attack. And now he had red stripes on his palms that hurt like hell. 4:20 a.m. He swept the facade of the hotel with his binoculars, tried, based on the proprietor's intelligence, counting up floors to focus on certain rooms, but the Germans had the windows shut, and all he could see was black glass. In Sawatsky Square, a burned-out trolley, and the body of a Wehrmacht trooper like a bundle of rags accidentally left in a doorway. Weapon and ammunition long gone to somebody's attic. D'Amelia let the binoculars hang on their strap and stared out into the city. A refinery had been set on fire. A tower of heavy smoke rolled majestically into the sky, and the clouds glowed a faint orange. A machine gun tapped in the distance. A plane droned overhead. Artillery rumbled across the river. War, fire and smoke, had made autumn come early. Dead leaves rattled along the cobblestones and caught on the iron drain covers. Captain d'Amelia was a soldier. He knew he didn't have long to live, and in truth he didn't care. He was not in love with life. One or two things had to be taken care of. Then matters could run their course. The director's telephone was naturally of the very latest style, black, shiny, Bakelite plastic. D'Amelia dialed the military operator he had installed in the basement. "Sir?" "Sergeant, have you tried Tarnopol again?" "Can't get through, sir. I've been up to Vilno and down to Zakopane, just about every routing there is, but the whole region's down. We're pretty sure the lines have been cut, sir." "You'll keep trying." "Yes, sir." "Thank you, Sergeant." He replaced the receiver carefully on its cradle. He had wanted to say goodbye to his wife. The Wehrmacht assault team got its air support at dawn. 3 Focke-Wulf 189s diving out of the clouds, engines screaming, cannon firing. But there was more drama than destruction. The 189 carried only one bomb. On the 5th floor of the telephone exchange, Lieutenant Karlinski swept the Breda across the sky and hammered off belt after belt of 7.35 ammunition. Grand streams of tracer, pale in the early light, showered up into the clouds, while hot casings ejected onto the director's Persian carpet and the office smelled like smoldering wool, until a bullet, fired from the ballroom of the Hotel Franconia, hit Karlinski in the collarbone, and he collapsed back onto the floor and died of shock. The lieutenant from the cryptographic service took over, while Captain d'Amelia steadied the tripod with his burning hands, and the Russian bureaucracy expert fed belts into the gun. But by then the Focke-Wulfs had run dry of ammunition and headed back to Germany, at which point the telephone rang, and somebody on the 1st floor, voice flat and controlled, informed d'Amelia that the building was on fire. For a moment he went blank, the solution much too obvious. Then he said, "Call the fire department." Which they did, and which, on 12 September, worked quite well because the city's water mains hadn't yet been destroyed. The firemen ran their hoses into the building on the side away from the fighting and pumped high-pressure streams on the flames, putting out the fire and, as water sluiced down into the switching stations, shutting down every telephone in Warsaw. The Wehrmacht attack, from doorway to doorway up Sowatsky Street, faltered, then collapsed. The support fire, machine gun and mortar, from the roof of the hotel lasted less than a minute. Then the positions were abandoned. Just before dawn, d'Amelia had sent sniper teams to the roofs of adjacent buildings, and when the fighting started, they'd knocked down first a mortarman, then an officer. It was improvised. The snipers were armed with hunting weapons and policemen's automatic pistols, but it worked. D'Amelia watched through binoculars as an analyst from the Economic Intelligence section, the captain thought he specialized in feed grains, a man in his 50s wearing suspenders and a shirt turned up at the sleeves, suddenly appeared at a parapet on the roof of an apartment building and fired both barrels of an old shotgun, the sort of thing one found in the back halls of country houses, along with leather game bags and warped tennis rackets. The sniper broke the shotgun and withdrew the empty cartridges. Smoke seeped from the barrels as he thrust new shells into the breech. "Get down," the captain thought. He saw 2 German troopers at an upper window, bringing their rifles to bear. "Down!" The sniper lurched backward. His face showed a moment of pain, but he kept his balance, braced one foot against the parapet, and fired both barrels. His shoulder jerked with the recoil. Then he fell to his knees, shaking his head grimly at whatever was going on inside him. The Wehrmacht units retreated minutes later, trying to break through to German lines after dark. Most never made it, victims of small bands of soldiers, farmers, teenagers, Poles. And those who got as far as the Jablanka Bridge found that on the second try, demolition had been complete. The ones who couldn't swim were found on the bank the following morning. September 5:40 p.m. Military Intelligence Headquarters, Safka Barracks. Order 3135C. With exception of special documents identified by department directors, all files to be destroyed by 1800 hours. Captain d'Amelia watched, motionless, one foot on a chair, as this work was done. As the department clerks burned 8,000 maps. Watched, apparently without feeling. Perhaps he didn't care, or cared too much, or had gone off wherever he went when life was too cruel or too stupid. Whatever the truth, his eyes were cold. He could not be read. The clerks had built a pinewood fire in the great hall, in a fireplace of heroic proportions with the date 1736 carved in the capstone. A fireplace built to roast spitted boar for a cavalry squadron. But this was a clerk's fire. It smoked and sputtered, and the maps, printed on linen and mounted on wooden rollers, did not burn well. The office wit had always claimed that the department's chief clerk suffered from talpidia, mole face, a condition encountered in particularly subterranean bureaucracies. The man had been certainly a fierce obstructionist. Everything had to be signed and signed and signed some more. Now, as his clerks ran by him with armloads of maps, he just seemed lost, poked dispiritedly at the ashes with a broom handle, the flame's reflections flickering on his eyeglasses. Drawer 4088. Istanbul by street, Istanbul harbor with wharf and warehouse numbers, surveyor's elevations of Üsküdar with shore batteries and scale, Bosphorus with depths indicated, Black Sea coast, coves, inlets, bridges, roads, Sea of Marmara coast, coves, inlets, bridges, roads, in the fire. Drawer 4098. Timber Company surveys, 1935 to 1938. Streams, logging paths, old and new growth trees, drainage, road access, river access. For forests in Poland, Byelorussia, and the Ukraine. "That series aside, please," Emilia said. The clerk, startled, whirled and stared, then did as he was ordered. The timber surveys were stacked neatly atop maps, drawn in fine detail, of the Polish railway system. September 7:15 p.m. A message was brought by a young ensign, who saluted and stood stiffly at attention while the captain read it. Colonel Anton Viborg requested his presence in 15 minutes at the guardhouse by the east gate. Another officer had been sent to supervise the destruction of the files. The captain initialed the message carefully, then made sure he was on time. They walked in the stables of the cavalry barracks, added to the Safka fortress when the 10th Polish Hussars rode with Bonaparte in the Napoleonic Wars. The indoor riding ring, a floor of raked dirt below axe-hewn beams, was by tradition the regimental champ d'honneur, not just pistols at 30 paces, but duels on horseback with cavalry sabres. Beyond the riding ring, the horse barns. The horses stamped their hooves and whickered softly as the officers approached. The air smelled good to d'Amelia, manure and straw, autumn evening, and Viborg's cigar. Not the smell of burning buildings. Not the smell of burning paper. A cloud of gnats hung in the still air, the light fading slowly from dusk into darkness. There was something of the Baltic night in Colonel Viborg. In his 40s he was tall and lean and thin-lipped, with webbed lines at the corners of eyes made to squint into blizzards, and stiff, colorless hair cut short in the cavalry officer fashion. He wore high leather boots, supple and dark, well rubbed with saddle soap. His job was to direct the work of intelligence officers, usually but not always military attachés and foreign postings, who operated secret agents. "Have one of these," Viborg said. Viborg lit the captain's small cigar, then spoke quietly as they walked. "As of tonight, our situation is this. There are 52 German divisions in Poland, about 1.5 million soldiers led by thousands of tanks. Our air force was blown up on the ground the first morning. Our allies, France and England, have declared war and made gestures. Of course, we had hoped for more. America is neutral and disinterested, so as usual, we find ourselves alone. Worse, Stalin has 40 divisions on the eastern border, and all our intelligence indicates an attack within hours. Meanwhile, we have 500,000 men in uniform. Or, rather, had. Our communications have broken down, but we know of 100,000 casualties and 100,000 taken prisoner. Probably it's worse than that. I suppose our view of the immediate future is implicit in the fact that we are burning the files, but it's not the first time. And this is Poland. And, for us at least, all is not necessarily lost. You agree?" "I do, sir." "Good. We want to offer you a job. But I'm to emphasize that you have a choice. You can go out to one of the regular combat divisions. We're going to make a stand at the Bzura River. And in addition, some units are going to try and hold out in the Pripyat marshes in the eastern provinces. The nation is defeated, but the idea of the nation mustn't be. So, if that's what you want to do, to die on the battlefield, I won't stop you. Or come to work for us, over on the west side of the building. At least, that's where we used to be. It's no small decision, but time's the one thing we don't have. The city's almost completely cut off, and by tomorrow there'll be no getting out. The Germans won't try to break in. They know they'll pay in blood for that, and they aren't quite so brave as their reputation makes them out. They'll continue to send the bomber flights unopposed, and they'll sit out there where we can't get at them and shell the city. We'll take it as long as we can. Then we'll sign something to get it stopped. And then the war will begin." A horse leaned over the gate of its stall, and the colonel stopped to run his hand through its mane. "Wish I had an apple for you," Viborg said. "What about it, Captain? Shall we shoot these beasts? Or let the Germans have them?" "Can they be hidden? In stables with cart horses, perhaps? It's hard to hide valuable things from Germans, Captain. Very hard." They walked in silence for a time. A flight of Heinkel bombers passed overhead. Both officers looked up, then waited. The bombs fell on the southern part of the city, a noise like rapid peals of thunder, then the planes turned away. A few anti-aircraft rounds burst well below and behind them, and the silence returned as the sound of engines faded. "Well?" Viborg said. "The west side of the building, Colonel. You know the sorts of things that go on if the Germans get hold of people like us, Captain." "Yes, sir." "A dossier has been prepared for you. We assumed that you would accept the offer. It will be delivered to your office when you return. It has signs and nom de guerre. We don't want anyone to know who you are. It has also some memoranda written over the last 48 hours. You will want to review that for a 9:15 meeting in my office. Questions?" "No questions, sir." "There's a great deal of improvisation at the moment, but we're not going into the chaos business any time soon. We're going to lose a war, not our minds, and not our souls." "Understood, sir." "Anything you want to say?" "With regard to my wife—" "Yes?" "She's in a private clinic, in the countryside, near Ternopil." "An illness?" "She is— the doctor puts it that she has entered a private world." Viborg shook his head in sympathy, and scowled at the idea of illness attacking people he knew. "Can she be rescued?" Viborg thought it over. Senior intelligence officers became almost intuitive about possibility. Some miracles could be done, some couldn't. Once initiated, above a certain rank, you knew. "I'm sorry," the colonel said. The captain inclined his head. He understood. It need not be further discussed. They walked in silence for a time. Then the colonel said, "We'll see you at 9:15, then." "Yes, sir." "Officially, we're glad to have you with us." They shook hands. The captain saluted. The colonel returned the salute. A quarter moon, red with fire, over the Vilna station rail yards. The yard supervisor wore a bandage over one eye. His suit and shirt had not been changed for days, days of crawling under freight cars, of floating soot and oily smoke, and his hands were trembling. He was ashamed of that, so had wedged them in his pockets, as though he were a street-corner tough who whistled at girls. "This was our best," he said sadly. Captain D'Amelia flicked the beam of his flashlight over a passenger car with its roof peeled back. A woman's scarf, light enough to float in the wind, was snagged on a shard of iron. "Bolin Coach Works," the supervisor said. "Leaded glass lamps in the first-class compartments. Now look." "What's back there?" D'Amelia asked. "Nothing much. Just some old stock we pulled in from the local runs. The Prushkov line, Vowomin." Cinders crunched under their feet as they walked. Yard workers with iron bars and acetylene torches were trying to repair the track. There were showers of blue sparks and the smell of scorched metal as they cut through the twisted rail. "And this?" The supervisor shrugged. "We run little trains to the villages on market days. This is what's left of the Sulehov local. It was caught by a bombing raid on Thursday just past the power station. The engineer panicked. He had his firemen uncouple the engine, and they made a run for Vilna station. Maybe he thought he'd be safe under the roof, though I can't imagine why, because it's a glass roof. Or it used to be. When the all-clear sounded, the engine had been blown to pieces, but the rest of the train was just left sitting out there on the track, full of angry old farm ladies and crates of chickens." D'Amelia and the supervisor climbed the steps into the coach. The captain's flashlight lit up the aisle, wooden floorboards, buckled and grey with age, frayed wicker seats, once yellow, now brown, chicken feathers, a forgotten basket. From the other end of the car came a deep, heavy growl. "What are you doing here?" D'Amelia thought. "Come," he said. There was a moment of silence, then another growl. This time it didn't mean prepare to die, more like not yet. "Come here." "You know you have to," he thought. A huge head appeared in the aisle, thrust cautiously from a hiding place behind a collapsed seat. D'Amelia masked the flashlight beam, and the dog came reluctantly, head down, to accept its punishment. To have deserved what had happened to it the last few days, it reasoned, it must have been very, very bad. D'Amelia went down on one knee and said, "Yes, it's all right. It's all right." It was a male Tatra, a sheepdog related to the Great Pyrenees. D'Amelia sank his hands into the deep hair around the neck, gripped it hard, and tugged the head toward him. The dog knew this game and twisted back against D'Amelia, but the man's hands were too strong. Finally the dog butted his head against the captain's chest, took a huge breath, and sighed so deeply it was almost a growl. "Perhaps you could find some water," D'Amelia said to the supervisor. His family had always had dogs, kept at the manor house of the estate in Walhynia, in eastern Poland. They hunted with him, taking a wild boar every autumn in the great forest, a scene from a medieval tapestry. The Tatra was an off-white, like most mountain breeds, a preferred color that kept the shepherd from clubbing his own dog when they fought night-raiding wolves. D'Amelia put his face into the animal's fur and inhaled the sweet smell. The yard supervisor returned, a bowl filled to the brim with milk held carefully in his hands. This was a small miracle, but he must be hungry, was all he had to say about it. "What's your name?" Emilia asked. "Koski." "Can you keep a big dog, Mr. Koski?" The yard supervisor thought a moment, then shrugged and said, "I guess so. It will take some feeding. We'll manage." "And this kind of coach?" The captain nodded at it. "Have you got 6 or so?" "All you want. Same color, yellow with red around the windows." Koski tried to conceal his reaction. The middle of a war, Germans at the outskirts of the city, and this man wanted the same color. "Well, you did what you had to do. If you can wait for daylight, we'll freshen up the paint." "No, it's good just like that. We'll need a coal tender, of course. And a locomotive, a freight locomotive." Koski stared at his shoes. They had improvised, borrowed parts, kept running all sorts of stock that had no business running, but freight locomotives were a sore subject. Nobody had those. Well, he had one. Well and truly hidden. Was this the moment? "6 red and yellow coaches," he said at last. "Tender, freight locomotive. That it?" D'Emilia nodded. "In about, say, an hour." Koski started to shout something like, "Can't you see I'm doing the best I can?" but a covert glance at D'Emilia changed his mind. He wasn't someone you would say that to, much less shout it. D'Emilia looked to be in his late 30s, but there was something about him, some air of authority that was much older than that. He had dark hair, cut short and cut very well, and a pale forehead that people noticed. Eyes the color, according to his wife, of a February sea, shifting somewhere between gray and green. His face was delicate, arrogant, hard. People said different things. In any event, he was a very serious man, that was obvious, with hands bigger than they ought to have been, and blunt fingers. He wore no insignia, just a brown raincoat over a gray wool sweater. There was a gun somewhere. He stood, relaxed but faintly military, waiting for the yard supervisor to agree to make up his train in an hour. This man came, Koski thought, from the war, and when the war went away, if it ever did, so would he, and all the others like him. The supervisor nodded yes, of course he could have his train. The dog stopped lapping at the bowl, looked up and whined, a drop of milk falling from his beard. A yellow flame burst from the hillside above the yards, and the flat crump of an explosion followed. The brush burned for a few seconds. Then the fire died out as smoke and dust drifted down the hill. Koski had flinched at the explosion. Now he jammed his shaking hands deeper into his pockets. "Not much left to bomb here," he said. "That wasn't a bomb," D'Emilia said. "It was a shell." 17 September, 3:50 a.m. Freight locomotive, coal tender, 6 passenger cars from a market day local. The yard supervisor, the Tatra by his side, watched as it left the rail yards. Then it crossed Praga, a workers' suburb across the Vistula from Warsaw, and headed for the city on the single remaining railroad bridge. Captain D'Emilia stood in the cab of the locomotive and stared down into the black water as the train clattered across the ties. For a crew, Koski had done the best he could on short notice. A fireman who would shovel coal into the steam engine's furnace, and a conductor would be joining the train in Warsaw. The engineer standing next to D'Emilia had been, until that night, retired. He was a sour man with a double chin and a lumpy nose, wearing an engineer's cap, well-oiled and grimed, and a pensioner's blue cardigan sweater with white buttons. "Fucking Shkopi," he said, using the Polish word for Germans, equivalent to the French Boche. He peered upriver at the blackened skeleton of the Poniatowski Bridge. "I had all I wanted of them in 17. The Germans had marched into Warsaw in 1917 during the Great War. D'Emilia had been 16, about to enter university. And while his family had disliked the German entry into Poland, they'd seen one positive side to it: Russian occupiers driven back east, where they belonged. The firebox of the locomotive glowed faintly in the dark, just enough light to jot down a few figures on the iron wall. He had to haul a total of 88,000 pounds, 360 people, 43,000 pounds of them if you figured young and old, fat and thin, around 120 pounds a person, sharing the train with 44,530 pounds of freight. So 88,000 pounds equaled 44 tons. Figuring 2 tons to a normal freight car, a locomotive could easily pull 20 cars. His 6-passenger coaches would be heavy, but that didn't matter. They had no suspension to speak of. They'd roll along if the locomotive could pull them. "What are you scribbling?" The irritation of an old man. To the engineer's way of thinking, a locomotive cab wasn't a place for writing. D'Amelia didn't answer. He smeared the soft pencil jotting with his palm, put the stub of pencil back in his pocket. The sound of the wheels changed as the train came off the bridge and descended to a right-of-way cut below ground level and spanned by pedestrian and traffic bridges, a wasteland of tracks, signals, water towers, and switching stations. Was the 44,530 correct? He resisted the instinct to do the figures again. 712,000 ounces always made 44,530 pounds, which, divided into 5-pound units, always made 8,906. It is mathematics, he told himself. It is always the same. "You said Dimmock Street Bridge?" "Yes." The steam brake hissed, and the train rolled to a stop. From a stairway that climbed the steep hillside to street level came a flashed signal. D'Amelia answered with his own flashlight. Then a long line of shadowy figures began to move down the stairs. 17 September, 4:30 a.m. While the train was being loaded, the conductor and the fireman arrived and shook hands with the engineer. Efficiently, they uncoupled the locomotive and coal tender and used a switching spur to move them to the other end of the train, so it now pointed east. There were 2 people waiting for D'Amelia under the Dimmock Street Bridge. His former commander, a white-moustached major of impeccable manners and impeccable stupidity, serving out his time until retirement, while his assistant did all the work. And D'Amelia's former aide, Sub-Lieutenant Novak, who would serve as his adjutant on the journey south. The major shook D'Amelia's hand hard, his voice taut with emotion. "I know you'll do well," he said. "As for me, I am returning to my unit. They are holding a line at the Bzura River." It was a death sentence, and they both knew it. "Good luck, sir," D'Amelia said, and saluted formally. The major returned the salute and disappeared into a crowd of people on the train. Guards with machine guns had positioned themselves along the track, while a dozen carpenters pried up the floorboards of the railroad coaches, and workers from the State Treasury building installed the Polish National Bullion Reserve, $11,400,000 in 5-pound gold ingots, packed 10 to a crate in the 10-inch space below. Then, working quickly, the carpenters hammered the boards back into place. At which point Novak came running, his face red with anger. "You had better see this," he said. The carpenters were just finishing up. Novak pointed at the shiny nail heads they'd hammered into the old grey wood. "Couldn't you use the old nails?" D'Amelia said. The head carpenter shrugged. "Is there any lampblack?" "Lampblack? No, of course not. We're carpenters. We don't have such things." 17 September, 6:48 a.m., Gdansk Station. The platforms and waiting rooms were jammed with people, every age, every class, babbling in at least 7 languages, only one thing in common. They were too late. Unlucky or unwise didn't matter. The trains had stopped. A station master's voice crackled through the public address system and tried to convince them of that, but nobody was willing to believe it. In Poland, things happened in mysterious ways. Authority itself was often struck speechless at life's sudden turns. For instance, the station master's voice, "Please, ladies and gentlemen, I entreat you, there will be no more service," was slowly drowned out by the rumble of an approaching train. People surged to the edges of the platforms, police struggled to hold them back, then the crowd fell silent and stopped pushing. A war train. It had started raining and water glistened on the iron plates in the twilight of the high-roofed station. The voice of the engine was deep and rhythmic like a drum, and machine-gun barrels thrust through firing ports traversed the platform. This was a Russian-style armored train, a Bolshevik weapon, a peasant killer. It meant burnt villages and weeping women, and everybody in Gdansk station knew it. The train, too heavy for its engine, moved at a crawl so the crowd could see the faces, cold and attentive, of the anti-aircraft gunners in their sandbagged nests on the roofs of the cars. Then someone cheered, and then someone else, and then everybody. Poland had been brutally stabbed in the back, and so she bled fiercely. But here was proof that she lived and could strike back at those who tormented her. But that was only part of the miracle, because only a few minutes later another train appeared, and if the armored train was an image of war, here was a phantom from the time of peace, a little 6-car train headed south for, or so the signs on the sides of the coaches said, Pilawa, the Pilawa train. Only 30 miles south, but at least not in besieged Warsaw. Everybody had an aunt in Pilawa. You went there on a Sunday afternoon and came home with half a ham wrapped in a cloth. Vladimir Hershenzon, pressed by the crowd against a marble column, felt his heart rise with joy. Somehow, from somewhere, a manifestation of normal existence, a train arrives in a station, passengers ascend, life goes on. But Mr. Hershenzon would not be ascending. He needed to. The Germans would make quick work of him, and he knew it, but God had made him small, and as the crowd surged hungrily toward the empty train, he actually found himself moving, helped along by a curse here and an elbow there, away from the track. After a moment or two of this, all he wanted to do was stay near enough to watch the train leave, to send some part of his spirit away to safety. Watching from the cab of the locomotive, Demilja felt his stomach turn. The crowd was now a mob. If they got on this train, they would live. Babies howled, suitcases sprang open, men and women clawed and fought, policemen swung their batons. Demilja could hear the thuds, but he willed his face not to show what he felt, and it didn't. A huge, brawny peasant shoved an old woman out of his way and started to climb onto the coupling between the engine and the coal car. The fireman waited until his weight hung on his hands, then kicked him full force under the chin. His head flew up, and he went tumbling backward into the crowd. "Pig," the fireman said quietly, as though to himself. But in the end, the ones who pushed to the front were the ones who got on. When the train was good and full, people packed into the cars. When it looked like a refugee train should look, Demilja raised his hand. Then something stopped him. Out in the crowd, his eye found a little peanut of a man in a long black overcoat with a black Homburg hat knocked awry. He was holding some sort of a case and an old-fashioned valise in one hand and pressing a handkerchief to his bloody nose with the other. The policeman standing next to Demilja was red in the face and breathing hard. "Get me that man," Demilja said, pointing. The policeman whistled through his teeth. A couple of colleagues joined him, and the little man was quickly retrieved, virtually carried through the crowd by the elbows, and hoisted up to Demilja in the locomotive cab. "Better go," the policeman said. Demilja signaled to the conductor, who swung himself up onto the train. The engineer worked his levers and blew a long blast on the whistle as the heavily laden train moved slowly out of Gdansk station. "Thank you," said the little man. He was somewhere in his 40s. Demilja thought, with the face of a Jewish imp. "I am Vladimir Hershenzon." He extended his hand, and Demilja shook it. Herschensohn saw that Demilja was staring at his battered violin case. "I am," he added, "the principal violinist of the Polish National Symphony Orchestra." Demilja inclined his head in acknowledgement. "So," Herschensohn said, "we are going to Pilawa." He had to raise his voice above the chuff of the locomotive, but he managed a tone of great politeness. "South of there," was all Demilja said. At the 9:15 meeting with Colonel Viborg, Demilja had brought up the issue what to tell the passengers. "What you like, when you like, you decide," Viborg had said. Viborg's room had been crowded, people sitting on desks, on the floor, everywhere. Demilja knew most of them, and what they had in common was a certain ruthless competence. Suddenly the days of office politics, family connections, the well-fed wink were over. Now the issue was survival, and these officers, like Demilja, found themselves given command and assigned to emergency operations. The agenda of the meeting was long and difficult and devoted to a single topic, the dispersion to safety of the national wealth. War cost money, and Poland meant to keep fighting. And there wasn't that much. A country like Great Britain had a national wealth of $200 million, but Poland had only been alive as an independent nation since 1918, this time around, and owned barely a tenth of that. Stocks and bonds and letters of deposit on foreign banks were going to leave the port of Gdynia on a Danish passenger liner. British pounds, French francs, and American dollars were to be flown out at night by one of the last remaining Air Force transports, while millions of Polish zlotys and German Reichsmarks were being buried in secret vaults in Warsaw. They would be needed there. Senior code and cipher experts, the cream of Polish intelligence, had already left the country, and it was Demilja's job to take out the gold reserve, carrying it by train to Romania, where another group would move it on to Paris, the time-honored host to Polish governments in exile. From Gdansk station they traveled slowly through the central districts of the city, where crews were filling bomb craters and repairing rail by the light of fires in oil drums. They crossed the railroad bridge back into Praga, then turned south on the eastern bank of the Vistula. Soon the city was behind them, and the track left the river and curved gently southeast toward the city of Lublin. The conductor who'd gotten on the train at the Dimek Street Bridge was a man of old-fashioned manners and grave demeanor, with a droopy mustache, a conductor's hat one size too large, and a limp from wounds received when his train was dive-bombed in the first hours of the war. When he'd reported to Demilja at the bridge, he had stood at attention and produced from his belt a 9mm parabellum pistol, a 1914 cannon, and informed Demilja that he'd fought the Bolsheviks in 1921, and was prepared to send a significant number of Germans straight to hell if he got the opportunity. As the train chugged through the Polish countryside, the conductor went from car to car and made a little speech. "Ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please. Soon we will be stopping at Pilawa. Those who wish to get off the train are invited to do so. However, this train will not be returning to Warsaw. It is going all the way to Lvov, with brief stops at Lublin and Tomaszów. The military situation in the south is unclear, but the railroad will take you as far as you wish to travel. Passage is without charge. Thank you." From the last car, Demilja watched the crowd carefully. But the reaction was subdued. A number of family conferences conducted in urgent whispers, an avalanche of questions that God himself, let alone a train conductor, couldn't have answered, and more than a little head-shaking and grim smiling at the bizarre twists and turns that life now seemed to take. The Polish people, Demilja realized, had already absorbed the first shock of war and dislocation. Now it was a question of survival, ingenuity, improvisation, and the will to live through catastrophe and see the other side of it. So when the train stopped at Pilawa, only a few people got off. The farther from Warsaw, the better. What consensus there was among the passengers seemed to follow that line of reasoning. For a time the countryside itself proved them right. South of Pilava there was no war, only a rainy September morning. A strip of pale sky on the horizon, harvested fields, birch groves, and tiny streams. The air smelled of damp earth and the coming October. The leaves a little dry now and rustling in the wind. Demilia's mother was the Countess Ostruva, and her brothers, known always as the Ostrov uncles, had taken it upon themselves to teach him about life, about dogs and horses and guns, servants and mistresses. They were from another time, a vanished age, his father said. But his mother adored them, and they lived hard, drunken, brutal, happy lives, and never bothered to notice they were in the wrong century. His father was an aristocrat of another sort, second son of a family occupied for generations with polite commerce, senior professor of economics at Jagiello University. He was an arid man, tall and spare, who had been old all his life, and who, in his heart, didn't really think very much of the human mammal. The vaguely noble name Demilia he shooed away with his hand, admitting there was a village in Silesia, some 40 miles from where the family originated, called Milia, but the aristocratic formation he ascribed to some Austro-Hungarian nonsense my grandfather meddled with, and would never say any more about it. Exiled to the top floor of the family house in Warsaw, he lived by the light of a green glass lamp amid piles of German periodicals and stacks of woody paper covered with algebraic equations rendered in fountain pen. So Demilia's world, from its earliest days, had a cold north and a hot south, and he spent his time going back and forth. As a boy, as a young man, maybe, he thought, forever. The uncles, laughing and roaring downstairs, throwing chicken bones in the fire, grabbing the maids' bottoms, and passing out on the sofas with their boots on the pillows. Up 2 flights, a family of storks nested among the chimneys on the opposite roof, and his father explained spiders and thunder. They'd married Demilia off when he was 19. The families had known each other forever. He and Helena were introduced, left alone, and encouraged to fall in love. She probably saw the wisdom of all this much more clearly than he did, gazed at his belt-buckle, kissed him with swollen lips and a hand on his jaw, and he was hers. 2 weeks before the wedding, his favorite Ostrov uncle had taken him into a disused parlor, the furniture covered with sheets, where they fortified themselves with Armagnac, and his uncle, scarlet face, shaved head, glorious cavalry moustaches, had given him a premarital love-making lesson with the aid of a dressmaker's dummy. "You're not a bull, damn it," he'd bellowed. "You don't mount her when she's at the kitchen stove." In the event, the problem did not arise. She never bent over to get the bread out of the oven, because she never put it in. That was done by a series of country girls charitably called maids, more than one of whom had flipped the back of her skirt at him. Over time, Helena changed. At first she would flirt, touch him accidentally with her breasts, and hold him between the legs with both hands. But something happened. She would only make love in the dark, sometimes cried, sometimes stopped. He learned to work his way through her defenses, but in the process discovered what she was defending. He began to realize that the membrane that separated her from the world was too thin, that she could not tolerate life. She'd gotten pregnant, then lost the baby during an influenza epidemic in the winter of 1925. That was the end. In the deepest part of himself he'd known it the day it happened. For 3 years everyone pretended that everything would be all right. But when little fires were started in the house, she had to go to the doctors, and they prescribed a stay at a private clinic near Ternopil for a few weeks. Absence from the world cured her. He didn't say that back in Warsaw, but it was true. Visiting once a month, bouquet in hand, He could feel the calm she'd found. In fact, she pitied him, having to live amid anger and meanness. In good weather they walked in the forest. She, wrapped in a shawl, said little, lived in a self-evident world. There was nothing to explain. Once in a great while she would reach over and take his hand. Her way of saying thank you. He woke suddenly, snapping his head erect, just as his chin grazed his chest. He stood braced against the doorway of the last coach, track falling away through rolling fields, wheels in a steady clatter. When had he slept? Not for a long time. He cleared his throat. Sub-Lieutenant Novak was pointedly looking elsewhere. No commanding officer of his, Demilia realized, would ever be seen to drift off. "Coming into Dublin, Captain." Demilia nodded. Novak was too young. Fresh-faced and eager. Out of uniform, in his Sunday suit, he looked like a student. "Map?" Novak unfolded it. Dublin was a river town, where the Viepsh flowed east into the Vistula. The route south continued into Puławy, Krasnystaw, Zamość, Tomaszów, crossed the river Tanev into the Ukrainian districts of Poland at Rawa-Ruskaya. Then the major city of Lvov, down to Stry, a sweep around the eastern tip of German-occupied Czechoslovakia, known as Little Ukraine, into Uzhgorod, and finally across the border into the Romanian town of Sighet in the Carpathian Mountains. 450 miles, more or less, with the locomotive making a steady 35 miles an hour, about 14 hours. Novak heard the airplanes at the same time as he did, and together they looked up into the clouds, a flight of Heinkel bombers in V formation headed a little east of due north. That meant they'd been working on one of the industrial cities in the south, maybe Radom or Kielce, and were on their way home, bomb bays hopefully empty, to an airfield in East Prussia, probably Rastenburg. "Nothing for you down here," Demilia said quietly. He'd done the best he could. It was just a little train, yellow coaches with red borders on the windows, and a locomotive puffing through the wheat fields. Pastoral, harmless. The Heinkels droned on. Below and behind them, a fighter escort of Me-109s. The pilots were bored. Sneak attacks on Polish airfields had blown up the opposition on the first day and stolen their war. Now their job had little to do with skill or daring. They were nursemaids. From the wing position, a fighter plane side-slipped away from the formation, swooped down a sharp angle in a long, steep dive, flattened out in perfect strafing attitude, and fired its 20-millimeter cannon into the annoying little train, chugging along below as though it hadn't a care in the world. The pilot had just broken off the attack, soaring up through the smoke of the locomotive stack, when the radio crackled furiously and the flight leader gave a short, sharp order. The plane slipped back into formation, maintaining rigid spacing and perfect airspeed discipline all the way home to East Prussia. The engineer remembered his orders and followed them, slowed down, rolled to a stop. Flight excites hunting dogs and fighter pilots. Nothing standing still interests them for very long. Demilia called out to Novak as he swung off the platform, "Go through the cars, get the dead and wounded out, see if there's anybody who can help." He ran along the track, then climbed into the cab of the locomotive. A column of steam was hissing from a hole in the firebox. The engineer was kneeling by the side of the fireman, who was lying on his back, his face the color of wood ash, a pale green shadow like a bruise already settled on his cheekbones. Demilia cursed to himself when he saw it. The engineer was breathing hard. Demilia saw his chest rise and fall in the old cardigan. He went down on one knee and put a hand on the man's shoulder. "That was done well," he said. "Then you're all right." More an order than a question, the "of course" unvoiced but clear. The engineer pressed his lips together and shook his head, very close to tears. "My sister-in-law's husband," he said. "My wife said not to ask him." Demilja nodded in sympathy. He understood. Patted the man's shoulder twice, hard, before he took his hand away. The engineer said, "She—" But there was nothing more. It was quiet in the fields. The only sound, the slow beat of the locomotive's pistons running, with the engine at rest. A bird sang somewhere in the distance. The fireman raised his hands, palms up, like a shrug, then made a face. "Shit," he said. As Demilja leaned over him, he died. Novak had the casualties laid out in a beet field. A dark woman with hair braided and pinned worked over them. When Demilja arrived, she put him to work tearing cotton underdrawers into strips for bandages and sent Novak running up to the locomotive for hot water. "This man has been shot through the foot," she said, carefully removing the shoe. "Went in above the heel, came out the sole, just here, behind the second toe." She put the blood issue aside. "Foot scares me. I'm unfamiliar with it." "You're a nurse?" "Veterinarian. A paw or a hoof, there I can help. Grab his hand." Demilja held the man's hand as the veterinarian swabbed on antiseptic from a big brown glass bottle. "A little girl is dead," she said. "She was about 10 years old. And a man in his 40s over there. We looked and looked. There's not a mark on him. An old woman jumped out a window and broke her ankle, and a few others, cuts and bruises, but the angle of the gunfire was lucky for us. No glass, no fire. It's fire I hate." She worked in silence a moment. "It hurts?" she asked the patient. "Go ahead, miss. Do whatever you have to. Did I understand you to say that you were a veterinarian?" "That's right." "Ha! My friends will certainly get a laugh when they hear that." Demilja's fingers throbbed from the pressure of the wounded man squeezing his hand. A grave-digging crew was organized, which took turns using the fireman's shovel, and a priest said prayers as the earth was piled on. The little girl had been alone on the train, and nobody could find her papers. A woman who'd talked to her said her name was Tana, so that name was carved on the wooden board that served as a gravestone. Demilja ordered the train stopped at a village station between Puławy and Lublin, then used the phone in the station-master's office — he could barely hear through the static — to report the attack to Vyborg and to revise the estimated time of arrival in the southern city. "The Russian divisions have crossed the border," Vyborg said. "They may not reach your area for a day or so, but it's hard to predict. The Germans are headed west, giving up territory. We believe there's a line of demarcation between Hitler and Stalin, and the Russians will move up to occupy the new border." "Does that change anything for us?" "No, but German aircraft have been attacking the line south of you. The railroad people say they can keep it open another 24 hours, but that's about it. Still, we think you ought to find cover, then continue after dark. Understood?" "Yes, sir." "All the roads out of Warsaw are now cut. This office is closing down, so you're on your own from now on. Consider that to have the status of a written order." "Understood, sir." "So, best of luck to you. To all of us." The connection was broken. A corporal in the geographical section had made a specialty of hiding trains. Using his hand-drawn map, Demilja directed the engineer to a branch line south of Puławy that wound up into the hills above the Vistula. There, 20 miles west of Lublin, a gypsum mining operation had gone bankrupt and been shut down sometime in the 1920s. But the railroad spur that ran to the site, though wildly overgrown, was still usable, and a roofed shed built for loading open rail cars was still standing. Under the shed, with the engine turned off, they were very close to invisible. 17 September, 8:25 p.m. Over the years, the abandoned quarry had filled with water, and after dark, Demilja could see the reflection of the rising moon on the still surface. The engineer had patched the hole in the firebox using tin snips, a tea tray, and wire. A big kid about 15 from a farm village volunteered to work as the fireman. What he lacked in skill, he'd make up with raw strength. Novak took the opportunity to sight in 4 rifles, which with a few boxes of ammunition had been hidden behind a panel in the last coach. He chose 4 men, a mechanic, a retired policeman, a student, and a man who didn't exactly want to say what he did, to be armed in case of emergency. There wasn't much else they could do. The engine moved cautiously over the old track, heading east for the ancient city of Lublin, the countryside dark and deserted. The passengers were quiet, some doubtless having second thoughts about being cast adrift in a country at war. Maybe they would have been better off staying in Warsaw. They reached Lublin a little after 10. Warehouses along the railroad line had been blazing since that afternoon, and the city's ruptured water mains meant that the fire department could do little more than watch. The train crawled through thick black coils of heavy smoke. The passengers had to wet handkerchiefs and put them over their noses and mouths in order to breathe. A brakeman flagged them down. D'Amelia went up to the locomotive. "We've been ordered to get you people through," the brakeman said, "and the crews are doing the best they can, but they bombed us just before sunset, and it's very bad up ahead." The brakeman coughed and spat. "We had all the worst things down here. Wool, creosote, tarred rope. Now it's just going to burn." "Any sign of Russian troops?" D'Amelia asked. "Not sure. We had a freight train disappear this morning. Vanished. What's your opinion about that?" It took forever for them to work their way through Lublin. At one point, a shirtless work crew, bodies black with soot, laid 25 feet of track almost directly beneath their wheels. The passengers gagged on the smoke, tried to get away from it by taking turns lying flat in the aisle, rubbed at the oily film that clung to their hands and faces, but that only made it burn worse. Farther down the line, an old wooden bridge had collapsed onto the track, and the huge charred timbers were being hauled away by blindfolded farm horses. A saboteur, identified as such by a sign hung around his neck, had been hanged from a signal stanchion above the track. A group of passengers came to the last coach and pleaded with D'Amelia to get off the train. Novak got the engine stopped, and a small crowd of people scurried away down the firelit lanes of the old city. And then, once again, the war was gone. The train climbed gently into the uplands east of the Carpathians. Warsaw, a northern city, seemed a long way from here. This was the ragged edge of Europe, borderland. They ran dark, the lamps turned off in the coaches, only the locomotive light sweeping along the rails where, as the night cooled, land mist drifted through the beam. Beyond that, the steppe. Treeless, empty, sometimes a few thatched huts around a well and a tiny dirt road that ran off into the endless distance to Russia, to the Urals. Now and then a village, a log station house with a Ukrainian name, but down here it was mostly the track and the wind. D'Amelia stood beside the engineer and stared out into the darkness. The boy who'd taken the fireman's job fed coal to the firebox when the engineer told him to. His palms had blistered after an hour of shoveling, so he'd taken his shirt off and torn it in half and tied it around his hands. When he stepped away from the furnace, he shivered in the night air. But he was a man that night, and D'Amelia knew better than to say anything. At some nameless settlement, the train stopped at a water tower. The engineer swung the spout into position and began to fill the tank. It was long after midnight, and deserted. Only the sigh of the wind, moths fluttering in the engine light, and the splash of water. Then, suddenly, a girl was standing by the locomotive. She was perhaps 16, barefoot, wearing a soiled cotton shift, headscarf, and a thin shawl around her shoulders. She was the most beautiful girl that D'Amelia had ever seen. "Please, Your Excellency," she said. The dialect was ancient, and D'Amelia barely understood her. "May I be permitted to ride on the train?" She raised her hand, opened her fingers to reveal a pair of tiny gold earrings resting on her palm. D'Amelia was speechless. The engineer, standing atop the front of the locomotive, stared down at her, and the boy stopped shoveling coal. The hem of the shift was spattered with mud, her ankles thin above dirty feet. She is pregnant, D'Amelia thought. She stood patiently, her eyes not quite meeting his, a sign of submission, her other hand clutching the shawl at her throat. But when D'Amelia did not speak, she looked directly at him, and just for an instant her eyes lit up green fire as they caught the light. Then she hid them away. "Please, Excellency?" The earrings must not be worth what she thought. Her voice faded in defeat. "You do not have to pay," D'Amelia said. Her face hid nothing, and it was plain how she had struggled all her life to understand things. She had never been on a train before, but she knew one or two people who had, and she had asked them about it, and one certainly had to pay. Atop the locomotive, the engineer swung the waterspout away so that water splashed on the ground beside the tracks until he shut it off. D'Amelia waited for her to ask where they were going, but she never did. "You may ride on the train," he said. Still hesitant, she closed the earrings in her fist and held them to her throat, then turned toward the passenger coaches. Did he mean what he said? Or was he just making fun of her? No, he meant it. Before he could change his mind, she ran like a deer, climbed cautiously onto the iron step of the first coach, peered inside, then vanished. Past Lvov, then Uzhgorod. Sub-Lieutenant Novak took the watch for an hour, then, a little after 4 in the morning, D'Amelia returned. Now the train was climbing a grade that ran through a pine forest, then past Kulikov, then deeper into the mountains that marked the southern border of Poland. Captain D'Amelia and the engineer saw the dim shape ahead at the same moment. D'Amelia wondered what it was, and squinted to bring it into focus. The old man swore and hauled on the brake with both hands. The wheels locked and screeched as they slid on the iron rails, and the train finally shuddered to a halt just short of the barrier. Tree trunks piled across the track. The light was strange at that hour. Not night, not yet dawn. So the shapes coming toward them from the forest had no color, and seemed to glide on mist like phantoms in a dream, with white plumes steaming from the horses' nostrils in the cold mountain air. The bandit leader, or ataman, or headman, whatever he called himself, was not to be hurried. Rifle at rest across his saddle, he walked his horse to the cab of the locomotive and stared at D'Amelia. "Get out," he said softly. This was Ukrainian, of which D'Amelia understood that much at least. The bandit was perhaps in his 50s, wore a peaked cap and a suit jacket. 2 or 3 days' white bristle covered a stubborn jaw below the small, shrewd eyes of the farmer's most cherished pig. D'Amelia jumped to the ground. The engineer followed. The boy did not. Hiding, D'Amelia thought. All along the train, passengers were filing out of the coaches, hands high above their heads, lining up at the direction of the bandits. The leader looked him over. Where was the danger in him? Where the profit? D'Amelia met his gaze. Back by the coaches there was a rifle shot. The bandit watched to see what he would do, so he did not turn around to see what had happened. "Who are you?" the leader asked. "I work for the railroad." The bandit did not quite believe that. "You ready to die up in a tree?" Ukrainian executions lasted all day. D'Amelia did not react. "Hard-headed, you people," the leader said. "You're finished," he went on. "Now it's the Germans and us." D'Amelia was silent. "Carrying anything valuable on that train?" "No, just people, heading for the border." The bandit glanced back at the passenger coaches. D'Amelia followed his eyes. The passengers had their hands on the sides of the rail cars. Their baggage was laid out on the ground so that the bandits could pick and choose what they wanted. A bandit on a gray pony rode up beside the leader. "Any good?" the leader asked. "Not bad. Gold, some Polish money, jewelry. And the women? Good, 4 or 5 of them." The bandit leader winked at Demilia. "You won't be seeing them again." He paused. Something about Demilia fascinated him. "Come over here," he said. Demilia stepped forward, stood beside the bandit's boot in a stirrup. "Give me your watch. It would be a railroad watch, of course." Demilia undid the strap, handed up his watch, long ago a present from his wife. The bandit glanced at it, then dropped it in his pocket. "Not a railroad watch, is it?" "No." The leader was getting bored. With one hand he raised his rifle until Demilia was looking down the barrel. "What do you see in there?" Demilia took a deep breath. The bandit was going to ask him to look closer. One of the passengers screamed. Demilia couldn't tell if it was a man or a woman. The bandit on the gray pony trotted a little way toward the sound. A rifle fired a flat, dull crack like the earlier shot, then another, deeper. The bandit leader puffed out his cheek so hard it burst in a red spray. His horse shied and whinnied. Demilia grabbed the harness and pulled himself close to the horse's body. The barrel of the rifle probed frantically, looking for him. Somewhere above the bandit was wailing and cursing like a child. Demilia hung on to the reins with one hand and snatched the rifle barrel with the other. The weapon fired, but he didn't let go. Then the boy came out from behind a locomotive wheel and hit the bandit on the head with the shovel, which rang like a bell as the rifle came free in Demilia's hand and the horse tore away from him. The other bandit danced his pony around and shot the boy again and again. Demilia could hear the bullets hit, and the boy grunted each time. He fumbled the rifle around to firing position, but the bandit galloped away, jumped his horse over the coupling between cars, and disappeared. Demilia flinched as something hissed by his ear. Then Novak called to him from the coal car, and he ran up the ladder mounted on the wall as a bullet struck a silver chip out of the iron and the locomotive's light went dark. 2 horses thundered past, then a cluster of rapid rifle shots, a yell of triumph. Novak was lying on the coal at one end of the car, firing a rifle into the darkness. Demilia threw himself down beside him. Between the train and the forest, dark shapes were sprawled amid clothing and suitcases. A yellow spark from the trees. Both he and Novak swung their weapons. Novak fired, but Demilia's clicked as the hammer fell on an empty chamber. He threw it aside and worked the pistol free from beneath his sweater. "Who has the other rifles?" Demilia asked, meaning the weapons they had hidden behind a panel. "Don't know, sir," Novak said. "It's chaos." He couldn't permit chaos. Rolled over the lip of the car, slid down the ladder on the other side, stood between cars for a moment, then jumped to the ground and ran along the length of the train. The conductor ran by him going the other way, eyes white, teeth clenched, pistol held up in a safe position. Combat mad, he never even saw Demilia, who wondered who he was chasing. Passengers were climbing through the coach windows. Some of them had gotten a horse off its feet, and it kicked and whinnied in terror as they tried to kill its rider, who howled for mercy. Demilia stepped on a body, then through a tangle of clothing that reeked of cloves, hair tonic from a shattered bottle. He tripped as he leaped for an open doorway, then went sprawling into the last coach. The smell of gunpowder and urine hit him like a wall. Someone moaned softly, but mostly it was very dark and very quiet. The people, packed together on the floor, were breathing audibly, as though winded. A bullet from the forest went through the car, and a triangle of glass fell on a seat without breaking. The silhouette rose suddenly in the middle of the car and returned the fire. As Demilia crawled along the aisle, the train moved, barely, only just making way, but he thought he could feel the logs being slowly forced off the track. The engineer is alive, he thought, using the locomotive like a bulldozer. The rifleman knelt quickly, moved on his knees to a neighboring window, straightened up, and fired. It was Hershinson, the violinist. The Hamburg was jammed down on his head, a muscle ticked in his jaw, and he was muttering under his breath, "Stay still, you," as he took aim. Demilia reached the far end of the car, the back of the train, just as something seemed to give way, and, with the sound of splintering wood, the train moved a little faster. "Wait!" A running shape burst from the forest. The peasant girl who'd begged to be let on the train at the water tower. "She got away!" Herschensohn had appeared beside him. The girl ran in panic, tripped, went sprawling on her face, struggled back up again, limping now and much slower. She waved her hands and screamed as the train gradually picked up speed. Demilia was abruptly shoved aside. A man in a grey suit, with carefully brushed hair, leaped off the train and ran toward the girl, circled an arm around her waist and tried to help her. No longer young, he could barely run fast enough to keep up with the injured girl. "For God's sake, don't leave us!" he yelled. The bandits on horseback and in the woods saw what was happening. Demilia pinpointed the muzzle flashes in the half-light. The range was absurd, but he aimed with both hands, changed the action to single shot, and squeezed off round after round from his automatic. Herschensohn muttered angrily under his breath, talking to the target as he fired his rifle. A young woman in a sweater and skirt jumped from a window, stumbled, came up running, took the girl around the waist from the other side. Demilia heard footsteps pounding above him as Novak ran down the roof of the car, firing into the trees. Somebody yelled, "Save her! Save her! Save her!" like a chant, and others took up the cry. Demilia thrust his empty pistol into his pocket and stood on the lowest step as the three people gained on the car. Herschensohn was firing over his shoulder, and Novak was shouting something from the roof. The three faces were distorted with exhaustion, with tears of effort, mouths gasping for breath, hands clawing frantically at the railing beside the door. But as the last log rolled away, the locomotive accelerated, the three runners flailing and staggering as the platform moved away from them. Then the train quivered, the shock slammed Demilia against the wall, and suddenly the runners were close. He reached out and grabbed handfuls of shirt, coat, hair, whatever he could get, and hung on desperately. Someone caught the back of his coat just as he started to fall onto the tracks. Other hands reached over his shoulders. People yelled. Shoes scraped on the boards as somebody fought for traction, and the two rescuers and the girl were hauled aboard with a cry of triumph. Demilia ended up on hands and knees as the train, something wrong with the way it ran now, slowly ground through a long, gentle curve. At the bottom of the embankment lay what was left of a truck, cab torn in half, gasoline flames flickering over the radiator, a tire spinning, a mounted machine gun aimed at the sky, and a man, arms flung wide, half buried in a pile of broken brick. When Demilia worked his way forward to the cab of the locomotive, he found bullet marks everywhere. The Ukrainian gunners had had their moment, and a very pale engineer. They'd mounted a machine gun on a brick truck and parked it on the tracks behind the log barrier, just in case. For the last 100 miles, they were well up in the Carpathians, some of the passes at 7,000 feet, and the train switched back over ridges and granite outcrops, through sparse grass and forests of stunted pine where hawks floated on the mountain thermals. The train barely went now, maybe 10 miles an hour, crawled along a trestle over a 1,000-foot gorge as the passengers prayed silently and not so silently, oil trickling from beneath the engine. The sun didn't reach them until 10 in the morning. They were cold, there was nothing to eat, and very little water. They crossed the Tisa River. There'd been a fire on the bridge, but it still held. Demilia walked along in front of the engine, watching the track bow under the weight, trying not to hear the sounds the wooden girders made. They traveled for a time beside a deeply rutted dirt track where stone mileposts gave the distance to Romania. A burned-out Polish army car had been shoved into a ditch. A wagon and a pair of horses hit by a dive bomber. A truck lay on its side in the middle of a mountain stream. They worked at it all day, Novak and Demilia taking turns, standing with the engineer in the locomotive, sometimes running the train themselves, since he was long past exhaustion. Slow as their progress was, there were no other trains. The station master in Mukachova told them the Germans had bombed the lines running south. The Polish railway system didn't really exist any longer. They were what was left. Demilia and Novak changed into officers' uniforms a few miles before they reached the frontier at Siget. The train stopped at the Polish border station. But it had been abandoned. An empty hut, a bare flagpole. A mile farther on, at the Romanian customs post, a tank was parked with its cannon facing down the track. "So," said the engineer, "we are expected." Demilja took a set of papers, prepared in Warsaw, to the Romanian major, who greeted him at the wooden barrier pole. The two officers saluted, then shook hands. The major was dark, with a movie hero mustache and excellent manners. Yes, they were expected. Yes, everything was in order. Yes, they'd be processed through in a half-hour. Yes, yes, yes. The sun dropped lower in the sky. The children cried because they were hungry. The truth was to be seen in the eyes of the passengers on the train. Despair, boredom, fatigue. The refugee life had begun. "Please be patient," the Romanian major said. "Please." Two Polish diplomats materialized. Eyeglasses, Van Dyke beards, and overcoats with velvet collars. Negotiations continued, they reported, but a diplomatic solution had been proposed. The Polish passengers could enter Romania. Temporary immigrant status would be granted. The Polish train could not. A troublesome technicality, but the hanging sentence meant what can be done. Poland could no longer insist on anything. It was a former nation now, a phantom of international law. Meanwhile, Demilja used the diplomats to make contacts he'd been given in Warsaw, and with a few code words and secret signs, things started to happen, not the least of which was the delivery of hampers of bread and onions and wormy pears brought by Romanian soldiers. And eventually, long after dark, another Polish captain nom de guerre showed up. They recognized each other from the meeting in Viborg's office, shared a cigarette, a walk by the tracks, and the news of the day. Then a phone call was made, and an hour later a train appeared at the Romanian frontier post. A few freight cars, a small but serviceable locomotive, and Polish regular army soldiers with submachine guns. This train was moved up to the edge of the barrier on the Romanian side, and the Antonescu government, an uncertain mistress to several lovers, England, Germany, Russia, agreed that the passengers could bring whatever baggage they had onto Romanian soil. It was very dark at the border, so pitch-pine torches were brought, and several volunteers among the passengers were given pry bars. The floorboards in the coaches were prized up, and, by flickering torchlight, the Polish National Gold Reserve, more than $11 million, was carried into Romania. Standing with Novak by the train, Captain Demilja felt his heart stir with pride. From the Pilava local, with its shattered windows and bullet gashes, its locomotive reeking of singed bearings and burnt oil, the passengers handed out crates stamped National Bank of Poland. Blood had been shed for this. By a locomotive fireman, a 10-year-old girl, a boy from a country village, by a conductor of the Polish National Railways who, teeth clenched, pistol in hand, had disappeared into the darkness. Demilja did not believe it had been shed in vain, and stood very nearly to attention as his little army struggled past with the heavy boxes. Vladimir Hershenzon, his violin carried off by Ukrainian bandits, the veterinarian who had treated the wounded, the pensioned engineer, the peasant girl, the man and woman from some comfortable professional class who had run onto a battlefield to save a life, a few country people, a few workers, women and children. Poland had lost a war. This was what was left. Room 9. 20 October, 1939, Bucharest, Romania. Now the war was over. A pleasant autumn. Hitler had what he wanted. Maybe he did, after all, have a right to it. A case could be made. You had to accept the reality of politics in Central Europe. The days were cool and sunny, the harvest in, a little fog in the morning, and geese overhead. Germany had Austria, Czechoslovakia, and Poland, and was officially, at war with England and France. But this was politics. Eddies and swirls and tidal shifts in the affairs of diplomats. Slowly the sun warmed the squares and plazas, the boulevards and little winding streets, and by mid-morning all across Europe it was just right for a coffee on the café terrace. On the terrace of the Dragomir Nicolescu restaurant, a man at leisure, or perhaps he simply has no place to go. A respectable gentleman, one would have to say. The suit not new, of course. The shirt a particular color like wheat meal that comes from washing in the sink and drying on a radiator. The posture proud, but maybe, if you looked carefully, just a little lost. Not defeated, nothing that drastic. Haven't we all had a moment of difficulty, a temporary reversal? Haven't we all, at some time or another, washed out a shirt in the sink? Still, it must be said, the times are not so easy. The police are seen a good deal lately in the neighborhood of rooming houses that take in refugees, and the medical school does have all the, subjects that its anatomy students might require, and the police launch on the nearby river almost always has a customer on the early morning patrol, sometimes two. Difficult these times. Discontent, dislocation, shifting power, uneasy alliance. The best way, nowadays, is to remain flexible, supple. Almost everybody would agree with that. Speaking of the police, the gentleman on the terrace of the Nicolescu is evidently of interest to at least three, one uniformed, two not. And they are in turn doubtless assisted by various barmen, drivers of horse-drawn trassuri cabs, and the rouge-cheeked girls left over from last night. Such a wealth of attention. But frankly, whose fault is that? Poor Romania. The flood comes to its door, Jews and socialists and misfits and Poles and spies and just about any damn thing you care to name. It's gotten so bad, they've had to put little cards on the tables at the Plaza Athénée. By order of the government, political discussion is forbidden. The gentleman on the terrace of the Nicolescu ordered a second coffee. When it came, he took a handful of leu coins out of his pocket, then hesitated a moment, uncertain what was worth what. The waiter, the natural curl of his lip tightening just a bit, deftly plucked out the right ones and dropped them in his waiter's saucer. Here was a land of saruta mana peccare no potimusca. Kiss the hand you cannot bite. Inhabited solely by the contemptuous and the contemptible. And those who had some doubt as to where they belonged could find instruction in the eyes of any cafe waiter. If the gentleman on the terrace of the Nicolescu didn't particularly care, it was, at least in part, because his head swam with hunger. Just behind him, lunchtime lobsters and crayfish were being set out on beds of shaved ice. The Nicolescu's kitchen was preparing its famous hot meat and fried mushroom patties. Two peddlers with packs and long beards had stopped nearby to eat slices of white cheese and garlic on cold corn polenta. Even the gypsies, just across the square, were cooking a rapid over a pot of burning tar. The gentleman on the terrace took a measured sip of coffee. Discipline, he told himself. Make it last. The woman was stylish, somewhere in middle age, wearing a little hat with a half-veil. She arrived in a trassuri, bid it wait with a wave of a gloved hand, and accepted the doorman's arm to descend from the carriage. The gentleman on the terrace was pleased to see her. He stood politely while she settled herself on a chair. The waiter pushed the lank hair back from his forehead and said, "Service," in French as he went for her coffee. She drank only a sip. They spoke briefly, then she whispered by his ear, and they held hands for a moment beneath the table. He stood, she rose, he took her hand, she presented her veil for a brush of his lips, said a parting word behind the back of her hand, walked quickly to her trassuri, and was gone, leaving a cloud of lilac scent. "God go with you, Captain," was what she'd said. The gentleman on the terrace touched the pocket of his jacket, making sure of the money she'd passed to him, then strolled slowly across the square, past the policemen, uniformed and not, and their helpers, past old women sweeping the cobblestones with twig brooms, past a flock of pigeons that rose into the air with beating wings. Captain d'Emilia left that night. He'd had enough of Bucharest, the rooming house, the police, and the assorted ghosts and wolves who lived in the cafes, and more than enough of Romania. The country, under German diplomatic pressure, had started to intern Polish army units crossing the border, as they had interned most of the senior ministers of the Polish government. Time to go. He traveled under a cover he'd created for himself, using a blank identity card they'd left in his dossier the night he went to work for Viborg. Name, Jan Bodin. That made him a Silesian Pole, like his father, with a good knowledge of German and likely some German blood. Profession? Buyer of wood for coffins. That made it normal for him to travel, yet wasn't a profession that the Germans would want to draft, not, for example, like an expert machinist, for labor in Germany. He wore a leather coat so he wouldn't freeze, and carried a VIS, the Polish Army automatic pistol, so he wouldn't be taken prisoner. If he had to drop it quickly somewhere, he could always get another. After 6 years of war, 1914 to 1918, then the 1920 to 1921 campaign against the Red Army, Poland was an armory. Every barn, every cellar, every attic had its weapons and ammunition. And the Poles were not Russian peasants. They cleaned and oiled and maintained because they liked things that worked. He had some time to spare. The message that the courier delivered along with the money was Room 9 at St. Stanislaus Hospital on Grodny Street by 23 October. And that probably saved his life. He took a train from Bucharest up to Sighișoara in the Transylvanian Alps, then another going west that crossed into Hungary near Arad. Changed again, this time going north to Kisvárda in the Carpathians. As it grew dark, he caught a ride on a truck into a border village by a stream that fed into the Tisa, close to one of several passes over the mountains. He entered the local tavern, ordered beer and sausage, and was approached by the local passeur, smugglers, within the hour. He said he wished to be guided into Poland. A price was set. Everybody spit on their palms and shook hands. But soon after they started out, he realized that, contractual spits notwithstanding, they meant to kill him and take his money. It was black dark. The two passeurs, reeking of taverns, goats, and rancid fat, squatted on either side of him. They whispered and touched his arms. Too much, as though familiarizing themselves with his physical capacity and dissipating his protective magic. One of them had a knife in his belt, a dull, rusty thing. The idea of being stabbed with it gave d'Emilia a chill. "I have to go behind a tree," he said in Polish. Then he faded away in the darkness, and just kept going. He found what he believed to be the south bank of the Tisa, then a dirt track that someone might have intended as a road, then a bridge where he could hear the unmistakable sounds of Russian soldiers getting drunk, singing, then arguing, then fighting, then weeping, then snoring. As one of the Ostrov uncles used to say, "Here is something a man can depend on. Never mind some silly ball rolling down an inclined plane." d'Emilia crossed the bridge a little after 2 in the morning. He was then in Soviet-occupied Poland. He walked another hour, winter cold numbing his face at the high altitude, then came upon a deserted farm, no barking dogs, opened the milking shed, kicked together a straw bed for himself, and actually slept until dawn. By midday on the 21st of October, he was in the town of Kosov, where the railroad went to Tarnopol. He bought a ticket and caught the next train. His night in the milk shed had left him rumpled, unshaven, a little smelly, and thoroughly acceptable, proletarian, to the Russian guards at the railroad station. He leaned his head against the cold glass of the window as the train crossed the Dniester. Yes, he was under orders to go to Warsaw, but he meant to find his wife at the clinic. Meant somehow to get her across the border into Romania. Let them intern her if they liked. It was better than being at the mercy of the Russians. In Ternopil, the taxis had disappeared from the railway station, so he walked through the winding streets in late afternoon, found the way out of town, and was soon headed for the clinic down a rutted dirt path. He knew this country, the Volhynia. It was home to his mother's family estates. More than 3,000 acres of rolling hills, part forest, part farmland, with bountiful hunting and poor harvests and no way to earn a zloty. A lost paradise, where one could gently starve to death with a contented heart beneath a pale, lovely moon. The birch trees shimmered in the wind as night came on. Butterflies hovered over a still pond in a meadow. The shadowy woods ran on forever, a fine place to write a poem, or be murdered, or whatever fate might have in mind for you just then. The little boy in Emilia's heart was every bit as scared of this forest as he'd always been. The WWII pistol in his pocket affording just about as much protection from the local spirits as the rock he used to carry. It was near twilight when he reached the clinic. The wicker wheelchairs stood empty on the overgrown lawns. The white pebble paths were unraked. It was all slowly going back to nature. He walked up a long path lined with Lombardy poplars, was not challenged as he entered the 100-year-old gabled house, formerly the heart of a grand estate. There were no bearded doctors, no brisk nurses, no local girls in white aprons to bring tea and cake, and there seemed to be fewer patients about than he remembered. But on some level the clinic still functioned. He saw a few old village women making soup in the kitchen. The steam radiators were cold, but a fire had been built in the main parlor, and several patients, wrapped in mufflers and overcoats, were staring into it and talking quietly among themselves. His wife was sitting a little apart from the group, hands held between her knees, something she did when she was cold, face hidden by long sand-colored hair. When he touched her shoulder, she looked startled, then recognized him and smiled for a moment. She had sharp features and generous, liquid eyes, the face of a person who could not hurt anything. Strange, he thought, how she doesn't seem to age. "Helena," he said. She searched for something, then looked down, hiding her eyes. "Let's sit over here," he said. Often it was best just to go forward. He took her hand and led her to a sofa where they could be private. "Are you all right?" he asked. A little shrug, a wry smile. "Have you seen soldiers? Russian soldiers?" That bore thinking about. She simply did not hear things the way others did. Perhaps she heard much more. Echoes and echoes of meaning until no question could have an answer. "Yes," she said hesitantly. "Was anyone hurt?" "No." She was thinner. Her eyes seemed bruised, but they always did. She disliked the Veronal they gave her to calm down and sleep, and so hid it somewhere and paced away the nights. "Enough to eat?" She nodded yes. "So, then?" he said, pretending to be gruff. This never failed to please her. "So, then?" she said, imitating him. He reached for her, resting his hand lightly on the soft hair that fell to her shoulder. It was something she allowed. "Helena," he said. Her eyes wandered. What did he want? "The Russians," he continued, "are here now. Perhaps you know. Please," she said, eyes pleading. She would not stand for exegesis, could not bear it. He sighed and took her hands. She took them back. Gently, she didn't want to hurt his feelings. She simply wanted the hands. Folded them in her lap and gave him a puzzled look. Usually he was so courteous. "I have been thinking that I ought to take you away from here," he said. She considered it. He could see a certain shadow touch her face as she reasoned. Then she shook her head no. The way she did it was not vague or crazy, but sharp, completely in control. She'd thought through everything. Soldiers, what they did, how bad it was, that she was not vulnerable to whatever he feared might happen to her. He dropped his hands into his lap. He felt completely helpless. He considered taking her away by force, but he knew it wouldn't work. "To go where?" she asked, not unkindly. He shook his head, defeated. "Will you walk me to the lake house?" she asked. She could be soft and shy to a point where he came near tears, the ache in the back of the throat. He stood and offered her his arm. What she called the lake house had once been a pavilion where guests were served cream cakes and tea from a silver urn, and the doctors could speak frankly in peaceful surroundings. Now it was dark and abandoned, and some bird out in the reed marsh beyond the lake repeated a low evening call. She stood facing him, almost touching, reluctant to speak at first, and, even for her, very troubled. "I want you to make love to me as you used to," she said. One last time. Her unspoken words were clear as a musical note. Looking around, he found a cane deck chair, gray with years of weather. He sat down, then invited her to sit on his lap with a flourish, as though it were a masterpiece of a bed, all silk and wool in some grand hotel. She liked to play like this. Raised her skirt just an inch, settled herself on his legs, and laid her head against his shoulder. A little wind blew across the lake. The reeds bent. A few ducks flew over the marsh on the horizon. Idly, he stroked her dry lips with an index finger. She raised her face to it, and he saw that she had closed her eyes. He took the hem of her sweater in his fingertips and lifted it to her shoulders, then lowered her slip, pulled her coat tight around her for warmth, wet his finger in her mouth, and rubbed her breasts for a long time. They were heavier than he remembered, but that had always been true of her, even when she was 19, her body full and round for a girl with a small face. She sighed. Sentimental, yes. This was what she'd meant. Then she hummed softly, and where her weight rested on him, he could feel the V of her legs widen. When he slid his hand beneath her skirt, she smiled. Covertly, he watched her face, wondered what sort of dream she was having. Her lips moved, drew back slowly, then parted. Her breathing became louder, shallow and rhythmic, until her weight suddenly pressed into him. "Stand up," he said. He stepped behind her, slid her coat down her arms, and spread it on the broad, dry planks of the pavilion floor. She took her skirt off, then stepped out of her underpants. He knelt, embraced her hips hard as though something in the sky meant to sweep her away. She smoothed his hair. It didn't matter. It didn't matter. Then she settled herself on the coat and swung her knees to one side, hands clasped beneath her head, a girl in a soap ad. He laughed. They made love for a while, like strangers, like husband and wife, eventually like lovers. "I want to ask you," she said quietly, almost to herself, as they lay curled around each other to keep warm. "You didn't bring flowers this time." The words trailed off into the evening sounds by the lake. "And you think, do I love you?" "Yes, I do." "But you always left on the train," he said. "You have to forgive me." She burrowed closer to him. He could feel the tears on her face. On the train back to Warsaw, he made a mistake. He went north from Ternopil to Rovno, stayed overnight in the railway station, technically illegal but tolerated because people had to wait for trains, yet dangerous because security police knew that railway stations attracted fugitives. A uniformed NKVD guard looked through his documents, reading with a slow index finger on each word, then handed them back silently. He got out of Rovno on a dawn train to Brześć, near the east bank of the river that formed the dividing line between German and Russian occupation forces. On this train, 2 men in overcoats. One of them stared at him, and, foolishly, he stared back, then realized what he'd done and looked away. At the very last instant, he could see from the posture of the man, his age, his build, that he was somebody, likely civilian NKVD, and was about to make a point of it. Demilia's heart hammered in his chest. He felt prickly sweat break out under his arms. He did not even dare a glance to see if the man had accepted his surrender, breaking off eye contact. Could not put a hand on the VIS, just tried to shrink down into the seat without a single sign of bravado. He was strong and unafraid. And the way he carried himself, people knew that, and it would bury him in a hurry if he didn't learn some other way to be in public. The 2 men got off the train 1 station before Brześć. From the platform, his enemy squinted at him through the window. Demilia stared at his shoes, a proud man subdued. The Russian didn't buy it. With a certain casual violence, he turned to get back on the train and, Demilia was sure, haul him off, but his partner stopped him and grabbed the shoulder of his coat, pulling him with a joke and a laugh along the platform. They had more important things to do. From the corner of his eye, Demilia could see the Russian as he glanced back one last time. He was red in the face. The man, Demilia knew beyond a doubt, had intended to kill him. In the German sector, it was different, much easier. The black-uniformed border police did not hate Poles as the Russians did. Poles to them were truly Untermenschen, subhuman, beneath contempt. They were to be treated, like all Slavs, as beasts, controlled by Zuckerbrot und Peitsche, sweets and the whip. They checked his identity card, then waved him on. He was nothing. They never even saw him. Of equal interest to Demilia was a siding some 50 miles south of Warsaw. 8 German tank cars pointed east, clearly going to the Soviet ally marked Naphthalene. Yes, well, what couldn't one do with that? 23 October, Warsaw, St. Stanislaus Hospital. An excellent safe house. All sorts of people went in and out at all hours of the day and night. There were cots for sleeping, meals were served, yet it was far safer than any hotel ever could be. Room 9 was in the basement, adjacent to the boilers that heated the hospital water. It had a bed, a steel sink, and plaster walls painted pale green in 1903. It had a military map of Poland, a street map, Baedeker, of Warsaw, 2 steel filing cabinets, a power-boosted radio receiver with an aerial disappearing through a drainpipe entry in an upper corner, 3 telephones, several tin ashtrays, a scarred wood table with 3 chairs on one side and 1 chair on the other. Illumination was provided by a 15-watt bulb in a socket in the middle of the ceiling. Of the 3 people facing him, Demilia knew one by acquaintance, a Warsaw hellion called Grodewicz, who was not, as far as he knew, in the military, and who should have been, as far as most of his friends were concerned, in prison. One by reputation, Colonel Józef Broza, the former military attaché to Belgium, and one not at all, a woman who introduced herself only as Agata. She was in her late 50s, with a square jaw, a tip-tilted nose, and thick, dark blonde hair, shot with grey, pulled back in a tortoise-shell clip. She had the fine skin of a nun, a filigreed gold wedding band, nicotine stains on the fingers of both hands, and unpolished but well-buffed fingernails. D'Amelia could easily see her in a country house or on horseback. Obviously a member of the upper gentry. She lit a cigarette, blew smoke through her nostrils, and gave him a good long stare before she started to speak. What she told him was brief but to the point. An underground organization had been formed to fight the Germans and the Russians. It would operate independently in each of the occupied zones. His job would be in the western half of the country, the German half. The underground was to be called the ZWZ, Związek Walki Zbrojnej, the Union for Armed Struggle. The highest level of command, known as the 6th Bureau, was based in Paris, part of the Polish government in exile, now led by General Sikorski. In German-occupied Poland, the ZWZ was headquartered in Warsaw, with regional stations in Kraków, Łódź, Poznan, all the major cities. Operational sections included sabotage, propaganda, communications, couriers, and secret mail, and an intelligence service. "You," she said to D'Amelia, "are being considered for a senior position in the latter." She stubbed out her cigarette, lit a fresh one. "Of course it is folly to say anything in this country in the singular form. We are God's most plural people, and losing wars doesn't change that. There are, in fact, undergrounds run by the entire spectrum of political parties, the Communists, the Nationalists, the Catholic Nationalists, the Peasant Party, and so on. The Jews are attempting to organize in their own communities, also subject to political division. Still, the ZWZ is more than 90% of the effort and will likely remain so. But whatever name it's done under, we have several months of hard, dirty fighting ahead of us. We now estimate that the French, with England's help, are going to need 6 months to overrun Germany. It's our job to survive in the interim and keep the national damage at the lowest possible level. When Germany is finished off, it will be up to the League of Nations to pry the USSR out of Poland and push it back to the August 39 borders. This will require diplomacy, patience, and perhaps divine intervention. Stalin cares for nothing but brute force. There will be claims for Ukrainian, Belarusian, and Lithuanian sovereignty. The Jews will want restrictive laws repealed. It won't ever be what it was before, but that's maybe not such a bad thing as far as the people in this room are concerned. Any questions? No questions, D'Amelia said. Right now, she continued, we have 2 problems. The Polish people are in a state of mourning. How could the country be beaten so badly? And we lack explosives, incendiaries, and medicines for the partisan effort. We're waiting to be supplied by air from Paris, but nothing's happened yet. They make promises, then more promises. Meanwhile, all we can do is insist and not lose faith. Colonel Broza opened a dossier and glanced through it. He was barely 5.5 feet tall, with massive shoulders, receding curly hair, and a pugnacious face. When he put on reading glasses, he looked like a peasant turned into a chess master, which, the way D'Amelia heard it, wasn't so far from the truth. "Aren't you something to a Eugeniu Shostruf?" "Nephew, sir." "Which side?" "My mother's family." "Ah, the Countess?" "Yes, sir." "Your uncle?" The colonel tried not to laugh. "You must forgive me, I shouldn't. Wasn't there a formal dinner, a trade minister's wife, something about a goat?" "A sheep, I believe it was, sir." "In diplomatic sash?" "Yes, sir." The colonel pinched the bridge of his nose. "And then a cook, wasn't she?" "A laundress, sir." "My God, yes. He married her." "A large, formal wedding, sir." The woman called Agata cleared her throat. "Yes, of course, you're right. You were at Jagiełło University?" "I was." "In mathematics?" "Yes, sir." "How'd you do?" "Very poorly. Tried to follow in my father's footsteps, but—" "Tossed out?" Not quite. Almost. And then? My uncles helped me get a commission in the army, and an assignment to the Military Intelligence Service, and they sent me off to study cartography. Where was that? First at Staff College, then at the French Military Academy, Saint-Cyr. 3 years, it says here. Yes, sir. So, you speak the language? Yes, sir. And German? My father's from Silesia. I spent time there when I was growing up. My German's not too bad, I would say. Colonel Broza turned over a page, read for a moment. Viborg recommends you, he said. I'm going to run the WWII intelligence service. I need somebody to handle special operations, to work with all the sections. You'll report directly to me, but not too often. You understand what I'm saying? Yes, sir. Do you know Captain Grodevich? Yes, sir. Spend a little while with him. He's going to run the ZO unit. Sir? Związek Odwęty. Reprisal. You understand? It snowed early in November, and those who read signs and portents in the weather saw malevolence in it. The Germans had lost no time stealing Polish coal. The open rail cars rattled ceaselessly across the Oder bridges into ancient, warlike Prussia. The men who ran the coal companies in ancient, warlike Prussia were astonished at how much money they made in this way. Commercial logic had always been based on buying a little lower, selling a little higher. But buying for virtually nothing, well, perhaps the wife ought to have the diamond leaf pin after all. Hitler was scary. He gave these huge, towering, patriotic speeches on the radio. That meant war, for God's sake. And war ruined business in the long run, and worse. But this wasn't exactly war. This was a form of mercantile heaven. And who got hurt? A few Poles? A wind blew down from Russia, howled at the windows, piled snow against the door, found every crack, every chip and flaw, and came looking for you in your house. The old people started to die. "This is war," they shouted in France. But no planes came. Perhaps next week. Cautiously from a distance, Captain D'Amelia tried to keep an eye on his family. He knew where one of the maids lived and waited for her at night. "Your father is a saint," the woman said at her kitchen table. "Your mother and your sister are in Hungary, safe, away from the murderers. Your father managed it. I can guess how. There's barely a zloty in the house these days." "What is he doing?" "He will not leave. He will not go to the country. He will not admit that anything has changed," the woman said. "Will not." She shook her head. Respect and apprehension mixed together. "He reads and writes, teaches his classes. He is a rock." She called Emilia by a childhood pet name, and the captain looked at his knees. He took a sheaf of zloty notes out of his pocket and laid it on the table. The maid gave him a wry look. "How do I explain this?" "Don't talk about it. Just go to the black market, put something extra on the table. He won't notice." He had the woman turn out her oil lamp. They sat in the dark for a time, listening to the wind whine against the old brick. Then he whispered goodbye and slid out the door into the night. Because of the curfew, he went doorway to doorway, alert for the sound of German patrol cars. It could be done, anything could be done, but you had to think it through, you had to concentrate. A life lived in flight from the police, a life of evasion, had the same given as always. It hadn't changed in centuries. They could make 1,000 mistakes, you couldn't make one. Once upon a time, only criminals figured that out. By November 1939, every man, woman, and child in Poland knew it. Something had to be done. D'Amelia met with his directorate in room 9. He was living in a servant's garret in Mokotów that week, and the sudden warmth of the hospital basement made him giddy. He sat in the chair and presented his case. The heart was going out of the people. He could sense it. Colonel Broza agreed. Agata wasn't sure. Grodevich thought maybe it didn't, for the moment, matter. Broza prevailed. All sorts of actions were considered, some violent, some spectacular. Should they humiliate the Germans? What, for an underground army, constituted a resounding success? How would people find out about it? Cigarette smoke hung in the still air, the perpetual dusk in the room grew darker. One of the hospital nuns brought them tea. They made a decision. Agatha suggested a name. The rest was up to him. The name was a retired Warsaw detective called Homak. D'Amelia went to see him, found a man with stiff posture, shirt buttoned at the throat but no tie, dark hair combed straight back. Young to be retired, D'Amelia thought. But the pre-war politics of the Warsaw Police Department could hardly concern him now. Homak accepted the assignment, a worried wife at his side, a dachshund with a white muzzle sitting alertly by his chair. "Everybody thinks it's easy to steal," Homak said, "but that isn't true." He seemed to take great pleasure in the daily repetitive grind of the work, and always had a certain gleam in his eye. Not so easy, is it, this kind of job? They rode trains together, bicycled down snowy roads at the distant edges of Warsaw, following leads, checking stories, seeing for themselves. They needed to steal a plane, not a warplane. That would have required a massive use of the ZWZ resources, just a little plane. Working through a list of mechanics and fuel truck drivers, these names coming from pre-war tax records secreted by the intelligence services before the Germans took over, they discovered that the great majority of small aircraft, Fiedler Storch reconnaissance planes, for example, were well guarded by Luftwaffe security forces. But the Germans did have a gentleman's flying club. Flying clubs had gained great popularity at the time of the record-setting flights of the 1920s and 1930s, and served as training grounds for future fighter pilots who had come to aviation as airplane-crazy teenagers. And so a few days after German victory, the Flying Club had taken over a small airfield at Pruszków, about 10 miles west of Warsaw. D'Amelia and Homak bicycled slowly along the little road past the field. There wasn't much to see. An expanse of brown grass, a nylon windsock on a pole, a hut with a swastika flag, and 6 single-engine planes, of which 2 had had their engines taken down to small pieces in the lone hangar. Part 2. The printer across the river in Praga had all the work he could handle. The Germans loved print, every sort of decree and form and official paper, signs and manuals and instruction sheets and directives. They couldn't get enough of it, especially that Gothic typeface. The Wehrmacht, as far as the printer could see, would rather publish than fight. Hell, he didn't mind. What with 4 kids and the wife pregnant and his old mother and her old mother and coal 100 zlotys a sack on the black market, he had to do something. Don't misunderstand, he was a patriot, had served in the army. But there were mouths to feed. This book? Yeah, he'd printed that. Where the hell had they ever found it? Look at that, doesn't look too bad, does it? Quite a problem at first. Didn't get a call for that sort of thing very often, and he and his chief compositor, poor Vladek, killed in the war, rest in peace, had to work it out together, combining different letters from a variety of fonts. Mostly it was just the usual thing, but now and then you got a chance to be creative in this business, and that made it all worthwhile. Did they know what he meant? Do it again? Well, yeah, shouldn't be a problem. He still had almost all the letters he'd used for this book. He'd have to work at night, probably best to do the typesetting himself, if he remembered how. No, that was a joke, he remembered. What exactly did they need? Single sheet? A snap? Had to have it last week, he supposed. Wednesday soon enough? How many copies? How many? Jesus, the Germans kept him on a paper ration. There was no way he could— Oh, well, if that was the way it was, no problem. As for the ink, he'd just add that into the German charges over the next few months. They'd never notice. Not that he habitually did that sort of thing, but, well— It was December, before all the other details could be sorted through and taken care of. Homak spent 2 nights in the forest bordering the airfield, binoculars trained on the little hut. The light stayed on all night, aglow at the edges of the blackout curtain, and the watchman, a big brawny fellow with white hair and a beer belly, was conscientious, made a tour of the field and the hangar twice a night. They found a pilot. Not so easy, because Polish airmen who survived the war had gone to London and Paris to fight for the Allies. The man they located had flown mail and freight all around the Baltic, but poor eyesight had disqualified him for combat flying. When approached, he was anxious to take on the mission. They picked up the printing in a taxi, storing the string-tied bundles in Hommak's apartment. The mission was then scheduled for the 9th of December, but that night turned out cold and crisp, with a sky full of twinkling stars. Likewise the 10th and 11th. The night of the 12th, the weather turned bad, and the mission was on until an icy snow closed down every road out of Warsaw. December 14th dawned warm and still. The snow turned to slush, and the sky was all fog and thick cloud. A wagon full of turnips transported the leaflets to a forest clearing near the airfield. Then Demilia and the pilot arrived by bicycle an hour later. By 5:20 p.m., the field manager and the mechanic had gone home, and the night watchman had arrived. Demilia and his crew knocked on the door around 7. At first, the watchman, a German it turned out, struggled and swore when they grabbed him and pulled a pillowcase over his head. Then he decided to cooperate, and Hommak started to tie him up, but he changed his mind and got one hand loose, and they had to hit him a few times before he'd calm down. Hommak and Demilia then rolled a plane to the gas pump and filled the tank. The pilot clambered in and studied the controls with a flashlight, while Demilia and Hommak pushed the plane to the edge of the grass runway. At 8:20, Captain Demilia cranked the engine to life, the pilot made the thumbs-up sign, the plane bumped over the rocky field, picked up speed, then staggered up into the sky, airborne, and flying a mission for free Poland. The trick for the pilot was to get the plane down quickly. There certainly was hell to pay in the Warsaw air defense sector. The Germans could hear something buzzing around up there in the clouds, but they couldn't see it. The searchlight beams swept back and forth, but all they found was grey mist. The anti-aircraft batteries let loose, the drone of the plane vanished to the west. The pilot headed around east on his compass until he picked up 2 gasoline-in-a-barrel fires lit off by Demilia and Hommak, then wasted no time getting down on the lumpy field, since Luftwaffe night fighters were just that moment slicing through the sky over Warsaw looking for something to shoot at. Down below, hundreds of people broke the curfew to run outside and snatch up a leaflet. These were, with the aid of friends and dictionaries, soon enough deciphered. The English-style printing, as opposed to the usual Polish letters, made it just a little more difficult to read. And by breakfast time everybody in Warsaw, and much of occupied Poland, felt good the way one did when a friend came around to say hello. To the brave people of Poland, greetings from your British allies. We are flying over your troubled land tonight to let you know that you are not forgotten. We'll be back soon. There will be lots more of us, and next time we won't be dropping leaflets. Until then, keep your chin up, and give the Germans hell any way you can. Long live Poland. 10th Bomber Wing, RAF. But he changed his mind, and they had to hit him a few times before he'd calmed down. Thus, the night watchman at the Pruszków airfield, but nothing more. Demilia had carried a small 9mm automatic. There wasn't any point in not having something, not for him. But Colonel Broza had said in their last meeting before the operation, "Don't kill him, Captain. Let's not start that yet." Yet. But then, it wasn't really up to them. Of course it never had been. And the miracle was that 50 days or so of occupation had passed so peacefully. Then it happened, out in Praga one Friday night. And that was that. A workers' tavern in a workers' part of town. What was a Wehrmacht non-com even doing in such a place? Probably a worker himself, back in Düsseldorf or Essen or wherever it was. Not the classic Nazi, some fine-boned little blonde shit quivering with rage and overbreeding, cursing Jews in a squeaky voice with saliva on his chin. The breed existed, but it didn't fight wars. Who fought wars was the guy in the Polish tavern, some big, blunt, slow-thinking German working man, strong as an ox, common as dirt, and not such a bad type. Here it was coming Christmas, and he was stuck in Poland. He wasn't making out with the Polish girls. Everything was a little grimier than he liked. There was garlic in his food, and people either wouldn't meet his eyes or glared with hatred. Hatred? Christ, he hadn't done anything. They put him in the army, and they said, go here, go there, and he went here and there. Who wouldn't? That was the way of the world. You did what the Wehrmacht told you to do, just like you did what Rheinmetall or Krupp told you to do. And Friday night, like always, you went to a tavern just to get out from underneath it a little. Ordered a beer, then another, and minded your own business. But taverns were taverns, especially in working-class neighborhoods. And it was always the same, a word, a look, some little thing that just couldn't be ignored. And people who couldn't afford to lose their tempers brought them in here on Friday night in order to do exactly that. And then some people didn't like Germans, never had, never would. Maybe they thought that Hansi or Willi, or whatever his name was spoiling a good night's drinking, just by being there. Maybe they told him to leave. Maybe Hansi or Willi had never been told to leave a tavern. Maybe he figured he was a conqueror. Maybe he refused. Well, he wasn't a conqueror that night. Somebody took out a knife and put it just the right place, and that was that. The Gestapo came running, hanged the tavern keeper over his own door, and next day executed 120 neighborhood men. So there. The Germans were famous for reprisal long before they forced the Polish frontier. In 1914, stomping into Belgium, they encountered francs-tireurs, snipers, and responded with heavy reprisals, shooting hundreds of Belgians when they couldn't get at the francs-tireurs. They didn't invent it. Revenge killing was right up at the front of the Bible. But they believed in it. And it was just about that time when Hans Frank, named Governor-General of the swath of Poland around Warsaw, not directly incorporated into Germany, wrote in his diary that the Poles will be the slaves of the German Reich. Meanwhile, they had the Jews sewing stars of David on their breast pockets, and hanging signs on the shops that said Nicht Arisch, not Aryan. The ZWZ was besieged. Everybody wanted a piece of a German. Demilja didn't exactly recruit, but he did look over candidates before passing the name on to a committee, and the first 2 weeks of December he barely had time to do anything else. 2 days before Christmas, Demilja went to see the maid who was taking care of his father. A newspaper-wrapped parcel in hand, sausage, aspirin, and sewing needles, the latest items that had become impossible to get treasures. "He wants to see you," the woman said. "He told me to tell you that." Demilja thought a moment. He was staying in the basement of a large apartment house in central Warsaw, just off Jerozolimskie Avenue, one of the city's main thoroughfares. There's a bar called Zofia just by Solski Park, with a public room above it. 10 minutes after 7, tell him. The maid nodded that she understood, but Demilja could see she disapproved of the idea that the professor would set foot in such a low place. It was a low place, an after-curfew nightclub with a room upstairs that held 3 pool tables and an assortment of Warsaw lowlife, mostly black market operators and pimps and their entourages. Tough guys. Plenty of hair oil, overcoats with broad shoulders and ankle-length hems, a little bit of a cigarette stuck up in the corner of the mouth. They played pool, bet on the games, practiced 3-bank wizard shots, sold a tire, bought a few pounds of sugar. Demilja liked it because someone was paying off the Germans to stay away, and that made it useful to people like him who'd had to learn one of the cardinal truths of secret life. Anything clandestine is temporary. So the room above the Zofia was a welcome item on a list that could never be long enough. Watching his father walk through the smoky pool room, Demilja felt a pang in his heart. With hair combed faultlessly to one side and round, tortoise-shell spectacles, he looked like photographs of T.S. Eliot, the English banker poet. His face was thinner and brighter than Demilja remembered, and he wore a raincoat, not his winter overcoat. Where was that? Demilja wondered. Sold? Clutching his professorial briefcase tightly, he excused his way through the crowd, ignoring the stares of the pool-room toughs. Some of them would have liked to humiliate him. He was an inviting target, a large, ungainly bird who cried out for insult, but he was moving faster than they realized, and before the right words could be said, he was gone. He paused while a boy with a huge pompadour and a royal blue suit squinted down his cue to line up a shot and winked suddenly at his son. There in a minute, must wait until Euclid here gets it all worked out. Thus had his father survived years of the Ostruf uncles. The more his sensibilities were offended, the more he twinkled. They shook hands. His father settled himself at the table, noting the rough wood with hearts and initials carved in it, the water glass of vodka, wilted beet slices on a plate, and a salt shaker. "How have you been?" he asked. D'Amelio smiled. "Not so bad. You?" That was ignored. "Most thoughtful of you, that package. We ate the sausage and sent the aspirin and the needles on to your mother and sister. They are in Hungary, I believe Sonia told you. Near Eger, in a sort of tumble-down castle, decrepit nobility wearing earmuffs at the dinner table. Very old world, I'm sure. I think you should join them." "Me? What would I do for a library? Besides, I still have students, a few anyhow. As long as they show up, I will." "But Hungary is safe, you think?" The professor hesitated. "Yes. They're just now Germany's great friends. Maybe later it will turn out they loved England all along. In their secret heart, you see." "And the house?" "Cold as a donkey's dick." A sly smile bloomed for a moment. "Shocked you, did I?" "I've got newspapers stuffed in every crack, but it doesn't seem to help." "Look, why don't you let me find you an apartment?" The professor cut him short. "Really, you needn't bother." Then he leaned closer and lowered his voice. "But there is something I want you to do." He paused, then said, "Am I correct in assuming you've been recruited into the underground? That you remain under military orders?" D'Amelio nodded yes. "Are you anything important?" No reaction at first. Then a slight shrug. "Important?" But the professor was not to be fended off. "Don't be coy. Either you can talk to the leadership or you can't." "I can." D'Amelio felt his ears getting warm. His father searched his face, then decided he was telling the truth. It really was some other boy who'd thrown the chalk, reached into his briefcase and surfaced with 3 pages of densely written pen and ink script. "For the right person, this would be of consequence," he said. "What is it?" "A study." His father stared at it a moment. "The research is thin. I merely talked to a few of my old students, had a coffee, a little gossip. But they're smart. That I know for a certainty because I made them prove it more than once. And well-placed. Not at the very top of the civil service, but just below it, where they actually read the paper and make the decisions and tell the boss what to say. Anyhow, it's the best that I could do, an outline, but useful to the right people." He paused for effect. "The point is, I'd like to be asked to do more." He met D'Amelia's eyes. "Is that clear?" "Because what I have in mind is far more ambitious, an ongoing study that—" A sudden commotion interrupted him. 2 of the local princes had reversed their pool cues and were snarling at each other, while friends held them back. When D'Amelio looked back at his father, he caught him with a particular expression on his face. Irritation, disappointment. Why did he have to see his son in places like this? Why wasn't it a faculty dining room or an intellectual's cafe? The response was irrational. He would have admitted that, but it was the truth of his heart, and for a moment he'd forgotten to hide it. D'Amelio took the papers from his father's hand. "I can only promise that it will be read." "Well, naturally. I don't expect more than that." D'Amelio glanced at his watch. I'd like to spend more time, but if you're going to get back home before curfew—" His father stood quickly. "You'll be in touch," he said, through Sonia. They said goodbye. It was awkward, as their time together always was. They shook hands, both started to say something, shook hands again, then parted. At the door his father turned and looked back. D'Amelia started to wave, but he was too late. The raincoat and briefcase disappeared through the doorway, and D'Amelia never saw him again. It was cold in Warsaw that night. There was ice in Captain D'Amelia's basement room, a rust-colored stalactite that hung from a connection in the water pipe that ran across his ceiling. A janitor had once lived here. His church calendar, little girls praying with folded hands, and his French movie star, torn from a magazine, a Claudette Colbert look-alike, were still stuck on nails in the wall. Cold enough to die, the captain thought. Wondered how cold that actually had to be. He wore an army greatcoat, a scarf, and wool gloves as he sat on the edge of a cot and, by the light of a candle, read the report his father had written. He read it twice, then again. The writing was plain enough, and the facts were not obscure, just a listing of things governments did on a daily basis. A few administrative procedures, some new policies and guidelines. Really not very interesting. But look again, he told himself. Principles of the German occupation of Poland. 10 December 1939. There wasn't anything in the report that Colonel Broza and the Directorate didn't know. All his father and his informants had done was to gather up what was available and synthesize it. 3 pages. 4 principles. 1. Calculated devaluation of the currency. 2. Replacement of the judiciary. 3. Direction of labor. 4. Registration. That was all. The real, arid horror of the thing lay in its simplicity. The essential mechanics of slavery, it turned out, weren't at all complicated. With registration, you knew who and what and where everyone was. A Jew or a metallurgical engineer, it was all filed for future reference. With the direction of labor, they worked where you wanted and had to meet production norms you set. With your own judiciary, you controlled their behavior with their own police. And with devaluation of the currency, you bought everything they owned or produced, and then you starved them to death. D'Amelia passed the report to Colonel Broza in room 9. The colonel put on his reading glasses and thumbed the pages over. "Yes," he said, and and finally, "Thank you." That was all. But there was something much more troubling on the agenda that day. The man who had printed the RAF leaflets had been arrested in his shop by the Gestapo. "Find out about it," Broza said. "Then see Grodevich." He went to visit the printer's wife. They lived in a quite good neighborhood, surprisingly good for a man with a small job shop. Broad avenues with trees, solid apartment houses with fire escape ladders on the alley side, toilets in the apartments instead of the usual privies in the courtyard, and a building superintendent, a heavy woman in a kerchief, polite and not a bit drunk. D'Amelia asked her about the family. She took notice of his warm coat and heavy, well-made shoes, and raised her palms to heaven. Didn't know, didn't want to get involved. The apartment was on the 7th floor, the top of the building. D'Amelia trudged up the endless staircase, the marble steps gray from years of scrubbing with Javel water. He stopped to get his breath at the door, then knocked. The wife was a small woman, tepid, harmless, in a faded apron. They sat at the kitchen table. "I don't know what he did," she said. "What about the neighbors?" "Mostly they only knew me. And I never made an enemy, mister." He believed her. And him? He was away, you know, here and there. Some wives, they know when their husband breathes in, when he breathes out, not me. You couldn't do that with him. What did you imagine? Imagine? I only know we had a lot. A lot for who he was and what he did. He was ambitious, my husband, and maybe rules weren't made for him, you know. But nothing serious, I swear it. Whoever you are, wherever you come from, go back and tell them he didn't do anything so wrong. She started to cry, but she didn't care, didn't touch her face where the tears ran, and didn't seem to notice it. Everybody cried these days, so what? Are you in touch with the Gestapo? She nodded that she was. On Schuha Avenue. That wasn't good. Schuha Avenue was the central Gestapo headquarters. I go every week to get his laundry, she continued. Do the wash and bring it back. Her eyes found his, just for an instant. There's blood on his underwear, she said. We can stop the interrogation, he said. Just for a moment she believed him, and her eyes widened. Then she realized it was a lie. He did something for us, D'Amelia said, for the underground. Will he tell them? She wiped the tears away from her face with her hand. Not him, she said. If only he would. But he won't. A last question, he said. How did they catch him? She thought for a time, stared out the window at the gray sky over the winter city. Betrayed, she said. He never gave himself away. She was right, D'Amelia thought. He sensed it wasn't the jealous neighbor or the business partner with a grudge. It wasn't a denunciation in that sense. He went to see another detective, a man with a big stomach and white hair who had a line into the Gestapo office on Schuha Avenue. A clerk, perhaps, or a janitor. Information was fragmentary and uncertain, as though somebody saw an open register or a list on a desk. Nonetheless, his question was answered. Homak. D'Amelia hadn't expected that. Why? He asked. The detective shrugged. A man reaches a certain time in life and a certain conclusion. He's alone, for himself. At war with the world, so he'll do this for that one and that for this one. He's a spider. This is his web. Everybody is corrupt, he thinks, so he'd better be the same. It wasn't much, D'Amelia thought, but there might never be any more, and they were at war, so it had to be enough. As Broza had directed, he went to see Grodevich. They met at night in the office of a broom factory. He had known Grodevich for a long time. They belonged to the same social class, were not quite the same age, but had overlapped for a year or two at university. While D'Amelia had labored desperately, and it turned out fruitlessly, to be a mathematician, Grodevich had thrown himself into drinking and fighting and whoring to such a degree that it had become an issue with the police, and eventually with the university authorities, who finally had to expel him. What bothered D'Amelia was that Grodevich not only didn't care, he didn't suffer. He walked away from university life, served as a merchant seaman, was said to have smuggled emeralds into the Balkans from South America, killed a shipmate in a knife fight, screwed a movie star in Vienna. Too many rumors about Grodevich were true, he thought. D'Amelia watched Grodevich as he spoke quietly into the telephone, making him wait, naturally. He had long, lank yellow hair that hung over his forehead, was handsome in some indefinably unhealthy way, and arrogant in every bone in his body. Now, Captain Grodevich, perhaps a post-invasion commission. D'Amelia sensed he'd gone to war not because Poland had been attacked, but because Grodevich had been insulted. "We'll paint the south wall first," Grodevich said, obviously using code from memory and with great facility, "and extend the line of the roof over that window, the south window. Is it clear?" Grodevich met D'Amelia's glance and winked at him. "Good," he said. "Just exactly. Plumb line, chisel, ripsaw, and so forth. Can you manage?" The answer evidently pleased Grodevich, who smiled and made a galloping rhythm with 3 fingers on the desk. "I would think," he said. "Maybe we'll all move in." He replaced the receiver on its cradle. They talked for a few minutes. Demilya explained what he needed. Grodevich said there would be no problem. He had people ready to do that sort of work. They smoked a cigarette, said nothing very important, and went off into the night. The following day, Demilya went to a certain telephone booth, opened the directory to a prearranged page, underlined a word on the 2nd line, which set the rendezvous 2 days in the future, circled a word on the 18th line, 6 p.m., and crossed through the 22nd letter, 6:22 p.m. Very quickly and very painfully, the ZWZ had learned the vulnerability of personal contact. Telephone books were safer. It worked. The operative was on time, appearing suddenly in a heavy snow of soft, wet flakes that muffled the streets and made it hard to see. God, he was young, Demilya thought, moon-faced, which made him seem placid, hands shoved in the pockets of a baggy overcoat. Homak's dachshund knew right away who he was. It exploded in a fit of barking and skittered about at the detective's feet until his wife gathered it up in her arms and went into another room. They took the evening workers' train across the Vistula. The snow was falling thickly now, and looking out the window, Demilya could just see the iron-colored river curling slowly around the piers of a bridge. Nobody talked on this train. It had been a long day in the factories, and they didn't have the strength for it. Demilya and Homak and the operative stood together in the aisle, holding on to the tops of the seats as the train swayed through the turns, the steamy windows white with snow blown sideways by the wind. At the second stop, a neighborhood of red-brick tenements, they got off the train and found a small bar near the station. They sat at a table and drank home-brewed beer. "We're trying to find out about the printer," Demilya said. "The Gestapo arrested him." Homak shrugged. "Inevitable," he said. "Why do you say that?" "He was a thief," Homak said. "A Jew thief." "Really? How do you know?" "Everybody knew," Homak said. "He was clever, very clever, just in the way he went around, in the way he did things. He was always up to something. You only had to look at him to see it." "And the Gestapo, you think, acted on that?" Homak thought for a time, then shrugged and lit a cigarette. Demilya saw that his hand was shaking. "Types like that get into trouble," he said, after the silence had gone on a little too long. "Sooner or later, then they get caught. It's a flaw they have." Demilya nodded slowly, the dark side of human nature making him pensive. "Well," he said, "we can't be late for our meeting." "You don't think I did anything, do you?" "No." Pause. "Did you? Maybe by accident?" "Not me." "Time to go," Demilya said. Then to Homak, "You're armed?" "You didn't tell me to bring anything, so I didn't. I have to tell you, I don't care for being suspected. That's not right." Demilya stood up and left, Homak following, the operative waving Homak out the door ahead of him. "Don't worry about it," Demilya said. Hunched over in the cold and the snow, they hurried along a narrow street that wound back toward the railroad. Homak took a fast 2 steps and caught up with Demilya. "Why would you ask me a thing like that?" He had to raise his voice a little because of the wind, and it made him sound querulous and insulted. "I served 14 years in the detectives." He was angry now. "We knew who did what. That type, you're always on the short end of the deal. Just once turn your back and then you'll see." A Gestapo car, a black grocer Mercedes with headlights taped down to slits because of the blackout, honked at them to get out of the way. They stood with their backs against the wall, faces averted as it bumped past, the red taillights disappearing into the swirling snow. "You see?" Homak said when they were walking again. "I could have flagged them down, but I didn't, did I?" At an arched railroad bridge, Where the street dipped below the track, D'Emilia signaled to stop, and the three men stood by the curved wall and stamped their feet to keep warm. It was dark under the bridge, and the snow was blowing right through it. "Hell of a night for a meeting," Homak said, a good-natured laugh in his voice. D'Emilia heard the sound of a train approaching in the distance. Bending over to protect the match from the wind, he lit a cigarette, then cupped his palm to shield the glow. "Face the wall," he said to Homak. "What did you say?" "Face the wall." Homak turned slowly and faced the wall. The approaching train was moving slowly because of the snowstorm. "It's not right," Homak said. "For a Jew thief, some little sneak from the gutter, not right." "Why would you do a thing like that?" D'Emilia said. "Were you in trouble?" D'Emilia could see that Homak's legs were trembling, and he thought he might collapse. He looked at the operative, and their eyes met for a moment as the train came closer. The sound of the wheels thundered in the tunnel as it passed overhead. Homak bounced off the wall, then sagged back against it, his hand groping for a hold on the smooth surface. Very slowly he slid down to his knees, then toppled over on his side. The operative straddled him and fired once into his temple. January 1940. The French planes did not come. Perhaps people thought they're not going to come. Not ever. In the streets of Paris, the Communist Party and its supporters marched and chanted for peace, for dignity, for an end to war. Especially this unjust war against Germany, Russia's ally. On the Maginot Line, quartered in a schoolhouse near Strasbourg, Private Jean-Paul Sartre of the Artillery's Meteorological Intelligence Service sent balloons aloft, reported on the speed and direction of the wind to gunners who never fired a shot, and wrote in his journal that life is the transcendent psychic object constructed by human reality in search of its own foundation. In Great Britain, German magnetic mines had taken a considerable toll of merchant shipping, and rationing had been established for butter, sugar, bacon, and ham. Winston Churchill spoke on the radio and told the nations of Europe that each one hopes that if he feeds the crocodile enough, the crocodile will eat him last. All of them hope that the storm will pass before their turn comes to be devoured. As for the United States, it remained stern and unrelenting in the maintenance of a moral embargo it had declared against Germany. Meanwhile, Warsaw lived in ice. The calendar froze. A winter of 10,000 days was at hand. And as the hope of help from friends slowly waned, it became the time of the prophecies. Sometimes typed, sometimes handwritten, they were everywhere, and, whether casually dismissed or secretly believed, were passionately followed. A battlefield of contending specters, rune-casters, and biblical kings, the Black Madonna of Czestochowa and Nostradamus, the fire at the center of the earth, the cycles of the moon, the springs of magic water, the Apocrypha, the 14 known books, and the 15th only just now revealed. The day was coming. It couldn't quite be said exactly when, but blood would flow from stones, the dead would rise from their graves, the lame would walk, the blind would see, and the fucking Shkopi would get out of Poland. At a time when national consolation was almost non-existent, the prophecies helped. Strange as some of them were, and the intelligence service of the Polish underground certainly wrote their share. Meanwhile, hiding in their apartments from winter and the Gestapo, the people of Warsaw listened, on pain of death if caught, to the BBC on illicit radios. And they also studied English. That winter in Warsaw, an English grammar couldn't be had for love or money. Even so, the joke everybody was telling around town went like this. The pessimists are learning German, the optimists are learning English, while the realists in January of 1940 were said to be learning Russian. In room 9, Agatha leaned back from the committee table, ran long fingers through her chopped-off hair, blew savage plumes of smoke from her nostrils, and said, Next, the Eastern Zone and the need to do something about the Russians. As of yesterday, a courier reported 6 more arrests by the NKVD. It had been a long meeting, not a good one, with too many problems tabled for future consideration. Colonel Broza did not respond. He stared absently at a map of Poland tacked to the green wall, but there was certainly little comfort for him there. The efficiency of the NKVD, Agata went on, seems only to increase. They are everywhere, how to say, inside our lines. In the professions, the peasantry, there is no social class we can turn to. People in the Russian zone have simply stopped talking to their friends. And I can't imagine anything that hurts us more than that. The fear is on the streets, in the air of our top echelon, political and military. Nothing remains. Those who are alive are in the Lubyanka, and out of contact. From the officer camps in the Kaitin forest, it's the same thing. No escapes, no letters. Silence. So, since it is Poland's great privilege to play host to both the NKVD and the Gestapo, it's time to admit we are not doing all that badly with the Germans, but have not yet learned how to operate against the Russians. Broza thought about it for a time. "Why?" he said. "Why are the Russians better at it?" Agata said. "Yes." "Oh, tradition? 1,000 years of espionage? The secret police of Ivan the Terrible? Is that what you want to hear?" Broza's expression was grim, almost despairing. Wasn't there perhaps a little more to it? No? Maybe? Agata tapped a pencil eraser against the open page of a notebook. "There is a difference," she said slowly, "that interests me. Say that it is the difference between nationalism and, what we might call social theory. For the Germans, nationalism is an issue of race, ethnicity. For example, they accept as their own the Volksdeutsch, descendants of German colonists, many of whom do not even speak German. But their blood is German blood. These Teutonic philosophers really believe in such things. Cut a vein, listen closely. You can hear the overture to Lohengrin? Why, that's a German you've got there. The Bolsheviks are just the opposite. They recruit the mind, or so they like to pretend. And all the world is invited to join them. You can be a communist any time you like. Good heavens, I just realized it's all in the dictatorship of the working class. Now, as a practical matter, that difference serves the purposes of the NKVD very nicely. We all accept that every society has its opportunists, criminals, misfits, unrecognized geniuses, the pathologically disappointed. And when the conqueror comes, that's the moment to even the score. But here in Western Poland, the only job open is collaborator. You can't just get up in the morning and decide to be German. On the Soviet side, however, you can experience insight, then conversion, and you'll be welcomed. Oh, you may have to tattle a little, tell the NKVD whatever you happen to know, and everybody knows something. You can invite your former friends to join you in conspiracies. You can inform on your enemies. And what are you then? A traitor? No. A friend of peace and the working class. And if you turn out to have a bit of a flair for the work, you can be a commissar. Agata paused a moment, lit a new cigarette. "And if that's not bad enough," she said, shaking out the match, "the NKVD is very shrewd and never in a hurry. They follow the spirit of resistance like a hidden current running through an ocean. They detain, interrogate, torture, turn a few to work for them, shoot the rest, and start over." Colonel Broza nodded slowly. "Tyranny," he said, "has become a science." He turned to Demilia. "What do you think we can do, Captain?" Demilia was in no hurry to answer. "Perhaps, over time, we'll prove to be stronger than they are. But right now I would say the important thing for us is to hammer at the links between the Germans and the Russians. For us in this room, the worst would be if NKVD methods were to spread to the Gestapo. We know they've been meeting in Krakow," Gordevich said, "but the Russians aren't sharing much. They cooperate by handing over German communists who fled to Moscow in the 30s, but they don't talk about methods. "That is because," Agatha said, "they are going to fight."
"Yes, they must, eventually," Broza said.
He thought a moment, then his eyes met Emilia's.
"Take some time and a few people, Captain. See if you can get a sense of when that might be."
A week later he left the freezing basement. Life immediately improved, was certainly warmer, better in a number of ways. He moved to a room in the Mokotów district, down a long hallway in the apartment of a former customs official, now a clerk in a factory office and a great friend to the resistance. Since the occupation authority had closed the schools, Poles, as a slave race, needed only to understand simple directions and to count to 20. The official's wife taught at a secret school in a church basement while the children attended classes. That left Emilia alone in the apartment for much of the day, alone except for Madame Küster. 40-ish, probably a little older, a distant cousin of one side of the family or the other, she had met and married a Dutch engineer, Herr Küster, who had gone off to work on a bridge in Kuala Lumpur in 1938, then vanished. Madame Küster, childless, had then come to stay with the family. Not quite a servant, not quite an equal. She had worked in fashionable women's shops before the war, lived quietly in her room, proud of not being a burden to anyone. The title Madame was a survival of the world of the shops, where she had been evidently a bad-tempered and difficult supervisor to a generation of young assistants. Given the hours of proximity, a love affair seemed inevitable. But the captain resisted. A deep, almost haunted longing for the wife who wasn't there. A nominal, and sometimes not-so-nominal Catholicism. And ZWZ security procedures, everything was against it, including the attitude of Madame Küster, haughty and cold, clearly meant to discourage familiarity between two people forced by war into the accidental intimacies of apartment life. She was, Emilia came to understand, a snob to her very marrow. She set herself above the world, looking down on its unrefined excesses with small, angry eyes set in a great expanse of white brow. Her mouth was mean, down-curved. She wore her coarse hair elaborately pinned up, went about the apartment in grey blouse and long wool skirt, the pre-war uniform of some of the better shops, that hung shapeless over a thick, heavy figure, and her walk, hard and definitive, told the world all it needed to know. "You have left me alone? Now leave me alone." But it was cold. Always cold. The February snow hissed against the window. The afternoons were silent and dark and endless. Captain D'Emilia was now subject to increased ZWZ security constraints. Stay out of the center of Warsaw, where police patrols were abundant. Try not to be on the streets during working hours. Use the morning and evening travel periods as cover for getting around the city. He had to hold agent meetings as he probed for German intentions toward the USSR, but he scheduled them early in the morning and late in the afternoon, always in public places, libraries, railway stations. The thicker the crowd, the better he liked it. But for much of the day, he was a prisoner in the Mokotów apartment, where he discovered that he was keeping track of Madame Küster by the sound of her presence, the scrape of the match as she lit the stove for mid-morning tea. The rhythm of a carpet sweeper rolled relentlessly back and forth. The polite slam of a firmly closed door as she retired to her room for a midday rest. The creak of the bedspring as she lay down to nap. Every afternoon, at about 2:35, that was. She rather believed, he sensed, in the idea of routine, consistency. It was the way her sort of people, never defined, yet always with her, chose to live. After lunch, she would sit primly in the corner of the sofa, then, after 45 minutes of reading, rise majestically and disappear into her room. On Sunday, with the family present, everything was different. But 6 days a week, her habit never varied, never changed. Well, perhaps just once it did. on an otherwise unremarkable day in the middle of the week. She forgot her book. Ah! What absurdly spiteful joy he felt at such a lapse. He was immediately ashamed of himself, but there it lay, open, face down on the arm of the sofa, protected by the blue paper cover she fussily wrapped her books in. Curious, he had a look. French. Well, of course he should have known. A French novel. The very thing her sort of people would amuse themselves with. D'Amelio scanned the page to see what kept Madame so occupied that she hadn't a thought for the rest of the world. Dans une position en laquelle ses places ombrées étaient, comme on dit, disponibles. Mais c'était l'essence de la caresse de l'air sur elle, ses ouvertures, qui faisaient battre fort son cœur. What? In pure astonishment and disbelief, he slipped the cover off the novel. La Belle Dominique. Written by that well-known and time-honored author, vaguely saucy nom de plume. The French novel was a French novel. He flipped the pages, and read some more, and flipped the pages and read some more. It was the sheer contrast of the moment that struck his heart. The dying, ice-bound city, heavy with fear and misery and the exhaustion of daily life, set against these brittle pages of print where gold passementerie was untied and heavy drapes flowed together, where pale skin flushed rose with excitement, where silk rustled to the floors of moonlit chambers. D'Amelia's eyes sought the door to Madame Custer's room, which, in defiance of her cherished routine, stood open a suggestive inch. He opened it the rest of the way and stepped inside. A small room in a Warsaw apartment, winter light yellow behind the drawn shade, an old steamer trunk used as a wardrobe, a shape curled up on a cot beneath a wool army blanket. As in a dream, she drew her knees up, arched her back like a yawning cat, then rolled slowly onto her stomach and nestled against the bed. One hand snaked out of the covers and smoothed the loose hair off the side of her face. Now he could see that her eyes were closed, but she smiled a little smile for him. Greedy and bittersweet, and sure of itself all at once. And if somehow he still didn't get the point, she breathed a soft, interrogatory sigh. He stepped to the side of the bed and lowered the blanket to her bare heels. She moved a little, just the signature on an invitation, took the pillow in both hands, and slid it under her body until it rested beneath her hips. Which elevated her, he thought, as he undid his belt, to such a position that her shadowed places were, as it is said, available, but it was the feeling of the touch of the air upon them, these openings, that made her heart beat hard. They never spoke of it, not ever. One doesn't. That was her unspoken law, and he obeyed it. So she remained in the daily life of the apartment, as remote and distant as she had always been. He spent the middle part of the day with his notes and papers, mostly numbers and coded place names, while she, nose in the air, dusted and ran the carpet sweeper over the rugs. She read every day after lunch, sitting properly in the corner of the sofa. Then, at 2:35, she went to her room. He followed a few minutes later, and found, each time, a different woman. In this bed, for this hour, everything was possible. It was as though he thought they owned in common a theater under a blanket, where every afternoon they rehearsed and performed for an audience of themselves. Only themselves. The city would not know of it. At the conclusion of each scene, she stuffed the blanket into her down-curved mouth and screamed like a fury. Wiesna, on the Narew River, 7 March 1940. encampment of the 19th Infantry Division, Grenadier Regiment, Wehrkreis, 14, Kassel. 5:30 a.m. The floodlights were turned out and the dawn fog pooled at the bases of the barbed wire stanchions. The Russian troops were camped on the other side of the river. When they ran the engines of their tanks, the Wehrmacht soldiers could hear them. Each day at dawn, the garbage cans were brought out to the regimental dump on hand trucks. The contents spilled out with a spirited banging, the garbage detail working in shirt sleeves despite the bitter cold, cigarettes stuck in their mouths to mask the smell. First, the dogs came, trotting, heads down, silent. Precedents had been established in the first days of occupation, and there were no more fights. Next came the old Polish women in their black shawls and dresses, each holding a stick to beat the dogs if they got too insistent. Oberschützen Kohler and Stenz, the two privates first class on guard duty, stood and watched the Polish women, dark figures in the morning fog, as they picked through the mounds of garbage. This guard duty was permanent, and they did it every morning. They didn't like it, but they knew nobody cared about that, so they didn't either. At the age of 19, though, it was a sad lesson. These women, fated to spend this early hour picking through the garbage of a German garrison in order to have something to eat, could they be so different from their own mothers and grandmothers? Kohler and Stenz were not barbarians. They were Wehrmacht riflemen, not so different from generations of infantry, Swedish or Prussian or Corsican or Austrian, the list was just too long, who had stood guard at camps on these Polish rivers back into the time of the Roman legions. Kohler looked around, made sure there were no officers in the vicinity, then he tapped Stenz on the shoulder. Stenz whistled a certain clever way, and the crone showed up a few moments later like she always did. Her face, all seamed and gullied beneath wisps of thin white hair, never stopped nodding, "Thank you, Excellency, thank you, Excellency," as she moved to the edge of the barbed wire. She reached out trembling hands and took the crusts of bread that Stenz got from a friend in the camp kitchen. These vanished into her clothing, kept separate from whatever was in the burlap sack she carried over her shoulder. She mumbled something. She had no teeth and was hard to understand, but it was certainly thankful. It wished God's mercy on them. Heaven had seen, she was certain, this kindness to an old woman. Later that morning she walked to the edge of her village to meet the man who bought rags. For him, too, she thanked God, because these were not very good rags. They were used, worn-out rags with very little rubbing and cleaning left in them. Still, he paid. She had gasoline-soaked rags from the motor pool, damp, foul rags that had been used to clean the kitchens, brown rags the soldiers used to polish their boots, a few shreds of yellow rag they used to shine brass with, and some of the oily little patches they used to clean their rifles. The ragman bought everything, as he always did, and counted out a few coppers into her hand, just as he would for all the other old ladies who came to see him throughout the morning. Only a few coppers, but if you had enough of them, they bought something. Everybody was in business now, she thought. It was always that way when the armies came. Too bad about the nice boys who gave her the bread. They would die pretty soon, nice or not. Sad, she thought, how they never learned what waited for them in Poland. March 1940, Budapest. The officers of Schlegel & Son, stock and commodity exchange brokers based in Zurich. Mr. Teleki, the brisk young transfer clerk, took the morning prices off the teletype just before noon and wrote them in chalk on a blackboard hung from the oak paneling in the customer's room. Behind a wooden railing a few old men sat and smoked, bored and desultory. War was bad for the brokerage business, as far as Mr. Teleki could see. People put their money into gold coins and buried them in the basement. Nobody believed in the futures market when nobody believed in the future. Still, you acted as though everything would come out for the best. Where would you go in the morning if you didn't go to work? Mr. Teleki printed the morning numbers in a careful hand. A few customers were watching. Gottwald, the German Jew, trying to make the money he'd earned selling his wife's jewelry go a little further. Standing next to him was Schaumer, the Austrian Nazi Party functionary who came here to speculate with money stolen from Viennese Jews. Then there was Warski, the old Polish diplomat who walked with a cane, proud and poor, earning a few francs one day and losing them the next. Mr. Teleki privately wondered why he bothered. But you couldn't talk to the Poles. They were hard-headed and did what they wanted. You might as well argue with the sea. So what did he have for these august gentlemen? Cairo cotton was up a point, Brazilian coffee unchanged, London wool down a quarter, and so was flax. Iron ore had gained half a point, coal was off an eighth. Trading in manganese was suspended, the Germans meddling, no doubt. Mr. Teleki went on and on, rendering each symbol and number carefully for whoever might want to come to the Schlegel offices and witness the fluctuations of world trade. Gottwald turned on his heel and left, then Schaumer. Warski the Pole stayed until the bitter end, then stood, nodded politely to Mr. Teleki, and went on about his daily business. The chemist and the commodity analyst. The chemist in Łódź, the traditional home of industrial chemistry in Poland, where dyes for the fabric mills had been produced since the 19th century, wrote the most careful, the most studied report of his professional life. If he'd been an indifferent patriot before September 39, before dead friends and vanished family, before his house was taken and his salary halved, he wasn't one now. Now, he was a patriot of reports. He had tested and retested, used infinite care, worked to the very limit of his technical abilities. And its conclusion was, no change. An analysis of 75 samples, selected from a range of over 5,000 cotton patches bearing traces of the oil used to clean and maintain weapons, showed no meaningful variation in the viscosity of the oil. Samples were obtained from disposal areas abandoned by Wehrmacht units in September of 1939 in eastern, now Russian-occupied Poland, and these were compared with samples from bases currently occupied in Silesia, East Prussia, and western Poland. The analyzed material, a lightly refined petroleum-based oil also used in machine shops for lubrication and protection of bored and rifled metal surfaces, had not been significantly altered during the 7-month period in question. The viscosity of the oil was consistent to a low temperature of -5 degrees Fahrenheit. But below that point, effectiveness was rapidly degraded. For the maintenance and cleaning of rifled weapons below -5 degrees Fahrenheit, a lower viscosity, lighter weight oil would be required. The commodity analyst in Warsaw was a Jew and suspected he hadn't long to live. A few people he knew of had managed to leave Poland, but most hadn't. The German Jews had been attacked by means of taxation and bureaucratic constraint since the ascension of the Nazi government in 1933, a 6-year period. 2/3 of them, about 400,000 people, had gotten out of Germany before the borders closed. They had bribed South American consular officials, filled the British quotas in Palestine, deployed wealth and influence to evade immigration regulations in the United States and Great Britain. But in using those methods, they had, in effect, worn out the administrative escape lines. For the 3 million Polish Jews, there was nothing. So the commodity analyst, a yellow Star of David sewn to the breast pocket of a suit made by a London tailoring establishment in 1937, wrote what he believed to be his final report. Since the German occupation, he had worked in a small factory that made needles and pins, sweeping up, running errands, whatever was needed, but even this little job was ending. And he had been told that he and his family would have to move into the old Polish ghetto just south of Gdansk station. The Germans meant to kill him, a 48-year-old man with a wife and 3 children. If there was something he could do about that, some tactic of evasion, he had not been able to discover it. He had a good mind, trained in Talmud, trained in business, and recognized that some problems cannot be solved. What would happen next would happen next. It wasn't up to him. He would have liked to be, in this analysis, written at the request of an old friend, brilliant, at least ingenious. He had specialized in the behavior of the wool markets for 20 years, and he thought he knew them just about as well as anyone could. But facts were facts. Numbers worked a certain way, and after an intensive study of 12 months of buying and selling activity in the commodity exchanges of London, Chicago, and Geneva, there was only one rather dull but plainly evident conclusion to be drawn. No change. Captain D'Amelia met privately with Colonel Broza in room 9. Outside, the evening streets were awash with spring rain. "There is no preparation to attack," D'Amelia said. "Hard to believe that," Broza said. "Yes, but that is what we found. Germany will have to deploy 3 million men to attack Russia, led by tanks as they were in Poland, supplied by horse and wagon and freight train, attacking on a line from the Baltic to the Black Sea. As for the time of the attack, that too can be deduced. Today is the 16th of March. Russia must be invaded in the late spring, after the rivers crest and the floods recede. And it must be defeated by the middle of autumn, before the winter freeze. Napoleon learned that in 1812. And very little has changed since then. The temperature in Russia in December goes down, habitually and unremarkably, to minus 30 degrees Fahrenheit. It can go lower, and when the wind blows, which it does for weeks on end, the cold is acutely intensified. You can't send 3 million men into that kind of weather without preparation. So, we have the 16th of March and 3 million men. As of a week ago, not a drop of low-viscosity oil had been issued at any Wehrmacht base we know about. And there has been no change in the international wool markets, which means no warm coats for the Wehrmacht. The Germans have been clever all along about covert logistics, disguised orders for chemicals and rubber. But you can't slaughter millions of sheep or buy up that much wool production without a reaction from the markets. So if the Wehrmacht goes east in April, they'll go without wool coats, and by January they'll freeze to death with useless rifles in their hands. Broza wasn't so sure. Perhaps. But Hitler thinks he'll be in Moscow by late October. That's the point of the blitzkrieg. They'll take their wool coats from the cloakroom at the Kremlin. What's to stop them? The Red Army is sick as a dog. Officers shot in the purges. All the tactics they tried in Finland failed miserably. The Russians won't stop them. They'll slow them down, bleed their strength. It will be some variation on defense in depth. Broza paused to consider that. Defense in depth was the ancient traditional military doctrine of Russia. For 1,000 years, they'd protected their cities by use of the abatis, trees cut down at the 3-foot level, the logs hung up on the stumps and pointing out toward the enemy. Among the felled trees were pits camouflaged with cut brush, intended to break the ankle of a horse or a man. These defenses were 80 miles deep. With raiding parties harassing their flanks, an invasion force would find itself exhausted when it finally reached the site the Russians had chosen as a battleground. By 1938, building what was called the Stalin Line on the USSR's western boundary, various refinements had been added. Artificial lakes, 5 feet deep to tempt an invader to try a crossing, artificial marsh, cornfields cut to accommodate enfilading machine gun fire, concrete bunkers 3 feet thick with barbed wire now tangled in the trunks of the fallen trees. "Defense in depth doesn't happen overnight," Broza said, thinking out loud. "And the Stalin Line is being dismantled now that the Russians have moved up to the middle of Poland. That advance may cost them more than they suspect." "They will sacrifice lives," D'Amelia said, "and land. Burn the villages, blow up the bridges." Broza thumbed through a sheaf of papers in a dossier. "Granted, they are not distributing light oil for the winter, and they are not buying sheepskins, but we know they are building large hospitals on the border. For who? Not for us, certainly. And we've seen important commanders and staff logistics people flown into border camps for conferences." Both officers thought about that for a time. "It is coming," D'Amelia said, "but not this spring. perhaps in 41. And this spring? France. Nobody believes such a thing can happen, Broza said. You mean a major attack? Tanks, assault planes, infantry, Paris in flames? Yes, D'Amelia said. Broza shook his head. It wasn't possible. The first winter of German occupation turned slowly to the rain and mud of a long, slow spring. Perhaps the Poles lost heart a little. The first rage was spent, a few SS officers assassinated, several hundred hostages shot. But when the smoke cleared, the Germans weren't frightened, and the Poles weren't intimidated. And so they settled down to fight. The recommendation of the WWII intelligence service to hammer at the links between Russia and Germany was endorsed by the 6th Bureau administration in Paris, and the logical area of attack turned out to be the Hitler-Stalin Pact trade agreements. German technology needed Russian raw materials. 1 million tons of animal fodder, 1 million tons of crude oil, tons of cotton, coal, phosphates, chromium, and iron ore. The Russians had the material. It was simply a matter of shipping it to Germany, by rail, across Poland. From the first days of occupation, it was clear that all labor would be performed by Polish workers, under German supervision. So the Germans, when they decided to enlarge Przemysl railroad station, just on the German side of the border, hired ZWZ carpenters, ZWZ masons, and ZWZ helpers to hand them the proper tool. Broza, D'Amelia, and company knew everything before it happened. The railroad line, Przemysl, Kraków, Breslau, entirely under the view of Polish underground intelligence, was soon ready to carry the goods that would keep Germany rich and powerful, while the Poles were itching to blow it all to hell, a small first step on the road to making Germany poor and weak. The battle started with Polish Boy Scouts, adept at crawling under freight cars, opposed by German sentries who shot anything and justified nothing. But it did not remain on that level. The initial Polish thrust, "We can blow up whatever we want," was answered by a German counter-thrust, "We can fix whatever you blow up." The Poles soon realized the magnitude of the job they had taken on. The Germans were good fixers, and the strategic sector of the German-Polish economy was no small thing. It was going to require one hell of an effort to blow it all up. Not only that, the means to blow it up had to be stolen from these very Germans, at least until the French and British allies found a way to fly in the explosives they needed. Not at all daunted, the Poles created a special blowing-up and stealing organization to do the job. They called it Komenda Dywersji, Sabotage and Diversion, KEDIF for short. Like any organization, KEDIF measured its success in numbers. In 1940, a disabled locomotive was out of service for 14 hours. Later, the period would rise to 14 days. The increase in productivity was achieved by Polish chemists and engineers, opposed by German chemists and engineers, at which point the conflict had reached the level on which it would be decided: national intelligentsia versus national intelligentsia. The Polish scientists took the offensive and never let up. They built incendiary devices that were swiftly and easily attachable to tank cars loaded with Russian crude oil. They then timed the fuse by the rhythm of the rails. X number of thumps would set off the explosion, sometimes in Poland, sometimes in Germany. Unable to determine the venue of the sabotage, the Germans found it impossible to investigate. Petroleum storage tanks were set afire by the introduction of cylinders of compressed hydrogen with open valves. Locomotives were disabled by the addition of an abrasive to the lubricating system. Russian iron ore was seeded with bombs that exploded while the ore was traveling down chutes into German smelters. When railroad tracks were mined, the first mine blew up a train, the second a rescue train, the third a repair train. The Germans didn't like it. These Untermenschen were not to be permitted to interfere with the harmonization of German Europe. A message was sent to the Poles. The faculty of Krakow University was called to a meeting, then arrested en masse. It was thought to be the first time an entire university had been arrested. But a few nights later, on the Silesian border, a blue flash, a fiery spray of tank car metal, 5 vats of flame towed through the darkness by a terrified engineer. Fuck you. 28 March, 3:40 a.m. D'Amelio woke suddenly. He listened, concentrated. First, the strange, whispery silence of a city under curfew. Then a board creaked in the hallway. So, 9mm from the nightstand, safety thumbed off. He sat up slowly, sighted on the crack where the door met the jamb. The knob turned delicately, a cautious hand on the other side. D'Amelio took a breath and held it. Madame Custel, in a silk robe, hair in a long braid. "Don't kill me, please," she said. He understood only by watching her mouth move. Her voice barely made a sound. He lowered the gun. "Germans," she said, gestured with her eyes. She walked down the hall to her room. He followed in undershirt and shorts. He stood close to her in the small room, could smell the laundry soap she washed with. The shade moved slightly in the air, the window behind it open an inch. From the roof across the narrow street a hushed, 8:20, 8:20. Then a brief hiss of radio static. 8:20, then, he thought, meaning I'm in place, or proceed to apartment, or they're all asleep, or whatever it meant. Now D'Amelio's decision had been made for him. Orders were specific, the response detailed, and he was not to permit himself to be taken alive. "Get dressed, please," he said. He walked down the hallway, tapped lightly at the door of the master bedroom. He heard the man and his wife breathing deeply inside, opened the door, had finally to lean over and touch the man on his bare shoulder. They made love tonight, he thought. The man was immediately awake, saw D'Amelio and the 9mm, and understood everything. He went back to Madame Custel's room. When he opened the door, she was naked, standing in front of an open bureau drawer. He knew this profile, the curve of her abdomen, flat bottom, heavy thighs. Her head turned toward him. She didn't exactly pause, skipped a single beat perhaps, then took underwear from the drawer and stepped into it. He wanted to hold her against him, something he had never done before. There were family noises in the hall, the children, the parents, an angry word. "Best to say goodbye," she said. "Goodbye," he said. He couldn't see her eyes in the darkened room. He hurried back to his room, put on a sweater, wool pants, heavy shoes, and a raincoat. The gun fit in the raincoat pocket. From inside a book he selected an Ausweis, German work pass, and other identification meant for emergencies, as well as a packet of zloty notes and some gold coins. The family and Madame Custel were waiting for him at the front door. The bolt and lock mechanisms were heavily oiled, just a soft click, and D'Amelio was looking out at the landing. A current of chilly air from the staircase meant that the street door was standing open. This was not normal. D'Amelio turned, silently let the others know what had happened. The reaction was calm. The father held a large military revolver. His 13-year-old son had its twin. The man smiled and nodded gravely. "I understand." 3 flights below, somebody tried to walk silently through the lobby. Others followed. One of them stifled a cough. They could have climbed the stairs quietly if they'd taken off their boots, but the SS didn't do things like that. So D'Amelio and the family could hear them coming. When they came around the curve of the staircase onto the second floor, D'Amelio took the 9mm out of his pocket and climbed the iron rungs of a ladder that led to a hatch that opened onto the roof. He tested the hatch with his gun hand, moving it only enough to make sure it wasn't secured from the other side. He was reasonably sure there were German police on the roof. They reached the floor below. They weren't very careful about noise now. D'Amelio could hear the heels of their boots and the sound of leather belts and holster grommets and breathing deepened by excitement and anticipation. Then they pounded their fists on a door and yelled for somebody to open up. The guttural German rolled and echoed up the open staircase and rang on the tile landings. The door was flung open, knob hammering the wall, then there were shouts and running footsteps and a wail of terror as the downstairs neighbor was arrested. They had, D'Amelio calculated, at most an hour. The middle-aged couple who lived below would be taken to Shuha Avenue headquarters. A sergeant would put down basic information and fill out forms. And when the interrogators finally got busy, they would realize that this was not Captain Alexander D'Emilia, or the man in the brown raincoat, or whatever description they had. Then they would come back. There was, of course, at least the mathematical possibility that the police had not made an error, but those who indulged themselves in that kind of thinking were no longer alive in Poland in the spring of 1940. A few minutes after 5 in the morning, when the curfew ended, the wife, both children, and Madame Küster left the apartment with false identity cards and a wicker basket on wheels they used for shopping. Moments later they came to the side street and turned right, which meant, to D'Emilia looking out the window, that German police remained on guard in the lobby, checking papers as the tenants left the building. 5 minutes later, D'Emilia was alone. The former customs official had walked out the door of his apartment, probably never to see it again. He too turned right at the side street, which confirmed the earlier signal, and touched his hair, which meant the Germans were checking closely. At 5:15, D'Emilia climbed the ladder, cautiously raised the hatch, then hoisted himself out onto the roof. The dawn was a shock after the close apartment. Cold air, dark blue sky, shattered red cloud and streaks that curved to the horizon. He took a moment to get his bearings, smelled cigarette smoke nearby, then knelt behind a plaster wall at the foot of a chimney. Somebody was up here with him, possibly a German policeman. He held the 9mm in his right hand, pressed the fingertips of his left hand against the tar surface of the roof. He could feel somebody pacing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Pause. Then back again. Everything, D'Emilia knew, suggested a police guard on the roof. The raid, the document control at the front door. Germans were thorough. This was the sort of thing they did. He wanted to see for himself, but resisted the temptation to rise up and look around. The roof was cluttered. Sheets hung on clotheslines, chimneys, ventilation pipe outlets, 2 tar-paper-roofed housings that covered the entries to staircases. A few feet away, across a low parapet and above a narrow alley, was a fire escape on the 6th floor of the building next door. From there, he had several choices. Climb in an apartment window, descend to the alley, or go up to the roof, which abutted 2 neighboring buildings, one of them a factory with heavy truck traffic in and out. All he had to do was jump the space above the alley. Down in the street, a tram car arrived, ringing its bell, grinding to a stop, then starting up again. He heard the clop of hoofbeats, perhaps the wagon that delivered coal, and the high-low siren of German police wagons as they sped through the city streets. The air smelled of coal smoke and onions frying in fat, and he could see the morning star, still sharp, but fading in the gathering daylight. He heard the rasp of a window forced up. He heard a woman laugh, shrill, abandoned. It was so funny she didn't care how she sounded. Turning his head, he saw a woman appear at an open window in an adjacent building. Her apartment was 1 story above the roof, so he found himself looking up at her. She wore an old print dress with the sleeves rolled up, an apron, and a kerchief with the knot tied in the middle of her forehead. Her face was determined. Here it was just after dawn, and she was cleaning her house. She poked a dust mop out the window and gave it a good bang against the sill, then another, just so it remembered who was boss. When she saw D'Emilia, she stared as though he were an animal in a zoo. Of course, he thought. What she sees is a man with an automatic pistol in his hand, kneeling behind the base of a chimney. Hiding behind the base of a chimney. Probably a criminal. But he's not alone on the roof. From where she stood, she gave the mop a desultory rap just to keep up appearances. She could see another man. This man was pacing and smoking a cigarette. Perhaps, if God wills, D'Emilia thought, he's wearing a uniform, or if he's in civilian clothes, maybe he has on one of those stupid little hats with alpine brushes the Germans liked. D'Emilia watched the woman. She stared back shamelessly, then looked away, probably at the pacing man, then back at him. He sensed emotion behind her, and she was briefly distracted. She almost, he felt, turned away from the window and went back to cleaning the apartment. Somebody in the room had told her to do that. Yes, Demilia thought that was it. She turned her head and said something dismissive and sharp, then returned to watching the men on the roof below her. She had broad shoulders and big red hands. Nobody told her what to do. Demilia now faced her directly and spread his arms, palms up, in the universal interrogatory gesture, "What's going on?" She didn't react. She wasn't going to help a thief. Her expression was suspicious and hostile. But then a moment later she changed her mind. She held out a hand, fingers stiff. "Stop." Demilia put his hand back on the surface of the roof. 3, 4, 5. Pause. The woman held her signal. Then, just as a new sequence of footsteps began, she beckoned abruptly, excitedly. "Yes, it's all right. Now he can't see you." 3, 4, 5. Pause. "No, stop. He's facing your way." 3, 4, 5. Pause. "Yes, it's—" Demilia leaped up and ran for his life. He almost got away with it. But if he could feel the policeman pacing on the roof, the man could feel it when he ran. "Halt!" As Demilia reached the parapet, he could see the woman's face with perfect clarity. Her mouth rounded into an O, her hand came up and pressed the side of her face. She was horrified at what was about to happen. The first shot snapped the air next to his ear, just as his foot hit the parapet. It was a long way across, 7 floors down. Broken glass in the alley glittered up at him, and the parapet was capped with curved, slippery ceramic tile. It was a bad jump. One foot slipped as he took off. He flailed at the empty air, and he almost cleared the railing, but then his left heel caught, and that spilled him forward, his head hitting the iron floor of the fire escape, as something pinged in the stairway above him, and somebody shouted. He had not felt the bullet, but he was on his knees, vision swimming, a rock in his chest that blocked his air. He went away, came back, looked down at a windowsill, worn and weathered gray. A big drop of blood fell on it, then another. His heart raced. He clawed at the iron fretwork, somehow stood up. The world spun around him. Whistles, shouts, a brick exploded, and he turned away from it, saw the ladder to the floor below, made himself half slide, half tumble to the iron platform. His escape from everything, forever, was 6 stories down into the alley, and he knew it. He just had to get one leg over the railing, and then the other, and then the terrors of Shuha Avenue no longer existed. Hide under the ground. They will never touch you. He was going to do it. Then he didn't. Instead, the window on the fire escape exploded into somebody's kitchen, glass, blood, and Demilia all showing up for breakfast. A family around a table, a still life. A spoon frozen in air between bowl and mouth, a woman at a stove, a man in suspenders. Then he was in a parlor, a canary tweeted in a mirror above a buffet, a man with bright blood spattered on his face. He fumbled at the family's locks, somehow worked the right bolt the right way. The door opened, then closed behind him. He froze. Then the door on the other side of the landing flew open, and a man beckoned fiercely from the darkness of his hall. "This way," he said, voice thick with excitement. Demilia couldn't see. Objects doubled, then faded into ghosts of themselves. Then a bald man with a heavy face and small, restless eyes emerged from the fog. He wore an undershirt and held his pants up with his hand. When Demilia didn't move, the man grabbed him. He had the strength of the mad. He may have been mad for all Demilia knew, and shoved him down a long, dark hallway. Once again Demilia started to fade out. He felt the wall sliding past on his right shoulder as the man half carried him along. There was a sense of still air, the odor of closed rooms. A hallway made unlikely angles, sharp turns into blank walls. A wood panel swung wide, and he found himself in a box that smelled of freshly sawn planks. Then it was dark, with a heavy silence, and as he blacked out, he realized that he had been entombed. There was more. It went on from there, but he was less and less a part of it, merely something of value. It was not so bad to be something of value, he discovered. He was fed into a saving machine, a mechanism that knew better than to expect anything of fugitives, the damaged and the hunted. It simply saved them. So all Demilja ever retained of the next few days were images, remnants, as he was moved here and there, an object in someone else's operation, hidden and re-hidden, the treasure of an anxious miser. He came to rest on a couch in a farmhouse, a place of palpable safety. It was drizzling, and he could smell wet earth and spring. It took him back to Ternopil, to the Volhynia. There, too, they burned oak logs, wet dogs dried by the fire. Somebody wore oilskins, and the smell of a stone house in the rain was cut by bay rum, which the Ostruff uncles always used after shaving. His head ached, his mouth was dry as chalk. A young woman doctor sat on the edge of the couch, looked in his eyes with a penlight, then put a delicate finger on a place above his forehead. "Hurt?" she asked. "Not much." "I'm the one who sewed you up," she said. "In a few days we'll take them out." He had 6 stitches in his hairline. He had not been hit by a bullet, but the fall on the fire escape had given him a concussion. An hour later, an adjutant took him upstairs to an office in an old farm bedroom with a little fireplace. The man behind a long work table had tousled grey hair and moustache and the pitted complexion of childhood smallpox. He wore a country jacket with narrow shoulders and a thick wool tie. When he stood to shake hands, Demilja saw that he was tall and thin. "Captain?" he said quietly, indicating a chair. He was called Major Olenik, and he was Demilja's new superior officer. "You might as well hear all the bad news at once," he said. "The basement of St. Stanislaus Hospital was raided by an SS unit. What files were there were taken. Colonel Broza was wounded and captured. The woman you knew as Agatha swallowed a cyanide capsule. You and Captain Grodevich survived." For a moment Demilja didn't say anything. Then, "How did that happen?" Olenik's shrug was eloquent. "Let's not waste our time with theories. We don't know, and it's likely we won't ever know." "Of course we are working on that," Olenik said. "Did you know who Agatha was?" he asked. "I didn't. No. Biochemist. One of the best in Europe." Olenik cleared his throat. "The 6th Bureau in Paris informed us a few days ago that our senior intelligence officer in France has been relieved of duty. We are going to send you as his replacement, Captain. You studied at Saint-Cyr for 3 years, is that correct?" "Yes, 1923 to 1926. "And your French is fluent?" "It's acceptable. Good workable French, spoken by a Pole. I've read in it, in order not to lose it, but conversation will take a few weeks. We're sending you out with couriers, up to Gdynia, then by freighter across the Baltic to Sweden. We've created an identity and a legend for you. Once in France, you'll report to the 6th Bureau Director of Intelligence in Paris. It's your decision, of course, but I want to add, parenthetically, that you are known to the German security services in Poland." He paused, waiting for Demilja to respond. "The answer is yes," Demilja said. The Major acknowledged his response with a polite nod. Later they discussed Demilja's escape from the Germans. He learned that the customs official, his family, and Madame Küster had gotten away successfully and been taken to safety in the countryside. As for the man who had hidden him in his apartment, he was not in the underground, according to Olenik. But he did have an acquaintance who he believed to be in the WWII. He confided in her, and she knew who to talk to. Word was passed to us, and the escape and evasion people picked you up, moved you around for a time, eventually brought you down here." "I owe that man my life," Demilja said. "But perhaps he was not entirely sane." "A strange man," Olenik said. Perhaps a casualty of war, but his hiding place, well, it's common now. People turning their homes into magicians' boxes. Some of it is art, really. Double walls, false ceilings, secret stairways, sections of floorboard on hinges, drawer pulls that unlock hidden passageways to other buildings. Olenek paused and thought about it. Yes, I suppose he was a little crazy. What he built was bizarre. I went to see it. And it was Byzantine. Still, you were lucky. Your mad carpenter was a good carpenter, because the Gestapo did search that apartment, every apartment in that building, in fact. But to find you, they would have had to rip out the walls, and that day they didn't bother. That's not always the case. They've turned Jewish apartments into sawdust. But all they did was break up some furniture, and so here you are. Olenek smiled suddenly. We must look at the bright side. At least the Kulturträger, it meant culture-bringer, a cherished German notion about themselves, brought us subhumans some new and adventurous ideas in architecture. April 1940. The subhumans turned out to be adept pupils, gathered attentively at the feet of the Kulturträger. The Germans had, for example, a great passion for important paper. It was all prettily stamped and signed and franked and checked, order and discipline made manifest. Such impressive German habits, the Poles thought, were worthy of imitation. So they imitated them, scrupulously and to the letter. As Demilja was moved north through occupied Poland, he was provided with a splendid collection of official paper. Passierscheine, Durchlassscheine, Urlaubsscheine, and Dienstausweise, general passes, transit permits, furlough passes, and work permits. The Poles had them all, stolen, imitated, doubled up. If you had one legitimate citizen, why not two? It's not unsanitary to share an identity. Forged, secretly printed, altered, reused, and every now and then properly obtained. To the Germans, documentation was a fence. To the Poles, it was a ladder. And they discovered a curious fact about the German security police. They had a slight aversion to combat soldiers. It wasn't serious or even particularly conscious. It was just that they felt powerful when elbowing Polish civilians out of their way in a passenger train. Among German soldiers, however, whose enemies tended to be armed, they experienced some contraction of self-esteem, so avoided, in a general way, those situations. The lowly Untermenschen caught on to that little quirk in their masters right away. The new ZWZ intelligence officer for France reached the port of Gdynia by using Sonderzüge, special night trains taking Wehrmacht soldiers home to leave in Germany. These specials were also used by railway workers who rode them to and from trains making up in stations and rail yards all over Poland. Demilja was one of them, according to his papers and permits a brakeman, headed to an assignment in Gdansk. Taken under the care of escape route operators, he moved slowly north over a period of 3 nights. 3 April nights. Suddenly warm, then showery, crickets loud in the fields, apple trees and clouds of white blossom. It meant to Demilja that he would not see this country again. It was that strange habit of a thing to show you its loveliest face just before you lost it. The trains clanked along slowly under the stars in the countryside. Across the river on the rebuilt bridge at Nowy Dwór, back to the other side at Vyshogrod, then tracking the curves and bends of the Vistula as it headed for the sea. The railway men gathered in a few seats in the rear of the last car on the Sonderzüge trains, and the tired Wehrmacht soldiers left them alone. They were just working people doing their jobs, not interested in politics. A heel of bread or a boiled potato wrapped in a piece of newspaper, a cigarette, a little quiet conversation with fellow workers, that was the disguise of the Polish train crews. Captain Demilja rarely spoke, simply faded into the background. The escape route operators were young. The boy who brought him to the town of Torun was 16. but the Germans had helped him to grow up quickly and had sharpened his conspirative instincts to a fine edge. He'd never been an angel, but he should have been lying to some schoolteacher about homework, or bullshitting his girlfriend's father about going to a dance. Instead, he was saying, "Nice evening, Sergeant," to the Skopje police control at the WWII railroad station. "New man?" the sergeant said. "Uh-huh," said the teenager. Polite, but pointless to seek anything further. The sergeant had had a teaspoon of human warmth in this godforsaken country. He'd have to make do with that. Stamped D'Amelia's papers, met his eyes for an instant. End of discussion. In the daytime he was hidden in apartments, and he'd grab a few hours' sleep on a couch while young people talked quietly around him. The escape route safe house in Torun was run by a girl no more than 17, snub-nosed, with corn-silk hair. D'Amelia felt tenderness and desire all mixed up together. Tough as a stick, this one. Made sure he had a place to sleep, a threadbare blanket, and a glass of beer. Christ, his heart ached for her. For them all, because they wouldn't live the year. Germans, too, thought in numbers, and their counter-espionage array was massive. Up there, Kripo, criminal police, Zipo, security police, including the Gestapo, the SD intelligence units, Ukrainian Gestapo, railway police, special detachments for roads, bridges, forests, river traffic, and factories. In Poland, it rained crossed leather belts and sidearms. People got caught. "There is soup for you," Snub-Nose said when he woke up. "Thank you," Emilia said. "Are those glasses false?" "Yes." Because they had his photograph, he had grown a little mustache and wore clear glasses. "You must not wear them in Torun. The Germans here know the trick. They stop people on the street, and if their lenses are clear, they arrest them." People came in and out all day, whispered, argued, left messages, envelopes, intelligence collection. Young as she was, Snub-Nose had the local authority, and nobody challenged her. That night, another railway man arrived, this one 18, and Emilia's journey continued. Late in the evening, they left the train at Grudjon's. D'Emilia, wearing a railroad man's blue shirt and trousers, metal lunchbox in hand, walked through the rain down a street in front of the station. A whore in a doorway blew him a kiss. A half-peeled German poster on a wall showed a Polish soldier in tattered uniform, Warsaw in flames in the background. The soldier shook his fist in anger at a picture of Neville Chamberlain, the British Prime Minister. "England, this is your work," said the caption. Along with their propaganda, the Germans had put up endless proclamations, strictly forbidden and pain of death in every sentence. They were stopped briefly by the police, but nothing serious. They played their part, eternally patient Poles. The Germans knew that Russia had owned the country for 123 years until 1918. They certainly meant to do better than that. The policeman said in slow German, "Let's see your papers, boys." Hell, who cared what the politicians did? Weren't they all just working folks looking for a little peace in this life? After midnight, the leave train slowly wound through the flat fields toward the coast, toward Gdynia and Gdansk. It kept on raining. The soldiers slept and smoked and stared out the windows of the darkened rail car. The escape route way station in Gdynia was an office over a bar down by the docks, run by the woman who owned the bar. Tough exterior, black curly hair like wire, blood-red lipstick, but a heart like steel. "Something's wrong here," she grumbled. "Skopje's got a flea up his ass." In a room lit blue by a sign outside the window that said bar, the couriers ran in and out. Most carried information on German naval activity in the port. "Look out the window," said the woman. "What do you see?" "Nothing." "Right. 8 German ships due in this week. 2 destroyers and the rest merchantmen. Where are they?" "Where do you think?" "Something's up. Troops or war supplies, ammunition, and so forth. That's what they're moving, maybe to Norway or Denmark. It means invasion, my friend. I have to get to Stockholm, Demilia said. Oh, you'll be all right, she said. An ironic little smile meant that he wouldn't be, not in the long run, and neither would she. The Swedes are neutral, and it's no technicality. They're making money hand over fist selling iron ore to the Germans, so they'll keep Hitler sweet. And he's not going to annoy them. No panzer tanks without Swedish iron. They were getting very rich indeed. Demilia had seen a report. Meanwhile, they were righteous as parsons, issued ringing indictments at every opportunity, and sat in judgment on the world. Pious hypocrites, he thought. Yet they managed to get away with it. When do I go out? Demilia asked. Tomorrow, she said, on the Enköping. Two men in working clothes arrived before dawn. They handed Demilia an old greasy shirt, overalls, and cap. Demilia shivered when he put them on. One of the men took coal dust from a paper bag, mixed it with water, and rubbed it into Demilia's face and hands. Then they gave him a shovel to carry and walked him through the wire gates to the dock area. A German customs official, glancing at Demilia's pass to the port, held himself as far away as possible, his lip curled with distaste. They joined other Polish stevedores working at two cranes, loading coal into the hold of the Enköping. The Swedish seamen ignored them, smoking pipes and leaning on the rail. Demilia had a bag on a leather string around his neck. It held microfilm, a watch, some chocolate, and a small bottle of water. Casually, one of the workers climbed down a rope ladder into the hold. Demilia followed him. "We're not going to fill this all the way up. We'll leave you a little space," said the man. "Just be sure you stay well to one side, all right?" "Yes." Above them, a crane engine chugged and whined. "Good luck," the man said. "Give the Swedish girls a kiss for me." They shook hands, and the man climbed back up the rope ladder. An avalanche of coal followed. Demilia pressed his back against the iron plates of the hold as it cascaded through the hatch and grew into a mountain. When it stopped, there were only 3 feet between Demilia and the decking above him as he lay on the lumpy coal. The hatch cover was fitted on. The screws squeaked as it was tightened down. Darkness was complete. Later in the morning, he heard commands shouted in German and the barking of dogs as the ship was searched. Then the engines rumbled to life, and the freighter wallowed out into the Baltic. It was 70 hours to Stockholm. The deck plates sweated with condensation, and acid coal water dripped steadily and soaked him to the skin. At first, discomfort kept him alert. He turned and twisted, wet, miserable, and mad. But that didn't last. With the steady motion of the ship and the beat of the engines, the black darkness and the cold, dead air, Demilia fell into a kind of stupor. It was not unpleasant. Rather the reverse. He drifted down through his life, watched certain moments as they floated by. He saw dead leaves on a path in the forest, in the Volhynia, his feet kicking them as he walked along. A little girl who'd come to stay with a neighbor that summer, a kiss. More than that. It made them giggle. This silly stuff, what did adults see in it? He had no idea he was dying. Not for the longest time. Heavy snow fell past a window in Warsaw. Madame Custer looked over her shoulder into a mirror, a red mark where he'd held her too tightly. He said he was sorry. She shrugged, her expression reflective, bittersweet. It must be time to sleep, he thought, because at last he did not feel the cold. He was relieved. His wife jammed her hands in the pockets of her coat, stood at the shore of the lake as evening came on. She looked a little rueful. That was all. If you stood far enough back, the world wasn't frightening. It wasn't anything. In the end, you were a little sad at what went on. Really, it ought to be better. Casement window at the manor house. the first gleam of the sun at the rim of a hill, 2 dogs trotting out of the forest onto the wet grass of the lawn. Finally, he became aware, for a moment, of what was happening. He did what he could, took long, deep breaths. Coal, he thought, sulfur, carbon monoxide, confined space, red blood cells. It was all very confusing. One painful stab of regret, a crumpled body, Polish stowaway found on a mound of coal in a Swedish freighter. Captain Alexander de Milla hated that idea, simply one more senseless, muted death in time of war. He lay on his back at the foot of a poplar tree and looked up as the wind rattled the little leaves. Every summer had one perfect day. The green sea rose under the ship, held a moment, then fell away. Some time later the engines slowed, the iron walls shuddered, a tug tied on and nudged the Ainchoping against its pier. The rusty bolts squeaked as they were backed off, the hatch cover swung into the air, and a crane began to scoop the coal away. Later, under the dock lights, too bright against the pale evening sky of Sweden, a booming voice shouted recognition signals down into the echoing hold. Liezhev's last day was the 3rd of June, 1940. A springtime day in Paris, and, last days being tricky this way, especially breezy and soft. No, Liezhev told himself, don't be seduced. Le printemps, like every other spectacle of the French theatre of life, was an illusion, a fraud. That was absurd, of course, and Liezhev knew it. Spring was spring, but he chose to indulge himself in a little unjust spite, then smiled acidly at his intransigence. On this day, above all, he could say whatever he wanted. Nobody contradicts a man writing a suicide note. Stationed at the window of the smelly little garret room, he had watched spring come to the Parisian slums, to the tiny, dark street covered in horseshit and dire juices, to the fat women who stood with folded arms in doorways, waiting to be insulted, and to the girls. Such girls. It would take the words of a Bloch, a Bieli, a Liezhev to do them justice. In Lights of a Lost Evening, the 10th volume from Boris Liezhev, this fierce apostle of Yesenin reveals a more tender, more lyric voice than usual. In the title work, for instance, Liezhev... Now, there you had girls. Live, momentary, a flash in the corner of your eye, then gone. Nothing good lasted in the world, Liezhev thought. That's why you needed poets, to grab it as it went flying by. Well, now and then there was something good. For example, Genya Bailis. Genya, yes, he thought, Genya. Live and momentary? Ha! You could never call her a girl. Girls had no such secret valleys and mysterious creases. Girls did not contrive to occupy the nether mind quite as Genya did. He would miss her. Up on his cloud or wherever he was going. Miss her terribly. She'd been his salvation. Good thing in a bad life, the last few years of exile. Sometimes his lover, sometimes not. Indomitable friend always. His brilliant bitch of 100 breeds. It was true, she was an extraordinary mixture. Her father, the publisher Max Bailis, was Russian, Jewish, and French. Her mother was Spanish, with some ancient Arab blood from Cordoba. Also an Irish grandmother on the maternal side. Lord, he thought, what wasn't she? You could feel the racial rivers that flowed through her. She had strange skin, sallow, olive, smooth and taut. Hair thick, dark, with reddish tints in full sunlight, and long enough so that she twined and wound it in complicated ways. Strong eyebrows, supple waist, sexy hands, eyes sharp with intelligence, eyes that saw through people. You were right to be a little afraid of Geniebailis. The idea of some great, naked, flabby whale of a German hovering above her made Lyeshev sick with rage. He would rise up and... No, he wouldn't. The German panzer divisions were racing south from Belgium, French troops surrendering or running away as they advanced. The police were on the verge of arresting him. The closer the Germans got, the worse for all the Lyeshevs of Paris. So he wasn't going to be anybody's protector. Not even his own. Fact was, they had finally hounded him to the edge of the grave. The Bolsheviks had chased him out of St. Petersburg in 1922. He fled to Odessa. They ran him out of there in 1925, so he'd gone to Germany. Written for the émigré magazines, played some émigré politics. 1933, in came Hitler, out went Lyeshev. So, off to sad Brussels. Earnest, neutral Belgium. He hadn't much left by then. Every time he ran, things flew away. Clothes, money, poems, friends. 1936, off to fight in Spain. The NKVD almost got him there. He had to walk over the Pyrenees at night, in snow up to his knees. He barely made it into Liberté, Égalité, and Fraternité, where they threw him in prison. Amazing, Lyeshev thought, the things he'd done. As a St. Petersburg teenager in 1917, he'd torn a Tsarist policeman's club from his hands and cracked him on the nose. Stayed up all night, haunting the dark alleyways of the city and its women, talking to the whores, screwing the intellectuals. He saw a man executed with a leather cord as he sat in a kitchen chair at a busy intersection. He was a worker of the world, for a year or two anyhow. Worked with the pen, which was mightier than the sword, he discovered only when approximately the same size. He'd run from raging fires, crazed mobs, brawling Nazis, rumbling tanks, and the security police of at least 6 nations. My valise, dark eyes. Quick. It's under your bed. There's nothing in there and nothing to pack. But I take it along. So, at last, after all that, who got him? The Rangs de Cuir, French bureaucrats, laboring all day on wooden chairs, were prone to a shine on the seat of the pants. The antidote was a chair-sized round of leather, Rangs de Cuir, carried daily to work, placed ever so precisely beneath the clerical behind. The makers of Parisian slang were not slow to see the possibilities in this. To Lyeshev, the Rangs de Cuir seemed at first a doleful but inevitable feature of French life, but in time he came to understand them in a different way. Fussy, niggling, insatiable, they had some kinship with the infamous winds of Catalonia, which will not blow out a candle, but will put a man in his grave. And now, he realized, they were going to do what all the Okhrana agents and Chekists and Nazis and pimps and machine-gunners and Spanish cooks had failed to do. They were going to kill him. But maybe not. On his rounds that night, in Le Chasseur-Vert and the Jean Bart, out in the Russian 17th arrondissement, and Petruchov's place up in Pigalle, he felt the life force surge inside him. He laid some little glove-maker's assistant among the mops and brooms in Petruchov's storeroom. Tossed his last francs out on the zinc bars as a rich slice of émigré Paris got drunk on his money and told him what a fine fellow he was. Sometime near dawn he was with the acmeist playwright Yushin, too plastered to walk any farther, propped on a wall and staring down into the Seine by the Alexander III bridge. "Don't give up now," Yushin said. "You've been through too much. We all have." Lyeshev belched and nodded vigorously. Yushin was right. "Remember the Cossacks chased you?" Lyeshev said. Cossacks had never chased him. Yushin had him confused with some other émigré poet from St. Petersburg. "How you ran?" "Still they didn't catch you?" "No." "Well, there it is. You're right. Don't weaken, Boris Ivanovitch. Don't let these sanctimonious prigs stab your heart with their little quills."
"Well said."
"You think so?"
"Yes."
"You're kind to say that."
"Not at all."
Lyashev saw that the compliment had put Yushin to sleep, still standing, propped against the stone wall. But then, on the morning of 4 June, he had to report to the prefecture of police and slid, like a man who cannot get a grip on an icy hillside, down into a black depression. The Parisian police, responsible for immigration, had placed him on what they called a régime de sursis. Sursis meant reprieves, but régime was a little harder to define. The authorities would have said system, but the word was used for a diet, implying control and some discomfort. Lyashev would describe it as a very refined cruelty. In March, the French had declared Lyashev an undesirable alien, subject to deportation back to Germany, his last country of legal residence since he'd entered Belgium, Spain, and France illegally. Of course, all sorts of judicial nightmares awaited him in Berlin. He could expect concentration camp, beating, and probably execution. The French perfectly understood his predicament. "You may," they told him, "appeal the order of deportation." This he did, and was granted a stay for 24 hours. Since the stay would lapse at 5 p.m. the following afternoon, he had to go to the prefecture at 1 p.m. to stand on the lines. At 4:20 they stamped his papers. This enabled him to stay in France an additional 24 hours. And so forth, and so on, for 4 months. The lines at the prefecture, across Notre Dame Cathedral on the Ile de la Cité, had a life of their own. And Lyashev grimly joined in. He'd been hit on the head in his life, missed plenty of meals, been tumbled about by fate. Standing in line every day held no terrors for him. He couldn't earn any money, but Genya Bailis had a little, and she helped him out. So did others. He'd written behind barbed wire on a sandbag under a bridge. Now he'd write while standing on line. This defiance held for March and April. But in May he began to slip. The ronds de cuir on the other side of their wire grill partitions did not become friendly over time. That astonished, then horrified, finally sickened Lyashev. What sort of human, he wondered, behaved this way? What sort of reptilian heart remained so cold to somebody in trouble? The sort that evidently lived in the hollow chest of the little man with the little man's moustache. That lived within the mountainous bosom of the woman with the lacquer hairdo and scarlet lips, or behind the 3-point handkerchief of Coquelet the rooster with its coxcomb of wild hair and the triumphant crow of the dunghill. "Tomorrow, then, Monsieur Lyashev, bright and early, eh?" Stamp, kachuk, sign, blot, admire, hand over, and smile. The line itself, snaking around the building, then heading up the quay, was a madhouse. Jews, Republican Spaniards, gypsies, Hungarian artists, the lost and the dispossessed, criminals who hadn't yet gotten around to committing crimes. The full riptide of unwanted humanity, spring of 1940. They whispered and argued and bartered and conspired, laughed and cried, stole and shared, extemporized life from one hour to the next. But slowly, inevitably, the régime de sursis gnawed away until it ate a life, took one victim, then another. Zoltan in the river, Petra with cyanide, Siegelbaum under a train. Boris Lyashev, paper stamped for one more day of existence, returned to his room late at night on the 4th of June. He'd stopped at a café, listened to a report on the radio of the British Expeditionary Force's departure in small boats from the beaches of Dunkirk. But the population was to remain calm at all costs. Prime Minister Reynaud had demanded that President Roosevelt send clouds of warplanes. Victory was a certainty. Lyashev was temporarily distracted from writing by a drunken altercation in the tiny street below his window. One old man wanted to defend Paris, the other favored the declaration of an open city. The treasures of the capital, its bridges, arcades, and museums would be spared. Trading arguments, then insults, the old men worked themselves up into a fulminous rage. They slapped each other in the face, which made them both wildly indignant. They swore complicated oaths, threatened to kick each other, snarled and turned red, then strode off in opposite directions, threatening vengeance and shaking their fists. When this was over, Lerchev sat on a broken chair in front of an upturned crate and wrote, on paper torn from a notebook, a long letter to Genya Bailis. He wanted her to be the custodian of his poetry. Over the years, he'd tinkered endlessly with his work, back and forth, this way and that. Now, tonight, he had to decide, so here a birch was a poplar. The sea shattered, it didn't melt. Tanya did not smell of cows or spring earth. She simply walked along the path where the ivy had pulled down the stake fence. "I don't exactly thank you, Genya. My feelings for you are warmer than courtesy. I will say that I remember you, that I have spent considerable time and remembered you very carefully. It is a compliment, my love, the way you live in my imagination. The world should be that perfect." 7 June, 1940. Boulogne-Billancourt Cemetery. A few mourners for Lerchev. He'd made the enemy's émigré poets make. Some of the regulars had already fled south, and it was a warm, humid evening with the threat of a thunderstorm in the air. Those who did attend were those who, if they kept nothing else, kept faith with community. A dozen men with military posture in dark suits, medals pinned to their breast pockets. There was a scattering of beards, Lerchev's colleagues, gloomy men with too much character in their faces. And the old women, well practiced at standing before open graves. You could not be buried without them. The priest was, as always, Father Hilarion, forced once again to pray over some agnostic, atheist, anarchist who really knew, by the exigencies of expatriate life. Do svidaniya, Boris Ivanovich. There wasn't much in the way of flowers, but a generous spread awaited the funeral party in an upstairs room at the Balalaika. Efremov's restaurant in St. Petersburg had also been steps away from the cemetery. Vodka, little sandwiches of sturgeon or cucumber, cookies decorated with half a candied cherry. Genya Bailis, lover, muse, nurse, editor, and practical goddess to the deceased, had once again been generous and open-handed. "God bless you," an old woman said to her as they walked down the gravel path toward the restaurant. Genya acknowledged the blessing with a smile, and the old woman limped ahead to catch up with a friend. "Madame Bailis, my sympathies." He crunched along the path beside her, and her first view of him was blurred by the black veil she wore. His French wasn't native, yet he did not speak to her in Russian. "A friend of Monsieur Lerchev?" she asked. "Unfortunately, no." Polite, she thought. Through the veil she could see a strong, pale forehead. He was in his late 30s, hair expensively cut, faintly military-bearing. Aristocrat, she thought, but not from here. "An associate of Monsieur Pavel," he said. "Oh." She was, just for a moment, very angry. Boris was gone. She would never hear his voice again. For all his drinking and brawling, he'd been a tender soul. Accidentally caught up in flags and blood and honor and history, now dead of it. And here by her side was a man whose work lay in such things. "I am sick of countries," she wanted to say to him. But she did not say it. They walked together on the gravel path as the first thunder of the storm grumbled in the distance. "The help you've provided is very much appreciated," he said quietly. She sensed he knew what she'd been thinking. The government has to leave Paris, but we want her to set up a contact protocol for the future, if that is acceptable to you." She hesitated a moment, then said, "Yes, it's acceptable." Suddenly, she was dizzy, thought she might faint. She stopped walking and put a hand on the man's forearm to steady herself. The thunder rumbled again, and she pressed her lips together hard. She did not want to cry. "There's a bench," the man said. She shook her head no, fumbled in her purse for a handkerchief. The other mourners circled around them. Yushin, the playwright, tipped his hat. "So sorry, Genya Maximova, so sorry. Just the other night my regrets." He walked backward for a step or two, tipped his hat again, then turned around and scurried away. The man at her side handed her a clean white handkerchief, and she held it to her eyes. It smelled faintly of bay rum cologne. "Thank you," she said. "You're welcome." They started walking again. "The protocol will mention the church of Saint-Étienne-du-Mont, and the view from the Rue de la Montagne. Can you remember it?" "Yes, I like that church." "The contact may come by mail or in person, but it will come sooner or later. As I said, we are grateful." His voice trailed away. She nodded, yes, she understood. Yes, she'd help, yes, it had to be done. Whatever yes they needed to hear that day. He understood immediately. "Again, our sympathies," he said. "Then I'll leave you here. There are French security agents in a car at the bottom of the hill." He moved ahead of her, down the path. He wasn't so bad, she thought. It just happened that information flowed to her like waves on a beach, and he was an intelligence officer in time of war. Big drops of rain began to fall on the gravel path, and one of the men in dark suits with medals on the breast pocket appeared at her side and opened a black umbrella above her head. It was a long way from the Russian neighborhoods in Boulogne to Neuilly, where he was staying in the villa of an industrialist who'd fled to Canada. And a storm was coming, but Captain Alexander d'Emilia decided to walk, and spent the evening headed north along the curve of the Seine, past factories and docks and rail sidings, past workers' neighborhoods and little cafes where bargemen came in to drink at night. They had dragged him, black with coal dust and more dead than alive, from the hold of the freighter Enschoping, laid him on the back seat of a Polish diplomatic car, and sped off to the embassy. A strange time, not connected with the real world at all, drifting among dim lights and hollow sounds. A sort of mystic's paradise, and when people said Stockholm, he could only wonder what they meant. Wherever he'd been, it hadn't been Stockholm. And where was he now? A place called Poor Paris, he thought, in poor France. He saw the posters on his walk, half-torn, flapping aimlessly on the brick factory walls. Nous vaincrons, car nous sommes les plus forts. Signed by the new Prime Minister, Paul Reynaud. We will win because we are the strongest. Yes, well, was all d'Emilia could think. What could you say even to yourself about such empty huffing and puffing? Paris had been bombed twice, not heavily, but while the Wehrmacht were still north of the Belgian border. France had quit. He knew it. It was what he and Colonel Broza had fought against in Warsaw, and he'd felt it happen here. D'Emilia had arrived in Paris in late April and gone to work for Colonel Weiborg, the Baltic Knight, who had recruited him into the WWII as the Germans began the siege of Warsaw. At first it was as though he'd returned to his old job, staff work in military intelligence. There were meetings, dinners, papers written and read. Serious and urgent business, but essentially the life of the military attaché. He had assisted in some of the intelligence collection, developed assets, liaised with French officers. They were sympathetic, poor Poland. Clandestine flights with money and explosives for the underground would be starting any day now, any day now. There were technical problems. You needed a full moon, calm weather, extra gas tanks on the airplanes. That was true, D'Amelio knew, yet somehow he sensed it wouldn't happen even when conditions were right. "Steady pressure," Viborg said. "Representatives of governments in exile are patient, courteous men who do not lose their tempers." D'Amelio understood and smiled. His counterpart, a Major Kercheval of the SR, Service de Renseignement, the foreign intelligence operation that supplied data to the 10e Bureau of the French General Staff, invited him to tour the Maginot Line. "Be impressed," Viborg told him. Well, he was. Surely he was. A long drive through spring rains, past the Meuse, the Marne, the battlefields of the 1914 war. Then barbed wire and an iron gate with a grill opening into a tunnel dug deep in the side of a hill. Over the entrance a sign, "Ils ne passeront pas," they shall not pass. 300 feet down by elevator, then a cage of mice hung by the door as a warning they'd keel over if gas were present, and a brilliantly lit tunnel traversed by a little train that rang a bell. In vast concrete chambers there were offices, blackboards and telephones, a huge fire control center staffed by sharp young soldiers dressed in white coveralls. A general officiated, demanding that D'Amelio choose a German target from a selection of black-and-white photographs. All he could see were trees and brush, but his cartographer's eye turned up a woodcutter's hut by a stream, and he pinned it with his finger. "Voilà," said the general, and great activity ensued. Bells rang, soldiers talked on telephones, maps were unrolled, numbers written hurriedly on blackboards. At last a dial in the wall was turned, and the deep gong of a bell sounded again and again. "The target has received full artillery fire. It is completely destroyed." D'Amelio was impressed. He did wonder briefly why, since the French were officially at war with the Germans, they rang a bell instead of firing an actual gun. But that was, he supposed, a detail. In fact, the series of fortresses could direct enormous firepower at an enemy from underground bunkers. The Maginot Line went as far as the Belgian border, and there it stopped. So, on 10 May, when Hitler felt the time was ripe, the Wehrmacht went through Belgium. A French officer said to D'Amelio, "But don't you see? They have violated Belgian neutrality. They have played into our hands." Just where the river rounded the Isle of Puteaux, D'Amelio came to a tabac, a boulangerie, and a cluster of cheap cafes, a little village. Because of the blackout, the street lamps of Paris had been painted blue, and now the city was suffused with strange, cold light. It made the street cinematic, surreal. Friday night, the cafes should have been jammed with Parisians. To hell with the world, have a glass of wine. Can I see you home? Now they were triste, half empty. But these were workers. Out in Passy, in Neuilly, in Saint-Germain, and Palais Royal, there wasn't anybody. They had all discovered a sudden need to go to the country, to Tante Giselle, or their adored grand-mère, or their little house on the river, whatever it was. Where they'd gone in 1914. Where they'd gone, for that matter, in 1789. Meanwhile, in Poland, they were committing suicide. Viborg had told him that. White lines of anger at the corners of his mouth. France was a kind of special heaven to the Poles, with its great depths of culture, its adept wit, and ancient forgiving intelligence. To the Poles it was simple. Don't give in, fight on. When Hitler tangles with the French, that'll be the end of him. But that wasn't what happened. And now they knew it. They risked their lives listening to the BBC, and they heard what the announcer tried not to say. The French ran. They wouldn't fight. A wave of suicides washed over Warsaw, Krakow, the manor houses in the mountains. A girl at a cafe table looked at D'Amelio. Beret and raincoat, curly, copper-colored hair with a lock tumbled onto the forehead, a dark mole setting off the white skin on her cheek, lips a deep, solemn red. With her eyes, she asked him some sort of question that could not quite be put into words. D'Amelia wanted her. He wanted all of them, but he kept walking. And she turned back to her glass of wine. What was she after? He wondered. A little money? A husband for a little problem in her belly? A man to beat up the landlord? Something. Something. Nothing was free here. He'd learned that in the 1920s when he was studying at Saint-Cyr. He turned and looked back at her. Sad now, staring into her glass. She had a heavy upper lip with a soft curve to it, and he could imagine the weight of her breasts against her cotton blouse. Jesus, she was beautiful. They all were. They couldn't help it. It wasn't their fault. He stopped, half-turned, then continued on his way. Probably she was a whore, and he didn't want to pay to make love. Yes, well... The industrialist who'd fled to Canada had not had time, apparently, to clean out his things in Neuilly. He'd left behind mounds of women's clothing, much of it still folded in soft tissue paper, a crate of 20 telephones, a stack of chic little boxes covered in slick gold paper, and dozens of etchings, animals of every sort, lions, zebras, camels, signed Dovos in a fluid hand. D'Amelia had simply made a neat pile on the dining-room table and ignored it. The toothbrush left in the sink, the paste dried on it, he'd thrown away. Hard to sleep in a city waiting for invaders. D'Amelia stared out the window into the garden of the neighboring villa. So, the barbarians were due to arrive. Plans were being made, the angles of survival calculated. He read for a time a little Joseph Roth, a book he'd found on the night table, the Radziecki March. Roth had been an émigré who'd killed himself in Paris a year earlier. It was slow-going in German, but D'Amelia was patient, and dawn was long hours away. The Trotas were not an old family. Their founder's title had been conferred on him after the Battle of Solferino. He was a Slovene and chose the name of his native village, Cipolje. Though fate elected him to perform an outstanding deed, he himself saw to it that his memory became obscured to posterity. An infantry lieutenant, he was in command of a platoon at Solferino. The fighting had been in progress for half an hour. He watched the white backs of his men 3 paces in front of him. The front line was kneeling, the rear standing. They were all cheerful and confident of victory. They had... Now it rained, hard. D'Amelia had been lying on a long red and gold couch with a brocade pillow under his head. He got to his feet, walked to the French doors, index finger holding his place in the book, and stared out into the night. Someone had stored pieces of old statuary behind the villa. Water glistened on the stone when the lightning flickered. The wind grew stronger. Rain blew in sheets over the garden. Then the air cooled suddenly, and the sound of thunder rolled and echoed down the deserted streets. 9 June, 1940. 2 Avenue de Tourville, Hôtel des Invalides. D'Amelia was prompt for his 11 o'clock meeting with Major Kercheval of the SR. The streets around the walled military complex at the center of the 7th arrondissement were quiet. The residents were away, but in the courtyard they were busy loading filing cabinets onto military trucks. It was hot. No air moved. The soldiers had their jackets off, sleeves rolled up, suspenders dangling, making them look like cannoneers from the Franco-Prussian War of 1870. A 15-minute wait, then an elderly sergeant with plentiful decorations led him up long flights of stairs to Kercheval's office. The major's greeting was friendly, but correct. They sat opposite each other in upholstered chairs. The office was impressive. A wall of leather-bound volumes, historic maps in elaborate frames were hung on the walnut boiserie. "Not a happy moment," Kercheval said, watching the trucks being loaded in the courtyard below. "No," D'Amelia agreed. We went through it in Warsaw. Kercheval's eyebrow twitched. This is not Warsaw. We're thinking, he said, it won't be quite so difficult here. Some of our files are being shifted for temporary safekeeping. D'Emilia made a polite sound of agreement. How is it up north? He asked. Kercheval steepled his fingers. The 10th Army's situation on the Somme appears to have stabilized. At the WWII, we have a few problems still, mostly logistics, supply and whatnot, but we expect to clear that up in 72 hours. Our current appreciation of the position is this: we've got hell to pay for 2 or 3 days yet. We then achieve a static situation. Une situation statique. We can maintain that indefinitely, of course, but I'd say give us 2 weeks of hard work, and then, in the first heat of summer, look for us to be going the other way. Germans are Nordic. They don't like hot weather. He shifted to the particular concerns they shared, the flow of information from open and clandestine sources, how much of it the Poles got to see. He spoke easily, at length, in confidential tones. The meaning of what he said, as far as D'Emilia could make out, was that the people above them, the diplomats and senior officers in the rarefied atmosphere of binational relations, had yet to complete work on a format of cooperation, but they would soon do so, and at that time D'Emilia and his colleagues could look forward to a substantive increase of shared intelligence. Kercheval was in his late 40s, with dry skin, a corded underside to his jaw, and smooth, glossy hair combed flat. A turtle's head, D'Emilia thought. The small, mobile mouth, whether talking or eating, strengthened that impression. The exterior was flawless, courteous, confident, polished, and hard as a diamond. If Kercheval lied, he lied, regrettably, for reasons of state, raison d'état. And if you listened carefully, you would hear a faint and deeply subtle signal inviting you to agree that deception was simply a part of life, as all very old cultures had learned, sadder but wiser, to acknowledge. Come now, you must admit it's so. It's an ordeal and takes forever, he went on, but experience has shown that relations go much more smoothly, indeed much more productively, when the initial understandings are thoroughly formulated. He smiled warmly at D'Emilia, perhaps a hint of apology in his face. Our friendship will surely survive all the nonsense I'm forced to tell you. You certainly won't hold it against me. Life's too short for resentment, my dear fellow. D'Emilia tried to nod agreement as enthusiastically as he could, an importunate smile nailed to his mouth. The situation statique on the Somme was that the 10th Army had been encircled and destroyed, and D'Emilia knew it. To Kercheval, however, the fate of an army was of secondary importance to the conversation he was having with D'Emilia. Of primary concern was that adverse and humiliating information could not be stated in front of a foreigner, of lesser rank and lower social position. As for some of our files are being shifted, D'Emilia passed through the sentry gates, turned right toward the metro, and passed 60 trucks lined up and waiting to enter the courtyard. On the train he read the Daily Telegraph to see what the British were thinking about that morning. Asked if Paris would be declared an open city, a French spokesman replied, "Never. We are confident that Hitler's mechanized hordes will never get to Paris, but should they come so far, you may tell your countrymen we shall defend every stone, every clod of earth, every lamp-post, every building, for we would rather have our city razed to the ground than fall into the hands of the Germans." Emerging at the Pont de Neuilly metro stop, D'Emilia saw a group of white-haired garbage men, veterans wearing their decorations, working on a line of 12 garbage trucks. They were engrossed in mounting machine guns on the trucks, and by that afternoon the Paris police were wearing tin-pot helmets and carrying rifles. "The government's going to Tours," Viborg said. "From what I saw this morning, they were certainly going somewhere," D'Emilia said. Late afternoon, an anonymous café on the Rue Blanche. Amber walls tinted brown with Gauloise smoke, etched glass panels between booths. An old lady with a small dog sat at the bar. The board owner scowled as he read one of the single-sheet newspapers that had replaced the usual editions. Viborg and Emilia sat facing each other in a booth and sipped at glasses of beer. The afternoon was hot and still, a fly buzzing around a motionless fan in the ceiling. Sometimes, from the refugee columns trudging down the boulevards a block away, the sound of an auto horn. Viborg wore an old grey suit with no tie and shirt collar open. He looked, Emilia thought, like a lawyer with unpaid office rent and no clients. "Hard to believe that it's over here. That the French army lasted 1 month," Viborg said. "It is over, then?" "Yes. Paris will be declared an open city today or tomorrow. The Germans will be in here in a week or less." "But France will fight on." "No, it won't." Renault cabled Roosevelt and demanded American intervention. Roosevelt's response was a speech that dithered and said nothing. Pétain appeared before the cabinet in Tours and said that an armistice is, in his view, the necessary condition for the survival of eternal France. That's that. Emilia was incredulous. France remained powerful, had a formidable navy, had army units in Morocco, Syria, Algeria, could have fought on for years. "In Warsaw, this isn't Warsaw," Viborg said. "In Tours they lost a top-secret cable, turned the whole chateau upside down looking for it. Finally a maid found it, crumpled up in Renault's mistress's bed. Now, that's not the first time in the history of the world that such a thing has happened. But you get the feeling it's the way things are. It's as though they've woken from a dream, discovered the house on fire, then shrugged and walked away, rather than calling the fire department or looking for a bucket. If you read history, you know there are times when nations fail. That's what happened here." Viborg took a pack of jetons from his pocket, offered it to Emilia, took one for himself, and lit both with a silver lighter. In the Rue Blanche, a refugee family had become separated from the stream moving south across Paris. A man pulled a cart with quilts tied over the top of a mound of furniture. Here and there a chair leg poked through. His wife led 2 goats on a rope. The farm dog, panting hard in the afternoon heat, walked in the shadow of the cart. Behind the cart were 3 small children, the oldest girl holding the hands of 2 little boys. The family had been on the road a long time. Their eyes, glazed with fatigue, saw nothing of their surroundings. The proprietor put his paper down for a moment and stared at the family as they labored past. A tough Parisian, his only comment was to turn his head and make a spitting sound before going back to his newspaper with an almost imperceptible shake of the head. The old woman's lapdog barked fiercely at the goats. The farm dog glanced up, then ignored it. Some little woolly thing in Paris that thought it was a dog. The things you see when you travel. The old woman shushed her dog, muttering something about unfortunates that Emilia could barely make out. "Fucking German pigs," Viborg said quietly, with resignation. "The local bully boys. Come Friday night, and they beat up the neighbors, which is why I guess the French and the Poles have always been friends. They share the problem." "I suppose," Emilia said, "we're going to London. Unless there's a miracle." "There will be no miracle," Viborg said. "And yes, it is London. We've got a destroyer berthed at the mouth of the Loire in Nantes, not too far from the government in Tours. I'm going down there tomorrow. We have to be where official France is. You're going to stay here, the last man out. Work on the reactivation program, whatever you can manage to get done. Just don't stray too far from base, meaning Neuilly. That villa is now the French station of the Polish Army's intelligence service. As for a time of departure, it's hard to predict exactly. It will be at the final hour. Polish honor demands at least that, with shells falling on the harbor and our fantail on fire. You'll be contacted when we know a little more, by telephone or courier. Given a cipher, probably. The BBC has agreed to broadcast signals for us. We're likely to do it that way, in the message personnel. So get yourself a working radio and listen to it, 10, 4, and midnight. Myself, I like the garden programs. Did you know that periwinkle can be used as a ground cover on a shady hillside? It was dark when Emilia returned to Neuilly. He carried with him a battered briefcase stuffed with French francs and a new list in code of Polish agents in Paris. People on the Genia buy-list level had been contacted. Now there remained the small fry, a surprisingly long list. But Poland had always had an aggressive, busy intelligence service, a characteristic of small countries with big enemies. D'Emilia made a successful contact at 11:20 that night at a dance hall in Clichy, an aging, embittered clerk in the French department of the Admiralty who was paid a small monthly stipend. Then he hurried to the Notre-Dame de Lorette metro stop, but the woman he expected, an ethnic Pole running a group of engineers in the Hungarian armament industry, did not appear. The following morning he awoke to find the air dark, the leaves of the tree outside his window covered in oily grime, and the spring birds fled. Later that day a taxi driver confirmed his suspicion. The Germans had bombed the gasoline storage tanks at Levallois-Perret. The black cloud of soot had drifted down on the city. At the fallback meeting of 2:25 p.m., Notre-Dame de Lorette station replaced by abbesses, the ethnic Pole appeared. Chanel scarf, clouds of perfume, and a refusal to meet his eyes when they handed her a payment of 5,000 francs. She was gone, he thought. But he was doubly gracious, thanked her profusely, and passed her the Saint-Étienne-du-Mont protocol anyhow. The best he could do was to try to leave a positive impression. The world changed, luck went sour. He wanted her to feel that working for the Polish service was a life-preserver in a stormy sea. Paris, dying. Refugees streaming past, among them disarmed French soldiers, still in uniform. The city now silent, seemingly empty but for the shuffle of the refugee columns. The abandoned government offices had caused consternation. Even the one-page newspapers were gone now. The kiosks were shut tight, and the garbage was no longer collected. D'Emilia could not escape the sadness. Even when it rained death and fire, Warsaw had fought desperately to survive. Improvising and improvising, ingenuity and courage set against iron and explosives. They'd had no chance, but they fought anyhow, brave, deluded, stubborn. Closing his eyes, he saw the passengers on the Pilava local, clothing dirty, here and there bloody, walking into Romania, with the heavy little crates of bullion. He tried to keep his spirits up. The fight against despair was, he told himself, just another way of fighting Germany. But as the life of the streets faded away, he began to wonder why anybody cared so much about flags and nations. An old city. Everything had happened here. People loved and people died. And none of it mattered very much. Or maybe it was just him. Maybe he was just tired of life. Sometimes that happened. He'd scheduled a dawn contact out in the 19th arrondissement at the Canal de l'Ourcq, the home dock of a Dutch barge captain with knowledge of the production capacities of petroleum refining centers along the Upper Seine. Not much point at the moment. Every ounce of French gasoline was either in flames or pumped into government cars in full flight. But in the future it might be a useful thing to know. At 2 a.m. he tossed and turned, unable to sleep. The silence of the little street was oppressive. He moved to an armchair, read the Radetzky March, dozed off, then woke suddenly, not knowing why, until the fist hammered on the door a second time. He ran down the hall and looked out the Judas hole. A Breton, he thought. Reddish hair clipped high on the sides, fair skin, a cold face, a silk tie, and a certain practised patience in the way he stood. D'Amelia left him and walked silently to the back door. The one waiting there had his hands in his pockets, was looking aimlessly up at the stars. He returned to the bedroom, struggled into pants, shirt, and shoes as the one in front knocked again. "Are you in there?" If a voice could be good at calling through doors, this one was. "I'm being polite. Don't test my patience." "Allons-y! Let's go!" Last warning. D'Amelia opened the door. The man made a soft grunt of satisfaction. "At least we got that much done." "Captain D'Amelia," he said, polite in an official way, "I am sorry to trouble you, but what, the Germans at the gates? The times we live in?" "Yes," D'Amelia said. "Perhaps you would get dressed. We're ordered to escort you to our office." "Where is that, please?" "At the Prefecture of Police." "Could you identify yourself?" "Of course, forgive me." He produced a small leather case with an identity card of the DST, Direction de la Surveillance de la Territoire, the French FBI, and held it up for D'Amelia to see. "All right," the man said. "Come in," D'Amelia said. The man entered, whistling tunelessly, strolled through the villa and opened the back door. The one who'd waited there had a little moustache trimmed to the line of his upper lip. He looked around the villa curiously. "It's quite a place here. Belong to you?" "I'm just a tenant," D'Amelia said. "Ah." A professional skeptic. It amused him to seem easily satisfied. D'Amelia went into the bedroom. The man he thought of as the Breton stood in the doorway as he put on a tie, smoothed his hair to one side, put on a jacket. He had a weapon. He intended to use it. It was just a question of timing. "Now I'm ready," he said to the Breton. In the blue shadow of the street, D'Amelia could make out a blocky Citroën, black and well-polished. The Breton opened the back door, then went around the car, while the other waited by D'Amelia's side. Now, he thought, the weaker one first. "This is going to cause very serious difficulties," D'Amelia said. The man looked at him sharply. Was he mad? "In scheduling," he hastened to add, "I'm expected someplace else." "Well," said the man, not unkindly, "so the world went. The problem is I'm supposed to deliver certain funds," D'Amelia said. The Breton started the car, which rumbled to life, sputtering and missing. "It's 40,000 francs. I'm reluctant to leave it here." The man was likely proud of his opacity. Policemen don't react if they don't choose to, but D'Amelia saw it hit. At least 2 years' salary. "I wonder," he continued, "if you could keep that money for me, at the prefecture. Then I'll be along later tonight after my meeting." The man with the moustache opened the back door and said something to the driver, then, to D'Amelia, "Where is it?" "Inside." "Let's go." He was on the streets for the rest of the night. They went out one door with a briefcase. He went out the other 10 minutes later. He moved to cover, checked from a vantage point at 3:15, saw a car at each end of his street with silhouette of driver and passenger. Au revoir. He walked miles, headed east into Paris proper, and tried 2 hotels, but they were locked up tight, doors chained, windows shuttered. On the main thoroughfares, the stream of refugees flowed on. At the intersection of the boulevards Saint-Germain and Saint-Michel, humanity collided and struggled as one column moved west, another south. On the north-south metro lines, Port-Orléans, Clignancourt, people fought their way onto trains that would never move. D'Amelia walked and walked, hiding in chaos. At least they hadn't killed him. But he had calculated they wouldn't go that far. He was nothing to them. Probably just somebody to lock up until the Germans arrived. Welcome to Paris. We couldn't find any flowers, but here's a Polish spy. The Breton and pencil moustache had gone back wherever they came from and reported simply enough that he wasn't home, so the next shift came on and parked cars at either end of his street. Dawn was warm, a little strange beneath a disordered sky of scudding, purplish cloud. He saw a line of Flemish monks, faces bright red above their woolen robes, toiling along on women's bicycles. A city bus from Lille packed with families, a fire truck from Caen, a tank, a few pathetic twigs tied to its turret in attempt at camouflage, an ambulance, a chauffeured Daimler, all of it moving 1 mile an hour along the choked boulevard. Past an abandoned parrot in a cage, a barrel organ, a hearse with smoke drifting from its blown engine, and a featherbed tied to its roof. He was tired, sat at the base of a plane tree by a bench somewhere, and held his head in his hands. Deep instinct, survival, got him on his feet, and headed north toward Clichy and Pigalle, toward whores who had hotel rooms where nobody asked questions. Then, a better idea. The neighborhood around the Gare Saint-Lazare railway station, deep in the 9th arrondissement, was a commercial stew of small, unrespectable enterprises of all kinds. A world of its own where the buildings, the streets, and the people were all a little crooked. You could get insurance from the Agence ABC at the top of the wooden stairway, who didn't need every sort of official documentation in this complex modern age. But had you asked them to actually pay a claim, they would have fainted with surprise and fallen over onto the packed suitcases that stood by the door. The leather in the Frères Brugère company's chic belts and purses came unquestionably from an animal, and, frankly, who were you to demand that it be a cow? And probably you had no business being out in the rain in the first place. There was an agency for singing waiters, an import company for green bamboo, a union office for the drivers of wagons that hauled butchers' bones. Even a publisher of books. Parthenon Press. There, see the little drawing with the broken columns? That's the Parthenon. They were proud, at the little suite of offices at 39 Rue de Rome, to issue an extraordinarily wide and diverse list of books. The poetry of Fedyakov, Weinstock, Siegelbaum, and Lieshev, the plays of Yushin and Var, and all sorts of novels, all sorts. October Wheat, which told of the nobility of peasant life in the Ukraine. The Sea, a saga which, through the lives of a family of fisherfolk in the eastern Crimea, suggested the ebb and flow of both oceanic and human tides. The Baronsky Pearls, a noble family loses its money and survives on love. Letter from Smolensk, experimental fiction about the machines in a tractor factory. No human character appears. Natasha, a girl of the streets, rises to fame and fortune. There was Private Chamber, in English, by Henry Thomas. The Schoolmistress of Lausanne, about the need for discipline at a school for wealthy young women, by Thomas Henry. And Slender Birch, not, as you might imagine, about the romance of the Russian steppe, by Martin Payne. These novels in English had found an appreciative audience first among British and American soldiers after the Great War, then among tourists from those nations, pleased to find, during their trip to Paris, books in their own language about their own personal interests and hobbies. The huge pair of ancient iron-bound doors at 39 Rue de Rome was firmly locked, but Demilia knocked and refused to go away when nothing happened. Finally, in the first watery light of morning, a panel in the concierge's station by the doorway slid open, and a large eye peered out. Clearly he wasn't the German army, just a man with his tie pulled down and sleepless eyes who'd been walking all night. And the door creaked open. The concierge, not a day under 80, a Lebel rifle held in his trembling hand, said, "We're closed. What do you want here?" "Please tell Madame Bylis that a friend has come to call." "What friend?" "A friend from the Church of Saint-Étienne-du-Mont, tell her." "A priest? You?" "No," Demilia said, "just an old friend." 14 June 1940, Dawn. It rained. But then it would. Not a human soul to be seen in Paris. Out at the Porte d'Auteuil, untended cattle had broken through the fence at a stockyard pens and were wandering about the empty streets, mooing and looking for something to eat. At the northern edge of the city, the sound of a German motorcycle, engine perfectly tuned, approached from the suburbs. A young Wehrmacht soldier sped across the Place Voltaire, downshifted, revved the engine a little, "Here I am, girls," put the gear back where it belonged, and disappeared in a rising whine up the Rue Grenoble. From the northeast, from the direction of Belgium and Luxembourg and Germany, a series of canvas-covered trucks drove through the Porte de la Villette. One broke off from the file and moved slowly down the Rue de Flandre, headed toward the railroad stations, the Gare de l'Est and the Gare du Nord, and the Gare Saint-Lazare. The truck stopped every few blocks, and a single German soldier jumped from the back. Like all the others, the one on the Rue de Rome wore white gloves and a crossed white belt. A traffic policeman. When the armored cars and the troop transports rolled past an hour later, he waved them on. At 7:30 in the morning, the German army occupied the Hôtel Crillon and set up an office for local administration in the lobby. 2 officers showed up at the military complex just abandoned by Major Kercheval and his colleagues at Invalides and demanded the return of German battle flags captured in 1918. France had lost a war, but it was still France. The battle flags, an officer explained, had been mislaid. Of course, the gentlemen were more than welcome to look for them. The Germans hung a swastika flag from the Eiffel Tower and one from the Arc de Triomphe. Over in the Rue de Rome, Genia Bailis pushed a sheer curtain aside and watched the Wehrmacht traffic policeman at the corner. She lit a lucky strike and blew long plumes of smoke from her nostrils. "What happens now?" she asked. Demilia came and stood by her, gently pulled the fabric of the curtain from her fingers and let it fall closed. "The fighting changes," he said, "and people hide. Hide in themselves, or hide from the war in enemy beds, or hide in the mountains. Sooner or later they hide in the sewers. We learn, under occupation, that there's more rat in us than we knew." "They'll get rid of us, won't they?" she said. "Us?" "All the little bits and pieces that always seem to wash up in Paris. Russians, Jews, the Spaniards on the run from Franco, Poles and what-not, castaways. People who dance naked in ateliers and wave scarfs, people who paste feathers and seashells on a board." "That us," Demilia said. "The French, the real French, they'll be safe if they mind their manners, but the others, better for them to disappear." She left the window, settled herself in a chair at the dining-room table. It was never clear where the office stopped and the residence began. The mahogany table was piled high with stacks of a slim volume in a pale blue dust jacket, The Golden Shell. "You aren't supposed to be here, are you?" she said. "Why do you say that?" "Monsieur Pavel, your predecessor. One saw him for just a moment, here or there in a museum or a big brasserie, someplace public." "That's the recommended way." "But you don't care." "I care," he said. He started to qualify that, then shrugged. She got up and went into a pantry off the dining room and started to make coffee, cigarette hanging from her lips. Her blouse was a very flat red, and she wore little gold hoop earrings. In profile, she spooned out coffee liberally, then fiddled with a nickel-plated coffee urn. Smoke rose around her face and hung in drifts below the brass ceiling lamp. He couldn't stop looking at her. The texture of her hair didn't go with the color, he thought, so black it should have been coarse. But it hung loose and soft, and moved as she did things with her hands. He couldn't stop looking at her. He had been in the apartment since the previous day, had slept in a spare room, had wanted her so badly it hurt. Anyone would, he thought, man, woman or tree. It wasn't that she was beautiful, more than that. Dark and supple, with fingers that lingered on everything she touched for just a moment longer than they should. He wanted to carry her to the bed, put his hands in the waistbands of everything she was wearing, and pull down. But then, at the same time, he was afraid to touch her. On a wall above a desk hung a portrait of the publisher Max Bylas, her father, a small, handsome man with a sneer and angry, brilliant eyes. She would, of course, be his single weakness, anything she wanted. She turned on the radio, let it warm up, and tuned in the BBC. He moved closer, could smell a hint of perfume in the cigarette smoke. People who dance naked in ateliers, she'd said. Part of her world. The held breath of the audience. The brush of bare feet on cold floorboards. Her Parisian heart could not, of course, be shocked by such things. On the BBC, modern music, atonal and discordant. Music for the fall of a city. It faded and returned, disappeared into the static, then came in strong. Not jammed, though, not yet. Jamming came in rising and falling waves. They'd find that out soon enough. When the announcer came on, Genya leaned forward in concentration, lit a new cigarette, ran her hair back behind one ear. And now the news. The French government had left Tours and had set up shop in Bordeaux. Renault had stated that France can continue the struggle only if American intervention reverses the situation by making Allied victory certain. In the USA, the chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee suggested that since it was hopeless for the British to fight on alone, they should surrender to Germany. Fighting continued sporadically in France. The Maginot Line was now being abandoned. German troops had crossed the Marne, German forces in Norway, this in Denmark, that in Belgium and Holland, the other thing. This morning German troops had entered Paris and occupied the city. When it was over, another symphony. July 1940. Banque Nationale de Commerce, Lyon. 11:30 a.m. Was he French? Monsieur Leblanc had a second covert look at the man waiting behind the railing that separated bank officers from the cashier's windows. He was rather clever about people, who was who and what was what, as they said. Now this one had been, in his day, quite the fellow, an athlete or a soldier. A certain pride in the carriage of the shoulders indicated that, but lately perhaps things weren't going so well. Inexpensive glasses, hat held in both hands, an unconscious gesture of submission, scuffed shoes. A drinker? No, some wine, like all the world, but no more than his share. Death of a loved one? A strong possibility. By now, most of the refugees who'd taken the road south had found their way home, but many had died, the delicate ones, some of the strong as well. Not French. Monsieur Leblanc didn't know how he knew that, but he did. The set of the mouth or the angle of the head, a subtle gesture, revealed the foreigner, the stranger. Could he be a German? Ah! What an idea. No German would wait on the pleasure of Monsieur Leblanc. He'd be served now ahead of everyone else, and rightly so. Yes, you had to admire that. A shame about the war. A swastika flew over the lycée, where he'd gone to school, and German officers filled the better restaurants. On the other hand, one didn't say so out loud, but this might not turn out to be the worst possible thing for France. Hard work, discipline, the German virtues coupled with the traditional French flair, a triumphant combination for both countries, Monsieur Leblanc thought, in the new Europe. Monsieur, He gestured toward a chair by the side of his desk. "Bonjour, monsieur," said the man. "Not French. And you are Monsieur Leshev. Boris Leshev. Very well, and you will require a safe deposit box, monsieur. You've moved recently to Orléans?" "Yes, sir." Was that all? He waited. Evidently that was all. "And what size did you have in mind? We have 3. The least thick would be best." Ignoramus. He meant the least large, but used the word gros, which meant thick or heavy. Ah, well, what could one do? He was tired of this shabby Russian. He reached in a drawer and took out a long sheet of yellow paper. He dipped his pen in the inkwell and began taking down Leshev's particulars, birth and parentage and police card number and residence and work permits and all the rest of it. When he was done, he scratched his initials on the page and went off to retrieve the list of available boxes. At the assistant cashier's office, a shock awaited him. This was a culturally interesting city, but not a major one. Jeanne d'Arc was long gone from sleepy Orléans, now a regional business center for the farming community. But when Monsieur Leblanc obtained the list of available boxes, there was exactly one that remained unrented. A number of local residents evidently expected good fortune to be coming their way. As Leshev signed forms and accepted the keys, Monsieur Leblanc took a discreet look at his watch. Only a few minutes until noon. Excellent. What was today? Wednesday. At Tante Marie, that meant, blanquette de veau and baby carrots. "Thank you, monsieur," said the Russian. "You are very welcome. We are pleased to have you, monsieur, as our customer." Barbarian. And Mildred Green wasn't much better. Monsieur Leblanc, had he ever encountered her, likely would have clapped his hat on his head and run the other way. She was squat, homely, and Texan, with sparse hair, a pursed mouth, and a short temper. Her redeeming qualities were, on the other hand, only narrowly known to American soldiers wounded in the Great War when she'd been an army nurse, and to the American military attaché in France, for whom she now worked as secretary, administrative assistant, and bull terrier. The military attaché's office had moved down to Vichy on 5 July, panting hot on the tail of the mobile French government, which had pulled stakes in Bordeaux on the 1st of July and moved to Vichy on the River Allier, a stuffy old spa town with copious hotels and private houses to absorb the bureaucracy and those privileged souls allowed to kneel at its feet. Life had not been easy for Mildred Green. The people running France now loathed the British and hated their American cousins. Better Germans, better anything than Brits or Yanks. The assignment of housing space in Vichy rather reflected that point of view, so the villa would take at least some fixing up. Water bubbled from the pipes. The windows had last been opened in the heat wave of 1904. Mice lived in one closet, squirrels in another, and God only knew what in the third, because they could hear it in there, but nobody could open the door. Mildred Green did not lose her temper. Staunch amid the hammering and banging, fits of artistic temperament and huge bills courteously presented for no known service or product. She had worked in France since 1937. She knew what to expect, how to deal with it, and how to maintain her own equilibrium in the process. Some of the time, anyhow. She knew, for example, that all laborers stopped work around 10 in the morning for casse-croûte, a piece of bread and some red wine to keep them going until lunchtime. Thus she was surprised, sitting at her typewriter, when a man carrying a toolbox and wearing bleu de travail knocked at the door and asked if he could work on the wiring in her ceiling. She said yes, but had no intention of leaving the office, fearing not so much for the code books as for the typewriters. The electrician made a grand show of it, tapped on the wall with a screwdriver handle, then moved to her desk and handed her an envelope. Inside she could feel the outline of a key. "I'm not an electrician," the man said in French. "I'm a Polish army officer, and I need to get this letter to the Polish government in exile in London." Mildred Green did not react, simply tapped a corner of the envelope thoughtfully against her desk. She knew that the French counter-espionage services were aggressive, and fully versed in the uses of agent provocateur. "I'm not sure I can help you," she said in correct, one-word-at-a-time French. "Please," he said, "please help me. Help us." She took a breath, let it out, face without expression. "Can't promise you a thing, sir. I will speak to somebody. A decision will be made. If this isn't right, in the garbage it goes. That's the best I can do for you." "Read it," he said. "It just says that they should contact me and tells them how to go about it through a safe deposit box in Orleans. It can't hurt you to give that information to the Poles in London. On the other hand, if you give it to the French, I'm probably finished." Mildred Green had a mean Texas eye, which now bored into the false electrician in bleu de travail. This was, perhaps, monkey business, but likely not. What the Pole didn't know was that when she returned home that night, the hotel desk would have a fistful of messages for her, all of them delivered quietly, from Jews, intellectuals, all sorts of people on the run from Hitler. A few left names, others left instructions for ads in personal columns, for notes hidden in abandoned workshops, for contact through third parties. Every single one of them was urgent, sometimes desperate. Europe had festered for a long time. Now the wound was open and running, and suddenly it seemed as if everybody in the neighborhood wanted her to clean the damn thing up. "We'll just have to see," she said. "Can't promise anything." She said that for whatever little ears might be listening. Her real response was to slide the envelope into her big leather shoulder bag, a gesture her lost Pole immediately understood. He inclined his head to thank her, almost a bow, then saluted, then vanished. The nights of July were especially soft that Paris summer. All cars, taxis, and buses had been requisitioned by the Germans, and with curfew at 11 p.m., windows masked by blackout curtains, and the street lamps painted over, the city glowed a deep, luminous blue, like Hollywood moonlight, while the steps of a lone policeman echoed for blocks in the empty streets. Nightingales returned and sang in the shrubbery, and the nighttime breeze carried great clouds of scent from the flowers in the parks. Paris, like a princess in a folk tale, found itself ancient, enchanted, and chained. Hidden away on a side street in the 7th arrondissement, the richest and most aloof of all Parisian neighborhoods, the Brasserie Heininger was an oasis of life on these silent evenings. Started by competing beer breweries at the turn of the century, the brasseries of Paris had never abandoned their fin de siècle glitter. At Heininger, a white marble staircase climbed to a room of red plush banquettes, mirrors trimmed in gold, painted cupids, and lamps lowered to a soft glow. Waiters with mutton-chop whiskers ran across the carpet carrying silver trays of langouste with mayonnaise, sausage grilled black, and whole poached salmon in golden aspic. The brasserie spirit was refined madness. You opened your heart, you laughed and shouted and told your best secrets. Tonight was the last night on earth, and here was the best place to spend it. And if the Heininger cuisine was rich and aromatic, the history of the place was even more so. In 1937, as storm clouds gathered over Europe, the Bulgarian headwaiter Omarov had been shot to death in the ladies' room by an NKVD assassin, while two accomplices raked the mirrored walls with Tommy gun fire. A single mirror had survived the evening, its one bullet hole a monument, the table beneath it, number 14, seating 10, becoming almost immediately the favored venue of the restaurant's preferred clientele. Lady Angela Hope, later exposed in Le Matin as an operative of the British Secret Intelligence Service, was said to have recruited the agent known as Curate, a Russian foreign correspondent, at that table. Ginger Podakis, wife of the Chicago meat baron, had made it her evening headquarters, with Winnie and Dickie Beale, the American stovepipe millionaires, the Polish Countess Kay and her deerhound, and the mysterious La Reine Ricovere, Fum, the beloved clown of the Cirque du Jardin, was often seen there with the tenor Mario Turney, the impresario Edelstein, and the dissolute British captain of the night Roddy Fitzware. What times were had at Table 14! Astonishing revelations, brilliant seductions, lost fortunes, found pleasures. Then war came, and from the 4th of June to the 28th of June, the great brasserie slumbered in darkness behind its locked shutters. But such a place could not die any more than the city of Paris could. It had come alive again, and Table 14 once again took center stage at its nightly theatre. Some of the regulars returned. Mario Turney was often there, though his friend Edelstein had not been seen lately. Count Java still came by, as did Kiko Bettendorf, the race-car driver and Olympic fencer for Germany, now serving in the local administration. Kiko's stylish friends, on arriving in Paris from Hamburg or Munich, had made the Brasserie Heininger a second home. On this particular summer night, Freddy Schön was there, just turned 28, wearing a handsomely tailored naval officer's uniform that set off his angular frame and pretty hazel eyes. Next to him sat his cousin, Traudel von Baer, quite scarlet with excitement, and her close friend, the Wehrmacht staff officer Paul Jünger. They had been joined at Table 14 by the White Russian general Vasily Fyedin, who had given the Red Army such a bad time outside Odessa in 1919. The general's longtime fellow émigré, the world-wandering poet Boris Lezhev, and the lovely Genya Bailis of the Parthenon Press publishing family. Completing the party were Monsieur Pertot, whose boucherie Pertot provided beef to all German installations in the Lower Normandy region, tonight accompanied by his beautiful niece, and the Baron Bayot de Coutry, whose company provided cement for German construction projects along the northern coasts of France and Belgium, tonight accompanied by his beautiful niece. Just after midnight, the Brasserie Heininger was untroubled by the curfew. The occupation authorities had quickly seen to that. Freddy Schön tapped a crystal vase with his knife and held a glass of Petrus up to the light. "A toast," he said. "A toast." The group took a moment to subside. Not everybody spoke quite the same language, but enough people spoke enough of them, French, German, English, so that everybody more or less understood, with occasional help from a neighbor, most of what was going on. In this milieu one soon learned that a vague smile was appropriate to more than 90% of what went on in the world. "To this night," Freddy said, turning the glass back and forth in front of the light. "To these times." There was more. Everybody waited. Monsieur Pertot, all silver hair and pink skin, smiled encouragement. "To," Freddy said. The niece of Baron Bayot de Coutry blinked twice. "Wine and friendship?" the poet Lezhev offered. Freddy Schön stared at him a moment. This was his toast. But then Lezhev was a man of words. "Yes," Freddy said, just the bare edge of a sulk in his voice. "Wine and friendship." "Hear, hear," said Monsieur Pertot, raising his glass in approval. "One must drink to such a wine." He paused, then said, "And friendship. Well, these days that means something." Freddy Schön smiled. That's what he'd been getting at. Unities, harmonies. "One Europe," General Fyedin said. "We've had too many wars, too much squabbling. We must go forward together." He had a hard face, the bones sharply evident beneath the skin, and smoked a cigarette in an ivory holder clenched between his teeth. Jünger excused himself from the table. Monsieur Pertot spoke confidentially to his niece. The waiter poured wine in Mademoiselle Bailis's glass. "Is that what you meant, Herr Lezhev?" Freddy said quietly. "Yes. We'll have one Europe now, with strong leadership, and strength is the only thing we Europeans understand." Freddy Schön nodded agreement. He was fairly drunk, and seemed preoccupied with some interior dialogue. "I envy you your craft," he said after a moment. "Mine?" Liezhev's smile was tart. "Yes, yours. It is difficult," Freddy said. "It cannot be easy to be a naval officer, Lieutenant Schoen." "Pfft!" Freddy Schoen laughed to himself. "Sign a paper, give an order. The petty officers, clerks, tell me what to do. It can be technical, but people like yourself, who can see a thing and can make it come alive." He shook his head. Liezhev squinted one eye. "You right, Lieutenant." A good-humored accusation. A pink flush spread along Freddy Schoen's jawline, and he shook his head. "No? Then what?" "I, put some things on canvas." "You paint?" "I try sometimes. Portraits, nudes, country scenes." "Now that is difficult." "I try to take the countryside and to express an emotion, to feel what emotion it has and to bring that out. The melancholy of autumn. In spring, abandon." Liezhev smiled and nodded as though confirming something to himself. "Now this fellow makes sense. All night I wondered, but I couldn't quite put my finger on it." "Here is Guess Who!" The wild shout came from Lieutenant Junger, who had returned to the table with a tall, striking Frenchwoman in captivity. She was a redhead, 40-ish, with a Cupid's bow mouth, carmine lipstick, and a pair of enormous breasts, corseted to sharp points in a black silk evening dress. Junger held her tightly above the elbow. "Please forgive the intrusion," she said. "Tell them!" Junger shouted. "You must!" He was a small, boned man with narrow shoulders and tortoise-shell eyeglasses, very drunk and sweaty and pale at the moment and swaying back and forth. "My name is Fifi," she said. "My baptismal name is Françoise, but Fifi I am called." Junger doubled over and howled with laughter. Berthaud and Bayot de Coutry and the two nieces wore the taut smiles of people who just know the punchline of the joke will be hilarious when it comes. Freddy Schoen said, "Paul?" But Junger gasped for breath, and shaking the woman by jerking on her elbow, managed to whisper, "Say what you do! Say what you do!" Her smile was now perhaps just a degree forced. "I work in the cloakroom. Take the customers' coats and hats." "The hat-check girl! Fifi, the French hat-check girl!" Junger whooped with laughter and grabbed at the table to steady himself. The cloth began to slide, but Berthaud, the cheerful, expectant smile on his face remaining absolutely fixed in place, shot out a hand and grabbed the bottle of Petrus. A balloon glass of melon balls and kirsch tumbled off the edge of the table, and several waiters came rushing over to clean up. "Bad Paul! Bad Paul!" Tadel von Behr's eyes glowed with admiration. She had square shoulders and straw hair and very white skin that had turned even redder at Lieutenant Junger's performance. "Well, sit down," she said to the tall Frenchwoman. "You must tell us all about those hats, and how you check them." Junger shrieked with laughter. The corner of Fifi's mouth trembled, and a man with grey hair materialized at her side and led her away. "A problem in the cloakroom," he called back over his shoulder, joining the mood just enough to make good their escape. "Those two, they were like that in school," Freddy Schoen said to Liezhev. "We all were." He smiled with amused recollection. "Such a sweet madness," he added. "Such a special time. Do you know the University of Göttingen?" "I don't," Liezhev said. "If only I had your gift. It is not like other places, and the students are not like other students. Their world has—" he thought a moment. "A glow," he said triumphantly. Liezhev understood. Freddy Schoen could see that he did. Strange to find such sympathy in a Russian, usually blunt and thick-skinned. A pea hit him in the temple. He covered his eyes with his hand. What could you do with such friends? He glanced over to see Traudel von Baer using a page torn from the Carte des Vins rolled up into a blowpipe. She was bombarding a couple at another table who pretended not to notice. "It's hopeless," Freddy Shane said to Liezhev. "But I would like to continue this conversation some other time." "This week, perhaps?" Freddy Shane started to answer. Then Junger yelled his name, so he shrugged and nodded yes and turned to see what his friend wanted. Liezhev excused himself and went to the palatial men's room, all sage-colored marble and polished brass fixtures. He stared at his face in the mirror and took a deep breath. He seemed to be 10,000 miles away from everything. From one of the stalls came the voice of General Fiedin, a rough-edged voice speaking Russian. "We're alone?" "Yes." "Careful with him, Alexander." Noontime. The late July day, hot and still. The German naval staff had chosen for its offices a financier's mansion near the Hotel Bristol, just a few steps off the elegant Faubourg Saint-Honoré. Liezhev waited in a park across the street as naval officers in twos and threes trotted briskly down the steps of the building and walked around the cobbled carriage path on their way to lunch. When Freddy Shane appeared outside the door of the mansion and peered around, Liezhev waved. "You're certain this will be acceptable?" Freddy Shane asked as they walked toward the river. "I'm sure," Liezhev said. "Everything's going well?" "Ah, yes, I suppose it is." "Every day something new?" Liezhev said. "No, you'd have to be in the military to understand. Sometimes a superior officer will really tell off a subordinate. It mustn't be taken to heart, it's just the way these things have always been done." "Well, then, tomorrow it's your turn." "Of course. You're absolutely right to see it that way." They walked through the summer streets, crossed the Seine at the Place de la Concorde. Parisians now rode about on bicycle cart affairs, taxi bicycles, that advertised themselves as offering speed, comfort, safety. The operators, only yesterday Parisian cab drivers, had changed neither their manners nor their style. Now they simply pedaled madly instead of stomping on the accelerator. "Are you hard at work writing?" Shane asked. "Yes, when I can. I have a small job at Parthenon. It takes up most of my time." "We all face that." They admired a pair of French girls in frocks so light they floated even on a windless day. "Good afternoon, ladies," Shane said with a charming smile, tipping his officer's cap. They ignored him with tosses of the head, but not the really serious kind. It seemed to make him feel a little better. "May I ask what you are writing about these days?" "Oh, all that old Russian stuff. Passion for the land, Slavic melancholy, life and fate, you know." Shane chuckled. "You keep a good perspective. That's important, I think." They reached the Saint-Germain-des-Prés quarter, one of the centres of Parisian arts and Parisian artiness as well. The cafes were busy, the customers played chess, read the collaborationist newspapers, argued, flirted, and conspired in a haze of pipe smoke. Freddy Shane and Liezhev turned up a narrow street where 3 German staff cars parked half on the sidewalk. Shane was nervous. "It won't be crowded, will it?" "You won't notice." They climbed 5 flights of stairs to an unmarked door that stood open a few inches. Inside, they found 9 or 10 German officers, hands clasped behind their backs or insouciantly thrust into pockets, very intent on what they were watching. One of them, a Wehrmacht colonel, turned briefly to see who'd come in. The message on his face was clear: "Do not make your presence evident here. No coughing or boot-scraping or whispering or, God forbid, conversation." At the far end of the room, lit by a vast skylight, Pablo Picasso, wearing wide trousers and rope-soled Basque espadrilles, was sketching with a charcoal stick on a large sheet of newsprint pinned to the wall. At first, the shape seemed a pure abstraction, but then a horse emerged, one leg bent up, head turned sideways and pressed forward and down. It was not natural, not the way a horse's body worked. Yezhev understood it as tension, an animal form forced into an alien position. Understood it all too well. "My God," Freddie Shane whispered in awe. The colonel's head swiveled round, his ferocious eye turning them both to stone as Picasso's charcoal scratched across the rough paper. August. Occupation or no occupation, Parisians left Paris in August. Streets empty, heat flowing in waves from the stone city. A telephone call from Freddie Shane cancelled lunch near the Parthenon press office. Too busy. 4 August. Late afternoon coffee. But not on the Faubourg Saint-Honoré. The addition of extra staff, he apologized, had forced his department to find new, likely temporary quarters. A former college of pharmacy not far from the wine warehouses at the eastern end of the city. 7 August. A soirée to celebrate Freddie Shane's new painting studio in the Latin Quarter. Cocktails at 7, supper to follow. Invitations had been sent out in late July, but now the arrival time was changed. Telephone calls from a German secretary set it for 8. Then 9:30. Freddie Shane did not appear until 11:15, pale and sweaty and out of breath. The paintings, hung around the room and displayed on 3 easels, weren't so bad. They were muddy and dense. The landscapes themselves, almost exclusively scenes of canals, might have been, probably were, luminous. But light and shadow were unknown to Freddie Shane. Here you had woods, so. There you had water, so. The former was green, the latter was blue. So. After a few glasses of wine, Freddie shook his head sadly. He could see. In the countryside, it is right there before you, right there, he said to Yezhev. But then you try to make it on the canvas, and look what happens. Oh, said Yezhev, don't carry on so. We've all been down this road. It was, Yezhev could tell, the we that thrilled Freddie Shane. He was one of them. It's time that helps, he added, the kindly poet. Time, Freddie said. I tell you I don't have it. Some of these I did when everybody else was eating lunch. Let me fill your glass, Genya said. Her kindness was practiced. She'd been soothing frantic writers since girlhood. By now it was second nature. She well knew the world where nothing was ever good enough. So nothing was. So what? Freddie Shane smiled gratefully at her. Then some German friends demanded his attention. Genya leaned close to Yezhev and said, Can you take me home when this is over? Clothes off, laid on a chair along with Yezhev's personality. A relief after a day that seemed 100 hours long. D'Amelia stared at the ceiling above Genya's bed, picked over the evening, decided that he hadn't done all that well. I'm a map-maker, he thought. I can't do these other things, these deceptions. All he'd ever wanted was to show people the way home. Now look what he'd become, the world's most completely lost man. Not his fault that he was cut off from the 6th Bureau in London. He was improvising, doing the best he could, doing what he supposed they would have wanted done, and waiting for them to re-establish contact. Yes, but even so, he said to himself, this wasn't an operation, it was an adventure. And he suspected it wasn't going to end well for anybody. But otherwise what? Share this with me, Genya said. He inhaled her breath and perfume mixed in the smoke. She had a dark shadow on her upper lip and a dark line that ran from her navel to her triangle. Or at least, that's where it disappeared, like a seam. He traced it gently with his fingernail. She put the cigarette out delicately, took the ashtray off the bed and put it on the night table. Then she settled back, took his hand and put it between her legs and held it there. Then she sighed. It wasn't a passionate sigh. It simply meant she liked his hand between her legs. And not much else in the world made her happy. And the sigh was more for the second part of the thought than the first. "Yes," she said, referring to the state of affairs down below. "That's for you." Of course, in a few hours, she would spy for him if that was what he wanted. The Schlö, the Germans, couldn't just be allowed to... Well, they couldn't just be allowed. This was France. She was French. She'd sung the national anthem in school with her little hand on her little breast, excuse her little heart. If the world demanded fighting, she'd fight, just the instant they got out of bed. What? Not quite yet? "France spreads her legs," he'd once said in a moment of frustration. Yes, she supposed it rather did. Everybody had always said so. They'd said so in Latin, for God's sake, so it must be true. Did he not, after all, approve of spread legs? Did he not wish to spread her legs? Oh, pardon her. Évidemment, a mistake on her part. And did he also find France, like her, duck-assed? What did that mean? It meant this. There was an English pilot shot out of the sky in the early raids over France. They had heard about him. He'd been taken in by farmers up in Picardy, where they'd lost everything to the Germans in the last war. They knew that trained pilots were weapons, just like rifles or tanks. Not innocent up there, so they passed him along, from the curé to the schoolmistress to the countess to the postman, and he went to ground in Paris in late June, just after the surrender. Certainly he would be heading back to England, there to fight once more. How else could he arrange to be shot down and killed? A fate which had danced maddeningly out of reach on the previous try. Only he didn't want to be put on the escape route down to the Pyrenees, guided across to freedom by patriots, or sold to the Spanish police by realists. It all depended these days on whom one happened to meet. Then he met Sylvie, or Monique, or Francette, or whoever it was, and he decided that Paris might be, even hidden out, just the very place to spend the war. Because he'd learned a terrible truth about the Germans. Unless you were a Jew, they wouldn't bother you if you didn't bother them. The French understood that right away. So the pilot stayed hidden, and he chanced to gamble, and he chanced to win a racehorse. And the second week in July, the racetracks opened. Goebbels had ordered that France return to merriment and gaiety, or he'd have them all hanged. So the racetracks joined the whorehouses and the movie theaters, which had closed for 24 long hours the day the Germans arrived. The pilot's horse won, and won again. It ran like the wind, a good idea for a horse in a city with horse-meat butchers and rationed beef. And the English pilot was in no hurry at all to go home. That was one answer to the question, what should we do about the Germans? Genya Bailis stood naked at the window and pulled the blackout curtain aside so she could see the sky. "My God, the stars," she said. He rolled off the damp sheet and stood by her, their bare skin touching. He bent his knees in order to see above the roof across the street a medieval clutter of chimneys and broken slates and flower pots, and there was the sky. There was no city light. The summer heavens were satin black, with a sweep of white stars. "Look," she said. August 95 degrees in the street. They had no idea what it was in the attic under the copper-sheeted roof. Amid trunks and piles of gauze curtains, stacks of picture frames, and a dressmaker's dummy, all of it the color of dust. The BBC had a particular, very identifiable sound to it. and they worried about neighbors or people passing in the street. Some Parisians had seen right away that Germans should be treated like other visitors, groomed and fed and milked. The characteristic British voice, amid the static and hiss, meant there was a terrorist or a Bolshevik in the neighborhood, and you could get a damn good price for one of those if you knew who to talk to down at the local police station. It was too hot and dirty for clothes, so they stripped at the foot of the narrow staircase and climbed up in their underwear. They sat on a sprung old sofa that somebody had covered with a sheet and put the radio on the floor with picture wire run up into the eaves as an aerial. In the evening, when reception was marginally better, Genya would stare into space as she concentrated on the radio voice, bare brown arms clasping her knees, hair limp in the humid summer air, sweat glistening between her breasts. Midnight in the century. Someone called that time, and she was the perfect companion for it. He was lucky, he thought, that at the end he had a woman to be with, because the end had pretty clearly come. First Czechoslovakia, then Poland, then Norway, Denmark, Belgium, and Holland. Then France. Now England. It wasn't a question of if, only how. And then a matter not uncomplicated of working out your personal arrangements with what was called the New Europe. On the subject of the immediate future, 2 French generals had recently been heard from. Weygand, who'd helped the Poles beat the Russians in 1920, had said that the Germans would wring England's neck like a chicken. De Gaulle, a former defense minister, had surfaced in London and was trying to sell the French the idea of resistance, while Humanité, the communist newspaper, called him a British agent and advised French workers to welcome German soldiers and to make them feel at home. On the sweltering evening of 15 August, the BBC had Music for Dancing with the Harry Thorndike Society Orchestra from Brighton. Then the news. In the skies over Britain today, more than 1,500 sorties were flown against various targets met by hundreds of RAF fighter planes and turned back. Then Harry Thorndike himself. Good evening, everybody. Good evening, good evening. Tonight we thought it might be just the thing to pay a call on Mr. Cole Porter. Thank you, thank you. And so, now, without further ado, why don't we just begin the begin? Genya flopped over on her stomach, hands beneath her chin. They listened to the music in silence for a while, then she said, "How long will it take?" "A few weeks." "Perhaps the English planes can win." "Perhaps. But the German planes are probably better." "We French had fighter planes, you know. Made by a certain Monsieur Bloch. And very rich he got, too. They were known as cercueils volants, flying coffins. But nobody thought it mattered. An opportunity for the French pilots to show how much more skillful and courageous they were than their German opponents, who had superior machines. There was no answering that. "It's hot," she said. "I smell." There was no answering that either. The music played through the crackling night air, and they listened, preoccupied and silent. He unhooked her bra, and she pushed herself up so he could get it free of her. He rubbed his finger across the welt it had made on the skin of her back. "Why does it do that?" "Too tight," she said, "and cheap. I buy them from the Arab carts up on the Boulevard Clichy." "What about these?" "Silk." He slid her panties down. "You like that?" she said. "Yes." "French girls have the most beautiful asses in Europe." "Well, this French girl—" "No, Alexander, I'm serious. Women are cold on this point, there's no illusion, and we are just built the way we are. What I wonder is, do you suppose that it's why they always come here?" "You mean this is what the conquerors are after?" "Yes." "Perhaps they are. And the gold, steel mills, castles, bloodstock and paintings. Your watch." He traced his finger along her curves. "Alexander?" "Yes." "Should we go to Switzerland?" He thought for a time. "They'd just kick us out." And everybody in Europe can't go to Switzerland. Yes, but we can, I think. There's time to do that for the moment. And if we stay here, I feel in my heart that they will kill us. We don't matter to anybody, my sweet boy, not to anybody at all. I don't think, he said slowly, that it's time to run. She closed her eyes, moved her hips a little, took a deep breath and exhaled slowly, a sorrowful sound. You know what it is, Alexander. I like to fuck. It's that simple. To drink a glass of wine. Just to watch the day go by in the most pointless way. Really? You like those sorts of things? All right, I give up. Go ahead and get me killed. But you know what will be my revenge? I'll leave a will and have a statue built in a public square. It will be you and I, just exactly as we are now, in polished stone. Patriots in 1940, it will be called. A true-life monument for the tourists to visit. Oh, yes, good, that's exactly what you'll be doing on the statue. Yes, you must help me. It was just a manner of speaking, but when Freddy Shane used the expression, even over the noisy line of a French telephone, the must had a way of lingering in the air. Of course, what is it? First of all, please understand that I am in love. Bravo. No, Liegev, I beg you, don't make light of it. It is. Just don't, all right? You are smitten. Yes, it's true. Cupid's arrow. It was an ambush, completely a surprise. A dinner in Passy. I didn't want to go. The man's in textiles. A viscount, he says. Some sort of complicated business connection with my family. Expecting the worst, I went, and then... She is French? Very. And of the most elevated family, that's the problem. Problem? Well, here is what happened. I arrived late and very excited. I had just taken a country estate, a lovely place, and great good luck for me, an open lease, so I can have it as long as I like. The owner was most accommodating, so naturally I talked about her at the dinner, where it was, and how old, and the river, and she was delighted. Ah, les collines d'Artois, mais qu'elles sont belles, she said. So I said, but you must come and see it. And I could tell she wanted to, but there was, how to say, a momentary sense of frost in the air. Then I realized, for me to ask her there alone would be most awkward, but with friends. So quickly I added that a couple I knew was coming on Sunday. Wouldn't she join us for lunch? And Mama and Papa, too, I insist. But no, as soon as they heard there was another couple, they were occupied. So now we're the couple. You must say yes. Yes, and with pleasure. Thank heaven. I'll have Fauchon do the picnic in wicker hampers with Dom Perignon and monogrammed champagne flutes and lobsters and the napkins they have that fit in the little leather loops in the hamper. What do you think? Perfect. Now, here's my scheme. My driver will take the two of us up there. It's a good morning's drive from Paris, and that way we'll be alone, but of course, by happenstance, so all will be quite correct. A natural situation. Who could object? Meanwhile, you and Mademoiselle Baylis will take the train up to Boulogne. It gets in there from Paris about noon. And we'll pick you up. Did I mention the day? Sunday. Boulogne? Genya, paying bills in the Parthenon office, looked up in surprise. Nobody's been there since 1890. Deauville, yes. Kabul, well, maybe, but Boulogne? What's it like? It's all those sur la plage paintings, the French flag fluttering in the breeze, miles of sand because the tide's always out, little dogs, ladies with hats. Actually, the way he spoke, it sounded as though the house was inland, the hills of Artois. Well, I hope he doesn't dig in his garden, because what he'll find is bones and unexploded shells. That's Flanders, is what that is. The goddess was, as advertised, a goddess. Fine porcelain, with china blue eyes and spots of color in the cheeks, thick auburn hair with a flip that just touched the collar, and a porcelain heart. Freddy Shane was lost. If he'd cantered about on his hands and knees and bayed, it might have been more obvious. As for Lježev and Genya, the porcelain doll wasted no time. She couldn't have been sweeter, but one could understand that a foreign gentleman might not have the knack of social relations in a new country. However, if she took possession of this particular spaniel, they could be sure that he'd seen the last of émigré poets and publishers' daughters. Rue de Rome publishers' daughters especially. Lježev found it damned hard to be Lježev. The toasts, the snippets of poems, and all that whooping and carrying on. His version of a Russian poet loved and lived life to the hilt. Sometimes he silently apologized to poor Lježev's shade. Clearly he hadn't loved life all that much. But Freddie Shane seemed responsive to the performance, so that's where he pitched it, with Genya loving life to the hilt right beside him. Demilia, on the other hand, had an unforeseen reaction to the porcelain doll. To his considerable surprise, she offended the aristocrat in him, put him in mind of the Ostruff uncles, who would have made short work of such snobbery. Still, whatever his taste in French aristocrats, Freddie Shane had been right about the estate. A very old Norman farmhouse. How it had survived the unending wars in that part of the world, God only knew, but there it was. Ancient timber and cracked plaster, leaning left and right at once, with tiny windows to keep the arrows out and thick walls to keep the dampness in. It sat in a valley just over a low hill from the river Oti, which just there was quite pretty, winding its course past a network of canals. Naturally, August would be its most sumptuous month, the woods 1,000 shades of gold and green in the tender light of the French countryside. The banks of the canals cut back to stands of willow, leaves dancing in the little sea breeze. For they were only a few miles from La Manche, the French name for what was called, on the opposite shore some 30 miles away, the English Channel. After lunch, they went for a ride, Freddie Shane's driver dressed up in a chauffeur's uniform for the day. The road ran through breathtaking countryside, forest to the left, meadow to the right. Surprising how the land had healed since 1918, but it had. The grass grew lush and deep green, and there was a cloud of orange butterflies at the edge of a canal where even the barges, some 240 of them at Lježev's count, it took several minutes to drive past, seemed part of the natural beauty of the place. Or at least not alien to it. Big, square hulls, dark and tarry from 1,000 journeys, with only the painted names, Dutch, Belgian, German, or French, to disrupt the harmony of the handsome old wood. Freddie Shane, holding court on the leather seat of the big Mercedes, was at his best, charming and voluble and witty as only he could be. The porcelain doll smiled with delight, and it was all Lježev and Genya could do to keep up. Sitting next to the driver, Freddie hung his elbow over the seat and entertained them. Of course, the Admiral was a Prussian, with a big red face like a ball. Ha! But was it 18 tugboats tied in a row after the intersection of the Route Départementale 34? No, 20, Genya told him later. "A deer!" Freddie Shane cried out. Then, when the women turned to look at the forest side of the road, he winked at Lježev. Wasn't this fine? These two French lovelies, riding with them along a road in a Pissarro painting. From Lježev, a poet's smile of vast sagacity, confirmed by a wise little shake of the head. No, life wasn't all bad. It had its moments of great purity, say on a summer day near the sea, rolling past a particularly charming little canal where some good old soul a generation ago had planted borders of Lombardy poplar, where 31 seagoing tugs, tied up to cleats, bobbed lazily when the wind ruffled the surface of the still water. "I saw it!" Genya Bailis cried out. Freddie Shane's eyes grew wide with amazement. His little joke had grown wings. Fate had put a real deer in the forest. Even the gods of chance were with them today. August 19, Banque Nationale de Commerce, Orléans. An old woman wearing a funeral hat had preceded him into one of the little rooms where one communed with one's safe deposit box. He could hear her through the wall, mumbling to herself and counting, each number articulated with whispered ferocity. 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Liégev had less to whisper about. Only a small slip of paper. Hôtel Bretagne, 38, Rue Lepic, room 608. You are Monsieur Gris, from Lille. To Helen gone, up an endless hill in the back streets of Montmartre. A hotel 2 windows wide and 6 floors tall, the smell of the toilet in the hall good and strong on the fiery August day. He knocked. "Yes?" "Monsieur Gris, from Lille." She was 5 feet tall, blonde hair cut back to a boyish cap above a round face and a snub nose, scared to death, intrepid, Polish. "How old are you?" he asked in French. She just stood there. He tried again in Polish. 17, she said. She went to the peeling armoire and opened the door. The suitcase radio was open and ready to transmit. "You are not to be here when I send," she explained. "An order." He indicated that he understood. She went on, a carefully memorized speech. "Colonel Viborg sends his regards. You are to occupy yourself with information pertinent to the German plan to attack Great Britain. Where, how, and when. He tells you that the English are the only hope now. Airplane drops of ammunition and money and specialists are planned for Poland. For their part, they ask our help in France in any way we are able. I am to transmit for you whenever you like, as much as you like." "How did you come?" "Fishing boat to the Brittany coast from Scotland, then on a train." "With the suitcase in hand?" She shrugged. "There is no control on the trains. It's very different here." "Where were you in Poland?" "Łódź. I came to France as a courier. Then we fled on the ship WWII from Bordeaux. On the 22nd of June, after the surrender, we were the last ship to leave France." "What name do I call you?" he asked. "Janina," she said. Her smile was radiant. They were comrades in arms. She was proud to serve at his side. She returned to the armoire, brought out a thick packet of French francs. "We will beat them, Monsieur Gris. We will certainly beat them." The 2 brothers owned a garage in Saclay, in the poor southern suburbs of Paris. This was Wednesday. Another 3 days until the Saturday shave. The white bristle on their cheeks was shiny with motor oil and dark with grime. Hidden somewhere in the complex of fallen-down sheds was a pig they were fattening for market. Demilia and Fiedin could hear it grunting and snuffling in the mud. "When will the pig be ready?" Demilia said. "October," one of the brothers said. "Cannibal, we call him." "We need a little Citroën truck, a delivery truck." "Expensive, such things." "We know." "Could be 15,000 francs. Maybe 9. 15, I think I said. 11, then." "What money?" "French francs. We like those American dollars. Francs is what we have." 14.5. Don't say we didn't give you a break." "Have it with you?" Emilia showed a packet of notes. The man nodded and grunted with satisfaction. When he leaned close, Emilia could smell the wine in his sweat. "What country do you come from?" he asked. "I want to hear about it." The second brother had left the shack abruptly after the money was shown. Emilia had barely noticed that he'd gone. Now Fiedin stood at the door, shaking his head in mock disillusion and pointing a Luger out into the yard. "Put that down," he said. The response was a whine. "I was just going to cut up some firewood to cook the lunch." They used what they had. Whatever remained of the old Polish networks, sturdy white Russian operatives who'd put in their time for a variety of services, friends of friends. They were not so concerned about being betrayed to the Germans. That would happen. It was just a question of when and whether or not they would be surprised when they figured out who'd done it.
As you get older, you accept venality. Then you learn to like it. A certainty in an uncertain world. Fiedin, the skull, the Luger under his worker's apron, cigarette holder clenched in his teeth as though he were a Chinese warlord in a Fu Manchu film. Wearing workmen's smocks, they drove the little delivery van slowly through what remained of the streets of Dunkirk. 200,000 weapons had been left on the oil-stained beaches, abandoned by the British Expeditionary Force and several French divisions making their escape across the Channel. All along the shore, German soldiers were trying to deal with the mess, stripping tires from shot-up trucks, emptying ammunition from machine-gun belts. In the back streets, they found a heavy woman who walked with a cane and kept a doll-maker's shop not far from the canals that ran out into the countryside. She painted eyebrows on tiny doll heads with a cat's whisker, and counted barges when she walked her elderly poodle. She was a Frenchwoman. Her Polish coal miner husband had gone off to fight in Spain in the Dubrovsky Brigade, and that was the last she'd heard of him. Demilia's predecessor had found her through a relief organization, and now the Polish service was her petit boulot, her little job. Before the Germans had come, she'd been a postbox on a secret mail route, a courier, the owner of a discreet upstairs bedroom where one could get away from the world for a night or two without hotel, and therefore police, registration. "A hard week, monsieur," she said as Demilia counted out francs. "You're confident of your numbers?" "Oh, yes, monsieur. 107 of the beastly things. It took 4 expeditions to find them all." "Well, then, keep up the good work. This may go on for months." "Poor Roquette." The poodle's tail managed a single, listless thump against the floorboards when she heard her name. Perhaps, Demilia thought, Rocket had been the right name for her at one time, but that was long ago. "Having to walk all those miles on that cinder path," the woman added. "Buy her a lamb chop," Demilia said, counting out some extra francs into the attentive hand. Fiedin was exactly right, Demilia thought, as a German sentry waved them away from a turn-off for the coastal road. The pleasure of venality was that Madame would be faithful as long as the francs held out. The van rolled to a stop. Demilia climbed out and approached the sentry. "Excuse, kind sir, this place—" He showed the soldier, who smiled involuntarily at Demilia's eccentric German, a commissary form. On the bottom, an inventory of Vienna sausage and tinned sardines. On top, an address. "The airfield," the sentry said. "You must go down this road, but mind your own business." The Germans were of two minds, it seemed to him. Down the beach road all preparations were defensive. Engineered, concrete positions with heavy machine guns pointing out into the channel. Rows of concrete teeth sunk into the sand at the low tide mark, strung with generous coils of barbed wire. French POWs were digging trenches and building anti-aircraft gun emplacements, and clusters of artillery had been positioned just behind the sand dunes. This was nothing to do with an invasion of England. This was somebody worried that the British were coming back, unlikely as that seemed. But then somebody had screamed, "We will invade," and so Freddie Shane and all the rest of the Kriegsmarine, the German Navy, had started moving barges up and down the canals of Europe. They must have stripped every river in northern Europe, Demilia thought. Stopped commerce dead. On the Danube and the Rhine, the Weser and the Mosel, the Isère, Escaut, Conche, and Somme, nothing moved. Fiedin laid it out for him. Quite a number of the Russian generals in Paris had never been in anyone's army, but Fiedin was a real general who'd commanded real troops in battle and done well at it. Emilia watched with admiration as he planned the invasion of Britain on a café napkin. 12 divisions, he said, hand-picked. with 100,000 men in the first wave, all along the English coastline for, say, 200 miles. That's the Wehrmacht thinking. Spread the invasion, thin down the British defense forces, dissipate energy, resources, everything. Lots of refugees moving on the roads, miles and miles for the ammunition trucks to cover, honking all the time to get Mrs. Jones and her baby carriage out of the way. For the German Navy, on the other hand, the 200-mile spread is a nightmare, precisely what they don't want. They need a concentrated beachhead, ships hurrying back and forth across the channel, multiplying their load capabilities by the hour, with airplanes overhead to keep the British bombers away. That's the key. Yes, that's the key. If they can keep the RAF out of their business, the Germans can secure the beaches. That will do it. They hold out 72 hours, 25 divisions make the crossing, with the tanks, the big guns, all the stuff that wins wars. Churchill will demand that Roosevelt send clouds of warplanes. Roosevelt will give an uplifting speech and do nothing. The governments in exile will make a run for Canada, and that will be that. The new Europe will be in place, a sort of hard-headed trade association with German consultants making sure it all goes the way they want. What will it take to get across the channel? The café was on the seafront in Violet. General Fiedin stared out at the calm sea for a moment, then started a new napkin. Well, let's say about 2,000 barges should do it, with their bows refitted with ramps that can be raised and lowered. They'll want motor launches for speed to get the beach masters and the medical people and staff officers moved around. About 1,200 of those. To move the barges back and forth, 500 tugboats, seagoing or adapted for it. And 200 transport ships. That's for the big stuff, tanks and heavy guns and repair shops, and for the horses, which still do 80% of the Army's haulage. 4,000 ships. That's it? Fiedin shrugged. War was logistics. You got your infantry extra socks, they marched another 30 miles. They'll need decent weather. They can't afford to wait for autumn. The channel will swamp the barges, so end of summer is the time. And the date? Fiedin smiled to himself, flipped the pages of a French newspaper someone had left on a chair, then ran his finger down a column. 17 September, he announced. Full moon. They drove into Belgium, into Holland. German occupation made it easier. Northern Europe was more or less under a single government. In the Belgian ports, Ostend and Blankenberge and Knokke-le-Zout, and up as far as Rotterdam, they talked to the dockyard workers, because the dockyard workers were the ones who knew what went on. The ordinary civilians saw invasion fleet as something tied up on a beach, stretched out for miles all in a row. But ports didn't work that way. Ports wandered inland from the sea, secondary harbors and river docks, canals dug out 100 years ago for something supremely important that nobody remembered anymore. Waterways for this or that, rank weeds and dead black water where cats came for courtship in the moonlight and men got laid standing up. You could hide an invasion fleet in such places, in Zeebrugge and Breskens, and that's what the Germans had tried to do. 4 tugboats, said a Dutchman with a little pipe, well fitted, out, and ready for the sea. How do you know? Fiedin asked. We built them, is how. Back to Paris. Back to Janina. In the sweltering room on the top floor of the Hôtel Bretagne, she enciphered the data, then settled in to wait for the night, the best time for radio waves. When it was dark, she climbed up on a chair and fed the aerial through a hole in the top of the armoire to a pipe that crossed the ceiling on its way from the roof to the toilet. She stopped for a moment and, as they'd trained her to do, ran through a mental checklist, a kind of catechism, until she was satisfied that everything was right. Then she plugged the radio into the wall, turned it on, and settled the heavy earphones on her head. Using a delicate thumb and forefinger, she explored the width of her frequency. Her neighbor to the left was very far away, very faint, and keyed at a slower and more deliberate pace than she did. But always there, this neighbor, and still transmitting when she signed off. On her right, a deep bass hum, unchanging, some piece of equipment that ran all night long. A radio beam, she thought, used by the Germans or the English for some esoteric purpose, not her destiny to know about it. An electronic stratagem, a beacon that guided or a beacon that deceived. She wondered if whoever depended on it, to their triumph or their sorrow, listened to her transmission. Submariners, perhaps, or pilots, all of them moving around in the dark ocean or the night sky. 119-675, she began. Her call sign. Janina in Paris. In London, at the 6th Bureau headquarters in the Rubens Hotel on Buckingham Palace Road, 4 officers and a radio operator waited in a dark room, cigarette smoke hanging thick in the air. They looked at their watches long before the minute hand advanced, 8:22 p.m. Paris time was 1 hour later. By now, the August dusk had faded away into darkness. 8:24. 1 minute after the scheduled time of transmission. Of course, life was uncertain, they told themselves. Watches ran slow or fast. Even wireless telegraph operators missed trains or heard suspicious sounds, and sometimes equipment failed. 8:27. The operator wearing the headset had an annoying habit of biting his lower lip when he concentrated. 8:28. He fussed with his dial, eyes blank with concentration. Colonel Viborg took the deep breath that steadied him for bad news. So soon? How could they have her this soon? Then the operator's face relaxed, and they knew what had happened before he got around to saying, "Here she is." He said it as though the worrying were beside the point. He had trained her. She could do no wrong. The 6th Bureau operator sent 202-855. "I know you have important things to say, my darling. Let's go someplace where we can be alone." He moved his dial from 43 meters down to 39 meters. Sent 807-449. "Hello, Janina." But not here. In the Hotel Britannia, the dial moved up to 49 meters. Sent 264-962, sent it several times, the way operators transmitted call signs until their base acknowledged. A false call sign, in essence, that actually said, "Now we can talk." 551-223, London agreed. It wasn't a perfect night. The wet August evening brewed thunderstorms, and the interference crackled as the 6th Bureau operator bit his lip. The Germans didn't jam her frequency, but that might mean they were listening silently. That might mean 1,000 things. Meanwhile, Janina, dependable, stolid Janina, sent her groups. The sweat ran down her sides and darkened the back of her shirt. The boards creaked as a large man walked down the hall to the toilet. A woman cried out. But for Janina there were only the numbers. So many numbers. Canals, barges, towns, roads. 3 freighters at anchor in Bologna harbor with no cargo. Ammunition train into Middelkerke. Wehrmacht pioneer insignia seen at Point Grenay. Frey's Operation Sea Lion reported by prostitute in Antwerp. 15 minutes, Janina. Remember, I told you that. But then what to leave out? Which rivers, for example, did the RAF not really care to know about? No, Captain Alexander de Millia's improvised information machine shuddered and clanked. Steam whistled from a rag knotted around a broken pipe, but somehow it worked. And it needed far more than 15 minutes to report what it had found out. The Funkabwehr, the signals intelligence unit of the Gestapo, maintained offices in the army barracks on the Boulevard Suchet. They too had darkened rooms, and operators with headsets wandering among the nighttime frequencies. "What's this up at 49?" one of them said, making a note of the time, 9:42 p.m. in his log. "They were there last night," his colleague said. They listened for 30 seconds. "Same one," he continued. "Slow and steady, refuses to make a mistake, nothing bothers him." The first operator threw a switch that played the telegraphy through a speaker, listened a moment, then he picked up a telephone and dialed a single digit. A moment later, Sturmbannführer Granveiss came through the door. Granveiss was a legend, and he didn't mind that. He was enormously fat, the shape of a Renaissance cherub, grotesquely overblown, and moved with heavy dignity. He had been at dinner when the call came, a white damask napkin still tucked into the collar of his black Gestapo uniform, and a waiter followed him into the office carrying a plate of venison sausages and a half-stein of beer. Granveiss nodded to his operators and smiled benevolently. He forgave them the interrupted dinner. Then he listened. Perhaps he made a little more of it than necessary, but who was going to blame him for a touch of theatre? As the numbers tapped out, in the foreground of the atmospheric sighs and crackles, Granveiss tilted his head to one side and puckered his mouth, then slowly nodded in confirmation. "Yes, yes, no question about it. The diagnosis is as you suspected, gentlemen. Herr Dr. Granveiss will take the case." "Be so good as to serve the dinner in my office," he said to the waiter. The desk was vast and contained his weapons. There were 5. A very good radio receiver, a street map of Paris, 2 celluloid discs calibrated 0 to 360 degrees, with silk threads attached to their precise centers, and a telephone. Granveiss had spent his life in radio. As a childhood ham operator in Munich, he'd built his own crystal sets. He had worked for the Marconi Company, then enlisted in the army in 1914 and served as a signals NCO on the Eastern Front. That was followed by unemployment, then the Nazi Party, which made great use of radio, in 1927, and finally the Gestapo as a major. "Send the trucks, please," he said into the phone, cut a piece of venison sausage, swirled it in the chestnut puree, used his knife to top it with a dab of gooseberry jelly. As he chewed, his eyes closed with pleasure, a sigh rumbled deep in his chest, beads of sweat stood on his forehead. Casually, without putting down his fork, he flicked on his radio receiver, then turned the dial with the side of his hand until he found the transmission on 49 meters. 236 775 109 805 429. "Take your time, my friend," he said under his breath. "No reason to rush on this warm summer night." The trucks drove out of the Boulevard Suchet garage within seconds of Granveiss's call. They were RDF, radio direction finding, vans built by the Löwe Opta Radio Company for the practice of what was technically known as goniometry. They sped through the empty streets to their prearranged positions, one at Place de la Concorde, the other in front of the Gare de l'Est railroad station. Almost as soon as they arrived, they were on the radio to Granveiss's office. Place de la Concorde reports a radio beam at 66 degrees. Gare de l'Est reports a radio beam at 131 degrees. Granveiss put down his fork, rubbed his hands on the napkin, took a sip of beer. He placed the celluloid discs on the street map of Paris, one at each of the truck locations. Then he ran the 2 silk threads along the reported angles. They crossed at Montmartre. 4 September, 6:30 p.m., Calais Railroad Station. Emilia Engenia Bailis said goodbye on the platform. She had been drafted as a courier from the Channel ports to the Hôtel Bretagne because D'Emilia and Fiedin could no longer go back and forth. The full moon in September was too close. The fuel for the van took so many black market ration coupons it potentially exposed the operation to the French police, and as the German invasion plan gathered momentum, information began to flow so fast they could barely deal with it. Genia's summery print dress stirred as the locomotive chugged into the station. She moved toward D'Emilia so that her breasts touched him. "Do you know," she said, her voice just above the noise of the train, "you can ride with me to Amiens, and then come back here." "It's direct," Demilia said, "express to Paris." "No, Genya said. "This train stops in Amiens. I'm certain of it." Demilia smiled ruefully. Genya studied him. "On second thought," she said, looking down. He stared at her. At first took what she said for a lover's joke, but she wasn't smiling. Her eyes shone in the dim light of the station platform, and her lips seemed swollen. He took her by the shoulders, gripped her hard for a moment, to tell her, without trying to have a conversation while a train waited to leave a station, that he had to do what he was doing, that he was exhausted and scared, that he loved her. But she shrugged. "Oh, well," she said. Picked up a string-tied bundle as the loudspeakers announced the departure of the train. The way Parisians survived the rationing system was to get food in the countryside. Everybody on the crowded platform had a large suitcase or a package. "A few days," Demilia said. She pushed him away and fled to the step of the coach just before it began to move. When she turned to him, her face had changed to a brainless bourgeois mask, and she waved at him, the dumb ox, her poor excuse for a husband, and called out, "Au revoir, au revoir, à bientôt, chérie." In silence, Fiedine and Emilia drove out of Calais on a little country road, the E2, headed for the village of Aire, where the Lys River met the Calais Canal. They were to meet with a man called Maltagne, formerly the director of the port of Calais, now an assistant to a German naval officer, at his grandfather's house in the village. A few miles down the E2, a camouflage-painted Wehrmacht armored car blocked the road. A soldier with a machine pistol slung over his shoulder held up a hand. "Out of the car," he said. As Fiedine moved to open the door, he asked quietly, "Who are they?" "Felden Gendarmerie," Demilia said. "Field police units. It means they're starting to secure the staging areas for the invasion." He wondered where Fiedine's Luger was. Normally, he hid it in the springs beneath the driver's seat. "Papers, please." They handed them over. "Ruzicki," he said to Demilia. "You're Polish?" "French citizen." "Your work pass runs only to November, you know." "Yes, I know. I'm getting it renewed." He glanced at Fiedine's papers, then gestured for them to open the back of the truck. He studied the crates of Vienna sausage and sardines, the name of the distributor stenciled on the rough wood. "Unload it," he said. "All of it?" "You heard me." He lit a cigarette as they worked, and another soldier joined him, watching them haul the crates out and stack them on the warm, tarred gravel of the road. "Did I see this truck up in Le Touquet last week?" the second soldier asked. "Might have," Demilia said. "Sometimes we go up there." "Where do you go there?" "Oh, Saint Cecile's. You know, the orphanage." "French orphans eat Vienna sausage?" "For the sisters, I think."